know, these attackers, they do have the Yoru, which, believe it or not, this is still the first time I've ever commentated a Yoru match. He's been out for like 5 months, and I've just never seen him picked up. Oh, he's even got the new fancy Magic Punk skin, so that's neat.
Like Bioshock.
Yeah, Bioshock is a good one. Or like a Borderlands type thing, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Mortal Instrument. Kind of sitting there. Looks like the attack's got underway. Slow walking onto the A site. Just kind of disrupting the minds of NorCal. But you do see the smokes come out for Astra. Ziggy's going to have a lot of trouble. But a counter play in this is full heaven control to OODA Loopers. Kruxy on site. Ziggy with the flash to help them up. Evens it out one apiece. Infamous trying to get the advantage, but Ziggy's standing on his head right now. Split, though, between the two, and it is going to be a 3v3 for this retake.
Yoru no longer having any abilities for the moment. 10 seconds before they do get it back, though. Looking at the rest here, the big fracture's going to come through. Not quite going to connect. Not quite going to connect. And look at the frenzy lineup. Not going to work out as Igor gets 2.
Fake show. The hero play, not going to land at a 3K for Igor. Plenty of time for the defuse. Pistol round. Looked good from OODA Loopers with that heaven control, but as soon as they walked down, not expecting Ziggy. The backup from the breach stun. Able to find those 2 initial kills right at the start, Doctor. A well-ironed machine, NorCal, for that defensive setup off the back of Ziggy's 2-piece.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the corner turn where they had the triple lineup there for the frenzy potential, but they were flashed at just the right time. They weren't able to get the headshots going in their favor, and so they do fall. And then right afterwards, Igor was able to pick up the second one as well. So just very solid stuff there, able to pick up, you know, that bunch of kills. So now heading into round number 2, we're actually going to get a buy up from both sides, fairly identical even when it comes down to it.
This is dangerous now for either side. With this force buy from OODA Loopers, almost needing to find some success on this round to make it worth the buy. You got Effect sitting up and be heaven, waiting for with the judge. But from the looks of OODA Loopers, they just want mid control, and they're just playing off of this first blood, off this bonus buy.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of similar to what we saw last game as we do get the peak coming through. Ziggy's coming out ahead. In our first map of the night, we saw a buy-up on round 2, and it really kind of disrupted the economy until round 4 or 5, so...
Full Effect. Flash. Judge. Double flash. Effect is somehow still alive in all of this. I don't know how OODA Loopers haven't pushed him. Fracture's not going to land. Igor's got the backup. Bear's still coming up for the trade, but advantage in favor of NorCal. All up to Bears in a 1v3. Was good for a kill onto Igor, but that's about it. NorCal cleans it up and finds a second.
Huge play there from Take to be able to get not only the flash up into heaven, but to then be able to turn down to garage door and pick up 2 frags there as well. So really great team play coming out there, making sure that the rest of the team can thrive while they also get a little bit for themselves. And so, you know, it's 2 rounds on the board now for NorCal, and the economy for OODA, it's in the dumps. They are going to have to go for a bit of a pistol save here so they can buy next round on 4. So,
what damage can they do here? A lot of mid-control fracture to kind of break that up. It's going to land on Effect, but a little bit too far to take an engagement. The Boomba is going to find a lot. The Pain can't find, might find a bit more. And immediately as Bears see that, you see them all back up from that play. The Boomba is still utilized as well. So 2 things out of the hands of this Rage. Big peek from Igor is going to give first blood to NorCal. And the smoke to get him out of there as well. Big plays right now from Effect. Kruxy evens it up. Can Takey find this advantage? He can. No trace just yet. The flank comes in. Suffocates out OODA Loopers. Now it's all up to Sideswipe.
HP. Surviving there with 4 HP. Just absolutely problematic there for the team. And now heading into what is potentially even more dominoes. You know, Sideswipe here. What? All right, that's why they're on the do list. They are going to... All right, I can't tell if they're actually going to use the ultimate or not. They have 19 HP. They know exactly where they are. Teleport and the fake footsteps coming out, though. It looks like Ziggy got caught.
But take key, ready for it, nonetheless.
This time.
Watching that flank zigzag or side swipe gets out. 3 rounds for NorCal. Mirroring Nascent United, the start that they had as well.
Here.
We have yet to see a team with the disadvantage find a round, so waiting on OODA Loopers to break that pattern.
Yeah, I mean, last map we saw was a 13-0, so it was something else. This time, though, I don't quite know if I believe in SMGs and judges this time. You know, Split is a different map. There's so many different, you know, options to take, both in where you want to go, the angles you want to attack, and things like that. So, you know, having upgraded weaponry here, I think, is going to be a huge boost.
OODA Loopers fully flanked mid, now going for this B site. You see Yoru clearing, looking for anything. Igor didn't get spotted out, but already Kruxy on site for first pick. Igor looking to follow up on the layaway. Effect gets up close and personal, but 2 kills now to the OODA Loopers. Igor for the swing, but full flawless round from OODA Loopers. They break the streak from NorCal. They find their first.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think that the upgraded weaponry here is just too strong. It's so easy to, you know, break open the sights here. And yes, movement's quick thanks to rope room and things like that, but it's not lightning quick. It's not teleporter quick. So did need some more time for the rotation to fully come through. But once that attack from OODA Loopers finally came out, it just exploded. And you can even see there, like, you're getting a huge swing and you see multiple people in front of you. If you have a, you know, a Phantom or a Vandal there, it's potentially a multi-kill. But because you're on just a Stinger, you just get turned on.
Lazy, Kruxy. Kruxy for the flash out, but not landing on Lazy, and he even misses the shot. So Operator not good just yet for a first kill.
It's par for the course on these defender-sided teams, it would seem. As we do see the push onto the A side is Ziggy is not able to hit anything.
The Yoru looking good this game. Sideswipe with another first blood. Looking to clear out screens, gonna flash in, but no follow-up to it. 2 players of NorCal pulling in through that screen sight off this map, off the screen. Bake Show keeps the advantage to the OODA Loopers. Full site control for this post plant. And now you have screens control. This is almost impossible from NorCal, but you do have the Astra ult and the Jet. They're both playing so passive off-site. They're probably playing for exit kills now.
Yeah, they do seem to be positioning into save spots. You know, Lazy's very far forward here with the Operator, just trying to save, but also trying to make sure that they can potentially get something traded back. They are getting away. You know, they're just being hunted right now. They are potentially going to get peeked here from sewers, but I mean, overall, I think they're probably safe unless they lose this trade. But no, Bake Show gonna fall. Operator should survive.
Should, could,
Would
and will. OODA Loopers only losing 1 player in that last round ever since they got rifles. They've only lost 1 player since they picked up rifles, so looking good now, back into it, 1 round away from a tie game.
Yeah, and it's situations like this where you don't feel so bad about the round 2 buy-up that we saw from them, because yes, they went down, you know, that extra round that they may not have gone down normally. By that I mean the 3rd round where they had to force onto decos and stuff. But once they got the rifles in, it looks like a completely different team. So, I mean, there is an argument to be made, like, why not just save on 2, get rifles on 3, and be that hyper-aggressive team? But it's almost, I want to say, like, counterproductive, because then you kind of bait the enemy into potentially buying up on the 3rd round when you just have sheriffs and stuff, and then you can, you know, get those out of their hands with, you know, maybe a 1-tap or something like that. And if you win the round, it's a huge thrifty and it completely changes the game. Whereas if you lose like they did, you know, you do the economic damage with the sheriffs and the other, you know, buy-ups, and then come into 4th round fully equipped, have a little bit extra in the bank even, and now you're seeing them just completely take control, as we do see the Operator shot come in strong too.
Well, a little bit of pause in the action, but Lazy on the black screen finds a pick with the Operator. Knives out for Kruxy. Igor denies it. Oodle Loopers being stopped at the door for the A site, all up to Infamous and this Astra. And with that, it is going to be the end of the round. NC Effect. NorCal going to stop this string of victories from Oodle Loopers. And another round win, 4-2.
Yeah, that was a funky little interaction at the end there with the Goomba Stomp. But yeah, I mean, you're finally going to get another round on the board here for NorCal. You can see it's a little damaging to the economy here of Oodle Loopers as well. Yes, they'll have, you know, a buy in the bank, but it's not a lot. Like, Big Show not going to get a rifle? All right, last second they get the rifle, you know, buy up from our friend there. So it's tough because if they don't win here, they could potentially be in a bad spot for the next one as well as Igor falls. But I think Oodle Loopers, they're doing all the right things. It's just sometimes they don't win the trades they think they're going to win.
Ooh. Effect was slowed from the fracture. Still vulnerable. But no peek just yet from that jet around the corner. Cruxy biding their time. Look at the rotation here. Spike going all the way to the B site. Cruxy just being a distraction at the moment.
Not a very good one since they've, for the most part, ignored them. So the turret is going to get recalled here. Bear's still in mid. This one they do know about and are definitely concerned about, considering he was the one that got the opening frag. But they just need to make a decision here to figure out where they want to go. I mean, Cruxy was so deep into the action there and doesn't even win the trade with Ziggy.
Big pick, though, for Ziggy. It immediately evening this up. In effect, gonna have to watch out for the rotation. Good timing for the Rays. Looking to pick up the stragglers as they pull on through, but not yet making themselves known. Effect, I don't even know how Bake Show didn't even see you, but Infamous gonna lose their life because of it. Now Sideswipe trying to do it all, but can't get through. Effect, all up to Bears right now. So much in the hands of NorCal to work with. Oodle Loopers not even the bomb in hand of Bears, so should be cleaned up very shortly. Takey's gonna spot himself, go down, and Effect on a 4K cleans this one up to our 5-2 lead.
That play up at the top of ramp was absolutely the game-winning round. Like you said, how Big Show doesn't see that, we'll never know, because it literally changed the entire pace of that round by getting those two frags there. It completely hung Bears out to dry because the flank that they thought they were going to be getting was no longer a thing. So, you know, we are going to see one more buy up here from Oodle Loopers here with rifles. But I mean, look at this, 0 credits on the Bears. 400 is their highest on Cruxy. Whereas on the side of NorCal, not only are they fully kitted, they have like 2 more buys already banked.
Who's next?
Lazy takes the shot, gets out. The tailwind on and through here. Sideswipe pulls their ultimate. Lazy's position's gonna be known. Gets in behind. Lazy not even wanting to take the fight with the Euro, looking to get the operator kill, but Sideswipe doing so much damage. The follow-up as well. It's gonna be successfully denying NorCal of anything. Now it's all up to Ziggy. 1v5, make it a 1v4. Infamous stops that one. Oodle Loopers, a brilliant attack around once again, finding their footing.
Yeah, and the difference there was how quick that attack was. They just absolutely ran onto the site, take full advantage of that Yoru ultimate as well, which, you know, was buffed quite heavily recently. So it makes a whole lot of sense that once they have that available, they just use it on command, rush the site, make sure that they just, you know, run it down. And so now heading into potentially, you know, more rounds that they don't have access to it. We'll have to see if they can play the same style, because this slow, methodical thing that they've tried hasn't quite worked out for them, because they gotten caught not checking the proper corners a couple times now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the audio issues we are having, trying to fix it at the moment.
It's us, not you guys.
It's us, not you guys. Sorry, I was just trying to get something right back up on my stream. But right now, Oodle Loopers have kind of climbing right back in this. We did see them fall behind quite a bit more, losing 2 rounds in a row, but right back into it. And I have to say, I was taking a look at it. I said at the start here, Doctor, Rays versus Yoru matchup. right now, the Yoru proving to be a lot more effective, except for when Effect had that 4K round. But you can't expect that Raze to have 4K rounds again and again. It's not going to happen all the time. Sideswipe looking so consistent right now.
Yeah, I mean, Sideswipe, you know, that is currently the best on the server. 8-5-0 right now on that duelist. And for a pick that, you know, I wasn't believing in and was kind of poo-pooing it, really coming out strong here, showing us what the agent can do. And it's so funny because a lot of what has been happening with Sideswipe has been almost off screen. So, you know, we're not seeing, you know, if they are just, you know, letting these flashes rip or, you know, the fancy shoe game or anything like that. They're just consistently winning their fights and making it work. And we're going to get the Rolling Thunder, but it's after everybody's moved through.
Okay, Takey a little bit late on that. Look at the great bamboozle that came out from Uda. They dropped their Astra split on the B site. Takey, even after throwing away that Rolling Thunder, comes out with a kill. Gets detained. This is going to slow down the retake, and take a look in the corner through the wall. Bears setting up for this flash. Peeks on through the Judge versus the Vandal. You know who wins that fight. Uda Loopers right now, 4 versus 3. And the Rolling Thunder on the opposite side. That's definitely going to land on Takey. Tossed up in the air. Big Show is going to shut him down. Now Lazy for this retake with the Astra as well, but walking right into all the preferred positioning. That could be asked for in favor of Uda Loopers. Now it's all up to Igor. 2 players to the left. Big Show spots him out. Picks up this Vandal and is running for his life. Trying to get out with this rifle, doing the economic damage, but Uda Loopers good for another round. They're going to make it 4-5, Doctor.
Yeah, and as soon as that frag falls down there, they know they can't chase any harder because, you know, the difference for every one of these agents that falls, bare minimum, is 3,900 credits if you think about it, because that's full armor and a rifle. That's not even including any type of abilities that you may need, any type of, you know, if you need to upgrade your pistol or something like that. It is bare minimum 3,900 for armor and a rifle. So, you know, looking at the economy here, had they lost another member, they would have had it, but it would have been close. And so I do like that they made the decision to save that. It's NorCal now on a save economically, so they got, you know, some shimshams and some dangle donglers, as they do have Buckies and pistols. And turns out 1 Vandal is enough.
Igor says no. Was it the story of Dr. Frankenstein where Igor turns on?
That's spelled with an I, but yeah, it's the same name technically.
Same preference we can go for. Well, turns on Uda Loopers for a 2-piece there. Advantage to NorCal right away. No ultimates in the hands of these last 3. In effect, might get some good timing with this Bucky. Was just gonna hide away in the smoke. Vents control. Big Show finds a big kill. Stomping away Burrs. Oh, in effect pulls the showstopper, denying that rotation from the breach. This is a must-win right here. This one-on-one between Infamous and Takey. They don't know he's back here. Setting up for the flash. Peeks on out. Not good for the second one. Big Show trades it. Left alone in a 1v3. Everybody around him. This is going to be difficult.
Yeah, the round is just about secured here as Igor picks up the 3rd kill of the round there. So, I mean, that was pretty much impossible there for Killjoy to win in a 1v3. I mean, even without the ultimate, it's not the agent you want in that situation because there's no trickiness, there's no blind, there's no smoke, there's just no way for you to cross the open as we saw. Igor definitely primed it, ready for it, you know, topping the chart there for NorCal. Absolutely blitzing speed from that team as well. I mean, you know, we're talking about it a little bit beforehand, and our producer was saying that Uda Loopers absolutely killed it last week. Heading into this one, we're looking to be the favorites, but NorCal definitely looking practiced right now.
Look at Kirksey's aggression here. Up to heaven. Blocks off the smokes, but it's open for Lazy. A missed smoke, and Lazy is going to take advantage of that. Another 2-piece immediately into the round.
It's a tough round start for Uda Loopers for the 2nd time in a row now. And it looks like it's going to get tougher as Sideswipe full blind just walks into effect.
Oh, the satchel from Effect. Every player, Infamous and Bake Show, both in mid. Another flash. Effect peeks for it. No trade from that, from the counter peek. Effect's gonna go for another one. Bites off the right amount of Oodle Loopers that he needs for his nice and scrumptious breakfast. And Bake Show's out of play as well, so that is gonna be a 7th round to NorCal. Last round of the half, Oodle Loopers. You almost want that 5-7 half. You don't want to give NorCal the 8th.
Unfortunately for them, their economy is just simply not there. They want to be buying the Big Mac, and their economy says dollar menu. And I mean, they're gonna have to get something done here if they want that 7-5 half, like you're talking about, Colin. But I mean, do they have it? They have a single Phantom. It was good enough for NorCal earlier on the B side, but now you're on the attack. You need a little bit more oomph behind your attack.
A lot of oomph. Bake Show goes down another first blood for Lazy. 2 rounds in a row. That is going to be a big fracture and locks the head of Sideswipe. 2 players down for Oodle Loopers once again within minute 30. Crooksy on site with the Blaze Storm. Igor's down, the trade in hand. Big flash onto both. And the Rolling Thunder missing out on the Jet. How are they both flashed here? Infamous still alive. And Bears turns this one around. Last one alive is going to be Ziggy. Puts down the turret for this 1v2. Infamous going to drop this spike. I didn't check if Ziggy had their nano swarms, but nonetheless is going to be tough. No flashes for Bears. A stinger. Maps can be divided before Infamous goes down. Scavenges a Vandal. This is perfect for Bears in the sense that Ziggy has to force an engagement.
Yeah, I mean, that spike is just going to keep ticking away, and Ziggy doesn't quite know where anybody is. This wall is doing such a good job of blocking vision. Bears tight left is not going to be peaked as they get the frag. Now, Colin, did you see, I think it was the latest animated Resident Evil movie? Or at the very least, the clip from the rooftop where it's the main character and the main bad guy with the automatic pistols and they just can't hit each other. So that scene that we just saw on the B site with the breach flashes and just everything going on reminded me of that exact scene.
It was questionable in that. Look at this merch shop. I wish this existed in real life. I'd shop here.
Would you? It looks very plain.
I mean, it's...
Although those sweatpants are pretty dope, I guess.
Sweatpants are nice. Look, the hoodie's nice. What do you mean? It's like...
I don't know. There's just... When you compare it to a lot of the Valorant merch, it just feels very basic. I mean, it kind of reminds me of the next 100 Thieves clothing line. There's just nothing fancy going on. It's just... It's a colored sweatshirt.
Oh, big flash. Crooksy's gonna walk out there. Frenzy's good in the secondary side swipe. Living to his name. Pulls out that second one. Nothing bland about that style. Crooksy gets aggressive on that defense. Takes the advantage now. NorCal gonna have to fight back from this with deficit.
Yeah, and that's a good start. Sideswipe falling here. Ziggy, one of the best performers so far from this NorCal squad. And, you know, I do want to remind you, Colin, that this map was Oodle Looper's pick. You know, they did choose this over Ascent. And so right now they are currently down, you know, 2 rounds, but up a member.
Oh, Bears is getting aggressed. Still out for a kill. Ziggy trades it, but best case scenario for Oodle Loopers because now it's all up to Ziggy once again. 1v3 being flanked from the CT side of it. Gonna have to force this engagement on site for this one-on-one if you're gonna want to take this map. Crooksy though gonna swing wide, locate Ziggy. Players are following through from heaven. Ziggy down to 73 health. Dancing around, even finding Crooksy. What was that snap? Scavenges the frenzy. Suddenly this is doable. Infamous around the corner with Bake Show. Gets in the behind, not able to make it a one-on-one. Infamous denies the comeback. And Oodle Loopers 1 step away from tying this up.
That was close, though. That was unreasonably close, especially once that frenzy was picked up there by by Ziggy. I mean, let's take a look at this again. Looks like we're getting the slow-mo edition. Just so many shots in the back there, not quite connecting. The dash in, and it's just a right click. Like, what more can you ask for? It's so crisp. It's so clean.
So crisp, so clean, so good from Sideswipe. Look, he's setting up for another aggressive play. Flashes himself out with the Spectre. Nobody there to receive the call. And they back on up to their Heaven style. Lurking, waiting.
Oh, that's...
Smoke Bears. First blood to OODA Loopers.
That's a nice little play. I mean, you saw the fracture, you saw the smoke, you knew that typically preludes the grabbing of the orb, so you just got to spray it down. The fact that they had enough bullets left in the Spectre to actually get the kill was huge. To pick up a second one, looking to get one back in a bit of a tricky situation here, but Cruxy with the Spectre is not going to be enough as Takey, 28 HP though, and yeah, that's how that works.
Well, Bake Show knows they're here, swings wide for the kill, able to find the second one. Tie game, 7-7. You say this is OODA Looper's map pick? Well, they look very comfortable on defense so far, but this is going to tell the tale because we're heading into a rifle round. Infamous has an Ares. Cruxy can possibly buy up, but I'd imagine they want to stick with this bonus round.
Yeah, and it's super funny because I feel like a lot of times teams like choose a map, it's for the defensive side. Like we see teams that consistently pick Haven, Split to a degree, and they're just like, we're better on the defensive side. Yeah, we can attack sometimes, but we definitely don't want to do that. We're definitely much more of a defensive sided team, and so as soon as that swap happens, they can take leads like 7-5, 9-3, and just completely flip it around and end up winning the map off of that defensive side.
The attackers of NorCal, a lot of mid control here, but yet to take the steps of Heaven. Lazy, if he wins this fight against Sideswipe, it's going to be such a big opening for the B site, but Sideswipe biding their time, not giving this aggression just yet. A big change of pace from OODA Loopers in the past. The TP.
Do you hear shots, though? Cruxy was all the way down in the sewers. That's super aggressive. Is able to make it out, though, so it is still this 5-on-5 situation. Also, kids at home looking for a basketball career, that's not how you throw footballs. Don't copy Yoru for that.
Right there.
Bears might have a lot of aggression here. Looks like they're going for the Heaven control.
Yeah, lots of stars there, so they know that something's happening as we do get the action coming through.
And Lazy wins the fight on the side swipe. It is traded out, but favoring NorCal. Player advantage to that. A 3-on-4 for the retake. Bake Show might find players on the rotation. And shutting down Cruxy as well as Bears. That should leave Bake Show in an almost unwinnable situation. They know exactly where he is. The plant favoring them as well. Spectre versus Rifles. Hoping to take some guns out of the hands. Not able to find anybody. And that is going to be NorCal shutting down the string of rounds that OODA Loopers find. They win their first rifle round, but as expected against a bonus buy.
Yeah, I mean, that was, like you said, expected. I mean, they had Spectres and pistols and just, like, a bunch of, like, grass clippings, basically. So now that they've gotten those out of their hands, they are going to be able to full buy up here. The problem is, you know, look at their economy, though, Con. I mean, 800, 220, and 1,000 on Cruxy. It's not the most amazing buy, and you can tell that they didn't even have enough for the operator, which is a pretty huge thing on these Jet players to get. And so if you can't even get it on your full buy-up round here that you've, you know, waited basically 2 whole victories for, it bears the question of, are you even going to be able to get it in this half?
Fact. Bears might get some good timing here, but setting up for the flash is dead. Right on to Igor. Finds the first blood. Bears being aggressive instead of passive this time is going to pay off. And NorCal player disadvantage.
Yeah, Uda Loopers still working with this solo A hold too. I'm kind of surprised that NorCal haven't opted into that site a little bit more. They keep just hammer fisting their way onto this B site through Heaven and through Garage, and it's worked for the most part. Obviously, the last round was their first, or not last round, but like it's worked for the most part. So it makes sense that they haven't had to change up their game plan, but I mean, it's just the solo hold A. So now that, they're able to get some movement here, the rotations are already coming through, and outside of that failed blast pack, like they're in a good shape here for the retake.
Site control to NorCal. Out of fact, with a huge win on to Cruxy. Evens out the players to 4-on-4. And now look at the retake. It's going to be pulling through screens. All 4 players outside. Fracture not going to land onto Lazy. The flash is going to back him up, though. In fact, waits for the aggression. Full drop from Uda Looper. Ziggy finds the opening in behind. Now it's all up to Big Show. Lets himself be known. Gets 1 pick, but not enough to win the round. And NorCal grab the reins, start finding their momentum on attack, and that they string together 2 rounds in the rifle side of it.
Yeah, it's going to force a bit of an eco round here in from Uda Loopers, which means that by and large, this should be double digits here for NorCal, who on this attacker side, they struggled a little bit at first, but once they got these rifles around, it really kind of turned up for them. They were able to start taking advantages and advantageous fights that they simply weren't being given in those first couple rounds, and it's looking a little bit more similar to the first half. They're looking good. Black Hole is going to delay any type of aggression here. And that's an adaptation from Uda Loopers. Up to this point, NorCal had pretty much for free been consistently grabbing that Garage Orb. So this time they hard challenge it. They don't quite find anybody. And in fact, they take a ton of damage on the sideswipe. But we'll see if it was worth it.
Look, they've completely taken control once again of the A site. The Astro Smokes have been so pivotal in it as well. And look at this. Lazy's found his way up ramps. All players around here, pistols in hand. The Vandal just has to swing. Make sure to be right around the corner, walking into their sights. There, you're down and not able to get it with the Blaze Storm. So your win condition is out of play. You're down 2 players. NorCal looking really hot right now on attack, and the rest funneling on through the elbow side of it. You're left into screens if you're Bears, and you just gotta find something at this point. That's exactly it. That's something.
Yeah, it is gonna take away the flawless.
Do it again. Oh, he wants it. Takey's gonna shut him down. Good for 2 kills though.
Well, I mean, doing a little bit of economic there. I think my favorite part of that round was Ziggy turning the corner there at like the little elbow area, just full spraying into Takey and then freaking them out and be like, where are they? And so you see the mouse just flailing around. Because it was a nice little bit of fun there in the middle of the round, because it was pretty solidly NorCal. Once that spike went down, there wasn't a whole lot of agency from Uda Loopers to try and get that defuse done. So it is the double digits, like I was saying. We do now see the operator into Cruxy's hands, though. So we'll have to see if this is going to be the hard turn for them to be able to become victorious.
Gonna have to see a big turnaround, in fact, from Uda Loopers on this defense. They looked good at the start, but something's changed. And you said, yeah, they were giving up orb control countless times on Garage Doctor. Finally changing that up, but still not enough. Most likely due to the fact that they were at a disadvantage in rifles. But this is going to be a big round for Uda Loopers here. This is almost a must-win round with the rifles. You've lost every single rifle round. Now you're back to an even playing field. Crooksy does have the operator with low shields. But this is going to be a very pivotal round for the side of Uda Loopers.
Yeah, I mean, this literally is a must-win round, because yes, they're getting max round bonus, max loss bonus if they lose here, but it's then 11-7. You probably are going to be on a bit of a shaky buy next round too, so they're kind of in that position where we don't quite have enough for a full buy, but we have more than enough than like a classic save round. So
Yeah.
they're going to have to make that hard decision and then head into either the 11-7 scoreline saying, hey, we're going to challenge you for the win, or the 12-7 scoreline and say, we're going to challenge you for overtime.
Well, Lazy on site, Bladestorm finds Bake Show. And Crooksy shuts down the showstopper in turn, so big trade for either team. The unfortunate fact for OODA Loopers is now you have no presence on A. The plant's going to come through, and you have to fight through a post-plant setup.
A post-plant setup that involves a lockdown as well. So
Yeah.
I think that is going to be the play here. Ziggy is going to drop it. Can't drop it on walls anymore. So for better or worse, but here comes the Rolling Thunder in as well.
Absolute pandemonium and chaos. Sideswipe makes his way on. Would have been a good second kill, but Take Key keeps the advantage to NorCal. You do get the detainee. Bears out of play. Now is last up inside the heaven. It's Infamous with this Odin. The infamous heavy hitter LMG is not going to find anything more. And what was a must-win round from OODA Loopers, big counter from NorCal.
Yeah, and so let's take a look at this economy. Yeah, it is in shambles. I mean, yeah, they have to make a hard choice here. Do we go for the win or go for the overtime tie? And the overtime tie is actually really tough call to make, because at any point, any single mistake then ends the game for you, because it is a best of one, because it is, single elimination. So they are going to buy up here. They are going to play for the victory. And, they are going to just try and get as much here as they possibly can. That max loss round bonus, doing a little bit of work here, but not going to do a whole lot for next.
Oh, that's a big play from Crooksy, especially considering you are on a force buy. Taking down Effect. Infamous looking for more, finds the head of Ziggy, but the Ares not taking the kill. Ziggy down to 44 health. No shields as well. Only one Nano Swarm. So you have almost no utility for NorCal. Going to heavily require some big plays from Breach and Astra.
Yeah, it's a huge ask. I mean, Sideswipe does have one snack of the footsteps left currently, but we'll have to see if they go up to it, as we do get the smokes coming out here as well. Cruxy's on 6 HP. I don't know if you want to be...
That was bold.
Yeah, I was going to say, any single sliver of a hit there kills you, even through the wall. So, really risky play there.
And now, so Sideswipe, heavy task. You up for the challenge? Flash is going to not land, but still Lazy going to find the kill. Transition for a second. And OODA Loopers fall at the seam. Last player standing is going to be Bake Show. Inside screens, Lazy on 33 health is waiting for it. The Fracture going to back him up. Judge in hand. Spots the shoulder of Take Key. The shoulder peek not landing. Take Key goes for the re-challenge. Finds the head of Bake Show. Match point for NorCal.
Yeah, it should be a pretty standard victory. They have basically the same amount of credits as they did last round. Maybe like a couple hundred less overall, but the way they're spread out, you can see that their buy is, how we say, not good. I mean, they got rifles, sure, but either no armor or half armor is not good. It means that, I mean, up against Vandals, I guess it doesn't matter all that much, Colin, because like a one tap is still a headshot, or like a headshot is still a one tap. So with or without armor.
Guardian Gamer sideswipe, tries to go for the insta headshot. Flashes Crooksy on out. Igor tucked away in the corner. Are they going to be ready for it? They check it, and Crooksy once again finding first blood, and once again being dropped to a considerable amount of health.
Out of charges.
Now this is this is the third time in a row that OODA has found the first blood. You'd imagine that they're gonna find something. In the meantime, Infamous goes for a big peek on that Odin and finds not just one but two players with that heavy artillery cannon. Can you make it 3? Look, Z's so tempted to take this fight.
Almost got it. It would be amazing if if Uda Loopers could grab these rifles too. You know, we are going to see Sideswipe get aggressive here after getting it, and they just get bopped trying to pick up the ultimate, or wasn't prepared for Ziggy to be behind the pallet box, but now they know where you are. Look at that firing squad you're turning into. 1v3, just absolute spray down, and the black hole will drag you into their line of fire as Bears picks up the round. And it's a round win, Colin. They won.
It says pull, and they're like, yeah, I'm ready for it. Big round from Infamous with that Odin, though. Finally turning it around with these LMGs. But you're sticking with the Guardian. Just sticking with those Vandals. You didn't recover all the weapons that NorCal dropped. And in turn, I'd still have to say you're at that disadvantage with Sideswipe on that Guardian. Didn't show a lot in that first round. Gonna have to rely once again on Crooksy and Infamous to be those initial early fight takers in the sense. And Lazy actually getting spotted from that. Sideswipe's hunting with this Guardian.
Yeah, it was the ultimate play there. You know, just diving into the back line, basically trying to get a frag. Didn't quite break their way due to the you know, maneuverability of the jet, but you know, Sideshow, you know, on that Guardian was, you know, productive last round, being able to get a frag, but then they died, which is why they weren't able to pick up a real rifle, and that's why they're back to this. So even if they don't find a frag just yet, they could do so.
And Sideswipe has to make a hero play. Bad timing! Lazy catches him with his utility out. Should be a plant as soon as Seiki gets on the site. Bladestorm looking to close out on this match. The division is going to come out as well from NorCal, tossing himself up in the air. Crooksy does take him down. The Rolling Thunder does the damage. All up to Bears. Makes it interesting.
Gets one.
But the cleanup comes on through from Taiki. That's going to be NorCal's game. So they're moving on in the tournament.
Yeah, Uda Loopers just not quite able to make it work on their map pick. I mean, it was reasonably close. I mean, it was 13-8. I mean, that's not a blowout, right? Obviously, I mean, we've seen a 13-0, but even still, like, it could have been so much worse in a lot of scenarios. So I think a 13-8, it's not terrible. Just goes to show that NorCal is a team that has been practicing, has been improving, and is coming into tonight's tournament looking to show off the aftermath of that practice.
I do have to say, you know, the Euro pick was a little bit interesting in the fact we're talking about how Euro would be viable through that matchup against the likes of Arrays. And at the end of it, on defense, you weren't seeing a lot from the Euro. It's different when you switch from attack to defense because the Euro has very limited potential on defense compared to the entry on attack.
Yeah, I mean, you're relying on flashes pretty much. You can do some funky stuff with the fake footsteps and the teleport. But like fake footsteps just inherently do less on defending than the attack, because I mean, how often are you going to be aggressively pushing on the defensive side? So you can throw out the footsteps all you want, but they're much less believable unless you're finding yourself into like an end round scenario, you know, after spikes been planted, and you know, you're trying to get like angles on somebody. Yeah, they're useful there, but you still know where they came from, which means you still know where somebody was for the most part.
No, exactly. And once again, before we throw it to a quick break, I'm going to remind you all that if you type !giveaway in chat, it will lead you to plenty of goodies that you could win through GLG provided by Drink Control and Nascent United. So go ahead, type that in, check out the information. Those giveaways could be yours right now. Like, as soon as those giveaways are done, those could be yours. And on top of that, if you go to our Twitter at GL Gaming Lounges, you can vote for our skin poll that we are going for in the Valorant skin section. Right now, the grand finals are underway. It is going to be finished while the Pit of Valor is on. It's between Prime and Reaver. So go check that one out. If you're just joining in with us, we finished round number 2 of the Pit of Valor, and round number 3 is going to come up shortly. Stay tuned for some more action.
town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. As a kid, lately I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste, so I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day, man. You know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop break this, we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have been trusting the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, we barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. Yeah. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey. Yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come a test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best kid, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball on the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen. But now really come on and we pull out with the action. Just keep on the feed, those they don't get it like.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes.
Hey everybody, welcome back to GLG. Did you know it is our 1 year anniversary of the entire tournament coming on by? We've had so much success, so much luck over all this time, and it's beautiful to be here 1 year later. And I can't wait to see where we are a year from now. But that's going too far ahead. We got to focus on the present. My name is Kagan. I'm joined by the amazing Miss Mimi, and we have an amazing game ahead of you.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this one. It is into getting a little bit later into the bracket. Third game of the day already. Feels like we're just whisking by things. But over on the mainstream, we do got, who is it? It's NorCal versus Cancel Culture. And these are two teams that, I don't know a whole ton about. Max Bolt, of course, to make it this far, have kept things flawless. They've had a pretty good run into things, and it's, pretty standard setup. We're coming into Ascent for this third matchup of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. We've seen a lot of Ascent today, and of course, usually in competitive Valorant, we see so much Ascent overall. Yeah. I'm wondering what these two teams can do differently from the last match we casted on the B stream. We saw attack mode versus defense mode. It was interesting to see how the attacks went underway, but the defense was pretty par of the course.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, while we're talking about that, of course, this is kind of elimination on the line at all times, so a tough run of things, but the stakes a little higher this time, Max, right? It's not normally that $50. It's a little bit extra in there, and that is, of course, thanks to our friends over at there we go, Nascent United. Well, my brain losing out, but of course we can't forget about them, because they're fantastic for doubling that prize pot, putting in the extra $50 to help out there. And also, while we're talking about people who make this possible, of course, Drink Control 2, there's a giveaway that we're running there, so that exclamation point giveaway in chat if you want a great meal replacement, GLG 10. So, while we're waiting for the game to get started, maybe go order yourself some food, a nice little snack as a replacement there.
That's right. Go on, use GLG10 as your code for 10% off. That's what I've been using as my breakfast for the last few days. I got the little shaker and everything. It works pretty well. They taste like what the description's supposed to be. It's crazy. I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. But I mean, we're going to have to see how these teams will shake up into this game. As we talked about, it's Ascent, and everyone's just getting situated for a moment in the lobby. So we should be bringing that to you folks soon. But I want to know, do you have any expectations here coming into it, Max? Like, do you think we're going to see an Aster or anything special out on the table?
I think once we get farther into the tournament, I know we do have a best of 3 later tonight for the grand finals. I think that's when we'll see more Astra play here. With it being a best of 1, it's just like any other competitive FPS game where you have to kind of counter strat a little bit more differently. I think we're going to see something more on the course of what we saw in attack mode versus defense mode, where it's going to be more, I don't want to say straightforward agents, but I want to say that the strategies are going to be a little bit more linear overall. So I think instead of an Astra, you might see more Omen play like we've seen earlier in the tournament today. But something like an Astra, I think we'll have to wait and see a little bit more higher up into the tournament.
I mean, we've already seen some creative things coming out, Max. I mean, there was a Yoru earlier on the main team. There's all sorts of goofy stuff going on. But with that, we are hopping into the agent select. And nothing really special that I'm seeing. But what I do like to see there is double initiator up. We have both the Breach and the Sova in play for that defensive side. I think being able to have that aggression, especially when combined with the Aster play, I could see some really creative, really cool things coming out, Max.
Oh, absolutely. And I do like the double KJ on the board as well. There's a lot of that Sentinel utility to not only deny pushes for the defense on both teams, but you also have it to maybe scout out some enemies that might try to go for a flank especially as well. But I'm telling you, Mimi, the number one thing, not only the Breach is interesting, but the Astra on NorCal's side, that could make or break how the entire play is going to go on both teams.
Yeah, she's really kind of a feast or famine character in that you either have the synergy, you're set up well and it works perfectly, or you have an Aster that's not quite able to come to bat, not quite able to set things up. But in a tournament like this, while we're still in the early throws, it's not going to be quite the tight competition we might see as we delve a little bit deeper in. This is the time to try things out, to see what's going to work best for your team and what strategies you can use moving forward to try and get yourself a chance for that prize pot.
This prize pot's going to be really interesting to see who one of these two teams could come out on top, but it's also going to be a 2v1 here to start things off. Having to reveal their location, going to go for the dart up. Symbiotic's able to open up the seal for the entire game. And I'm not really sure what Lazy's plan was trying to be.
Yeah, it's a little interesting to see that. Now they will reassess, head towards mid, but the damage is already done, Max. That Killjoy, that was a very low health, and they're actually re-engaging here, trying to push up. NorCal wants to recover from this man disadvantage, and they will. Effect finds two, a 2K massive to get themselves set up, and now to regain the man advantage with a minute left on the clock for CC to work with.
A duelist gone and the KJ down. For these attackers, they're running out of utility to use. Igor inside the dark smoke might be able to find this Omen on the other side. Symbiotic was able to find the opening pick, but now instead backing off. Gonna be this Astra playing it safe. Karus, though, is a different story. Karus has been one of the top duelists of all time in GLG, making their way the rounds everywhere we go. But the lava can expel that. No! 1 health and a dream, able to heal it back. That could be huge for this rain to push on through. Maybe find one on green. Half health, one in boat as well. Surrounded by the enemy, it feels. But they're going to go for A. One inside spawn for whatever reason. This could be free access.
30 seconds
Yeah, they have the free rotation here, as you mentioned, and it's going to be a bit late for the side of NorCal. The spike can get planted for free. The question is, how will they set up in the post plant? A whole ton of utility available for the Breach. That means no flashpoints, nothing in play, and with that door coming down, it might just come down to the brawl as the attackers position themselves towards main.
Oh, but look at this positioning. It's a pinch maneuver. Doors closed. Effect has to go glass. Gonna be an audio cue. Everyone inside heaven, positioning themselves. Still worried about the flank, but they're all now focused on A main. Karus especially. One Lear left could be the blinding factor they need. Double Sova's alive, both heavily damaged, but tanky. Pushing up aggressively both sides. The worry about looking at the wrong angles. Logan steals it away from Karus. Oh, this is going to be a nasty one, a 2v1 now, having to go for the defuse. Half health already. There's not much you can do, but a double 3 across the board. It's going to be cancel culture. Getting the first round.
Oh, that is really unfortunate for the side of NorCal, because remember, they had that early disadvantage and they recovered it. They brought it into a 4-on-3, but the issue was that CC was ready to reply, and these heroics from Karus to somehow not die here, somehow stay alive and get that overheal into play is massive. And also, I just kind of want to give a shout out to them in that post-plant setup. I think that they played really well in the crossfire, working off of each other, setting themselves up for success, and as a result, they will put themselves in a position off the pistol round with great money. This should be a relatively easy conversion, but we see NorCal thinking about fighting mid-max.
Yeah, and this is risky. Lazy's been going for these aggressive plays every single time, and not once has it looked good for them. In fact, it's going to allow Effect to go down because of that.
Interesting odds here now. NorCal, they're down a man, but they still have good map control. Positioned in towards the middle at least. Heiki, he wants to get aggressive with this flashpoint. He will. Great blind spam through. One frag. Looking for more. I don't know how he gets away with his life there, Max. But he will. And now NorCal, they hold on to advantage, but still the gun's relatively low.
Lazy just gives me heart palpitations, Mimi, I swear. Playing so aggressive with the Sheriff already using their darts. They have to get 2 kills before they can make it back. They're going to rotate around to A side, though. They know Karus not too far away. They have a Vandal. They have to be careful, because if they lose that, that could turn the tides. But they're in the middle of the enemy. This is like the beginning of Rambo. Hiding down, going for the flank. One on the left, one on the right. Might be able to find the jet, and they go down into the immediate refrag. Beautiful, Karus. And there's nobody left. They're all on A for the attack.
Spike planted.
They are. The rotation's going to be in slowly. Not much to work with in hand. The breach already dispelled a number of his flashpoints, so it's a grim picture. Painted for NorCal. The best they can hope for here is to get some economy damage, and they will. That's one frag found for Igor. Now he's looking for more. Peek up. Karus, he's fully healed. He's ready to fight. Looking for it. It dinks in, but so is the spam. One more shot at dismiss away. He'll try and get another fight, and Karus does it with 4. And you know, sometimes you're not always thinking, oh, it's a great idea to buy that Vandal second round, but Karus, I think he's making a pretty good case for it, Max.
You know, maybe memory's mistaken me. I'm pretty sure earlier on in GLG's lifespan, we saw Karus and Governor on the same exact team.
Yeah.
And I mean, goes to show 7-0. There's a reason why they jive so well together. And no, in fact, they were the duelist combo. They were the double trouble of GLG for so long. So I'm wondering maybe Karus can find that extra stride to be on a team like Governor is soon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's making a great show of things thus far here. It is the gun round up for both teams. The investment ready, and this should be NorCal's chance to respond, especially with the aggressive positioning into A main. We see that one-way setup, which is allowing to have this positioning, but it's a very slow default up for cancel culture. Where are they going to work in here? Because NorCal isn't giving them many opportunities early on.
Oh, but Lazy again playing so aggressively here. No refrag potential, able to dart out of the way. That use of utility could bite them in the end. They haven't won a single round. They haven't found much intel off of it, except for an A-side push. But that's not where the spike is.
Spike's still towards the B side. If they can continue to sell this pick, it could be impactful. Look at this. They're not falling for it. They're calling the bluff, starting to rotate back over towards the B site. With 40 seconds left, opportunities still abound for CC, but someone has to make a move pretty soon here.
I love the defaults in play for both teams. In fact, there is a little bit more pressure inside of mid side for NorCal. They have to have that breach push up, but that's neither here nor there. When Lazy, though, holding inside glass, waiting for possibly what could open up the entire round by a triple inside of tree. Lazy, though, waiting, trying to find those shots, doesn't find it through the cloudburst. Everyone gets onto the site, and the only defender other than him goes down. Igor underway. It's gonna be the plan going underway. Beautifully done. A 4v5 now. It's gonna be really tough for NorCal. Positions are set. Pushing up a little bit more, a bit of an overextension. The Empress wielding Reyna on the attack, trying to find out one, maybe make a 2. No, they go down immediately, but the attackers are picking up the stride. Well, that's alive now. We have the Ziggy trying to go for the same flank Karus did not only a round ago. Is it going to be successful? They've already pushed up so much. They're hunting for this KJ, and he has no results.
Oh,
but he might find one. Oh, but what about the jet? They have to find the refrag. They have him occupied. There's no chance of a defuse unless they can find one more. No, they have to run.
Yeah, no time left for him. He'll probably die to Logan as well. No, he's holding. Will Logan expect this? No, he won't, but the classic up ready for the frag from the man. And now CC, they will again continue to find momentum into 3 now. And Max, I want to talk about how big that round is, because that resets the economy for NorCal, puts them down at a tough spot. And what went so well for CC was just that slow game. They completely sweated NorCal. They wanted some peaks. They wanted to get going, and they kind of outthought themselves, over-rotated a bit, and weren't ready for the A hit. Just mantled them and put CC up now 3 to the flawless 0 of NorCal.
And what I like too is that it's not just the Karus show, right? We saw everyone really put in and go coordinated action on CC's side that round. Sure, Karus was probably the first attacker to go down that round, but everybody else picked up the slack after. But speaking of slack, though, see a lot inside mid. Igor going down with some Astra utility, but no, the push up instead completely blind, able to find almost 2. Trades go underway, though. It's Christmas tree in the kill feed. FX still holding inside marketplace. Spike is going to be essentially by itself, having to go for a full-on rotate around spawn. At least, though, there is a bit of a caravan happening outside of A, and this could be a good chance to sneak their way in.
Could be that shock dart going to dispel any utility he thought would be there, but that's not where Killjoy is. We see NorCal aggro up towards the middle of the map, and if CC doesn't execute quickly here, they could find themselves with a backstep. That's Silva ultimately in play. The Hunter's Fury, but look, here it comes, Max. Ziggy's ready, the timing's big, the flashpoint good, but Karus better with the shot. He'll dismiss away as well. Now they know they have to fight onto the A site. These duels isolated. Someone has to go big, and it won't be effect.
Takey, last one alive, coming in from the back. Alarbar goes down. They know exactly where this breaches has to push. There's no other options. A 1v3. Tries to go for the lava plume. Not going to be inside wine. Still going to push up, though. This breach in a 1v3. Haven't won a single round yet. It's going to be probably a really bad loss if they do lose it. And there's no chance. 4 in a row for CC.
Yeah, great momentum found by CC. I love the idea, though, from NorCal to try and work that flank, find the momentum up towards mid, and kind of working that map control. They've shown really well to do that, but unfortunately, with the inferior arms, it couldn't muster. Now, if we talk about ults in play, each side has that Killjoy lockdown, but NorCal, they have the Hunter's Fury up. I can nullify that, the perfect counter. And for NorCal, they need to find a solution, and the man to do it might just be Lazy. He has the op in hands. We haven't seen him on him yet this game, and he hasn't found a single frag, so he needs to step things up for the team, find some impact here, and hopefully set them in momentum for a round, but it might not be now because they're pushing up past the flashpoints. Effect's still here, looking for a fight, gets it, but the shock darts rain in, find the pick, and then see they're forced back, forced into a retake.
Complete chaos happening all over side B side, Mimi. Igor holding inside marketplace, could try to levy the results a little bit more, making sure it's okay, put a band-aid on it with the smoke. Now they have to rotate around probably B main, so yeah, look at that, not a single contestant CT or B main or marketplace side. They all have to go into B main, where Symbiotic is waiting for potentially a triple. Oh, this could be huge. All he has to do is wait in a corner and play patiently. This might be a triple save from what we see. KJ's already backing off, and so is Astra.
Yeah, it has to be. Op in play for Lazy. He doesn't want to give this over. Wasn't given much of a chance in it. And I like the call from CC. They played it very slow. They had that conditioning in, and then they're ready for the explosivity, for a faster take. Completely catches NorCal off guard. There was nothing that they could do into that round. And I love the execution, too, with the Sova darts. Using that kind of very traditional double shock dart lineup plus the molly to force a player into it, giving them a completely free kill, a completely free sight. And, well, I mean, if we're talking about things that are free, the round count right now is for CC. Up 5-0, Max, on the attacker side of all things.
I love how coordinated their attacks have been. They just rush into the side sometimes, and other times just play defaults. There's no real rhyme and reason to how they want to go for it. And that's good. They are keeping NorCal on their toes, and that's exactly what they need. What I'm curious about going into this, though, is we see a double KJ ult potential from both sides, along with a double Hunter's Fury, and any 4 of those could alter the round completely in one team's favor.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I mean, the ultimates, they need to find something here very quickly. They need a solution, because if they don't, it's very easy that this could spiral out of control. And we highlighted him last round, but I think we have to double down on it, because Lazy needs to find an impact on the op, find an opening, offset to the momentum, because right now NorCal has full control of the pace. They have full control of the game, of where everything is positioned. It looks like the tack will come out, and this is a great time for it, because like we were just highlighting, rounds need to be run. They need to find a solution very, very quickly.
Yeah, and this is going to be a bit of a chin scratcher here, Mimi. I mean, with Lazy playing as aggressive as they are, on the op, I don't know how I feel about that. If they keep playing as aggressively as they are before and relying on these jet dashes to get out of these precarious situations, they might lose that op very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea. I like the play. They just need to be able to work off of it. Go for it. And now, I mean, I want to talk about the implications here for overall for CC, because I mean, not only are they finding the momentum in rounds that are huge, but they're also getting their mental up great. Like, they're feeling good right now. They're like, all right, boys, we got this. We're ready. We can just keep kind of running it down. And there needs to be something to put a bolster on that. And it might just be the shock darts. Great lineup there to take care of Jazzy off the rip.
Something about Sovas today with us casting and shock darts confirming kills have just gone so well. Oh, but
Spike
maybe it's
down
going to be
mid.
something for NorCal. They're able to find the first time a man advantage. They've taken down KJ, they've taken down Omen. You have to rely on the duelists and some utility, maybe some recon to work it out as well. But nobody's going to be inside B main.
Ziggy kind of on an island here on site. They'll hear him running. Could get caught off guard. Blindsided he is. No, he's not. He's actually ready for the fight. Ready for the frag and gets it. But now his teammates are starting to fall around him. One man sitting alone. The rest of the attackers will start to rotate in, but there's only 2 of them to muster. Logan in main, he needs a fight quickly, but Ziggy's not giving it over. They can regroup. They can play together. And this is the best shot they've had it around.
That's right. This is looking so good. They're all going to funnel possibly their way into Marketplace site. There's going to be the Cloudburst that goes underway, trying to block out Lycos a little bit more, but the dead dash doesn't work. They still have the knives up in hand. They know exactly where that's at, but there's a double flank coming on by from the back. Logan going for the plant all by themselves. It's going to be Lycos, though, sacrificing themselves to find 1, maybe 2 in a row before falling themselves. Gonna be a 1v2 now, still having the Hunter's Fury in play. Recon Bolt as well. Double Shock Dart doesn't connect. They have to clear out the entire site, but they themselves are found. Almost able to find 1. Gonna miss the quick peek. Oh, this is such an intense spot, and it doesn't matter. The snipe comes by.
Lazy finally finding that impact that we wanted to see from him is huge, but can we talk about how close CC got it? Because the economy for NorCal isn't going to be sitting pretty. As long as they keep doing damage, keep this eco on the knife point of being reset, I'll be in a pretty good boat. So I don't think the boys of Cancel Culture are going to be too plussed about that loss. But for NorCal, it can be the reset point. That can be the bedrock on which they can kind of lay out the possibility of a comeback here, a possibility of coming back into things. And they have 5 ults to work with as well, Max.
I'm going up.
Absolutely. Those ults are going to be so important. And if they don't use them this round, this could be their last chance to use it for a while. Because after this, if they lose handedly, they're going to be forced onto an eco or a light buy round.
That might just be. We see him up towards main, but Lazy's holding here with the op. However, elsewhere, Lycos finds the opener. A crucial one for CC. Takey, Hagro up here still ready for 1 flashpoint up, but he gets caught with the blind out. Oh no, this keeps happening to the breach, fumbling on the utility when he needs a frag, and effects ready. Good for 1, trade through by Symbiotic. Now just 2 left alive on NorCal. Lazy still has this op in hand though, and he can work with it, but it has to be a retake.
Post plant underway now, getting it into the ground. They have extra money to work with if you're on the attack. It's a 4-2 though. Ziggy pushing up by themselves, brings out the turret. Little do they know on the immediate left is going to be an enemy. It's going to be some valuable intel though. May have to go for it. A 1v2. They're finding themselves in a cowboy duel. Good, bad, the ugly, able to find one on the other, but still another for TC.
Yeah, it's just this momentum feels unstoppable right now. And it's just that they work very well at, they're not even really committing to a default. They just work well at playing a split, but working it slowly. Playing those kind of contact plays where they get 1 frag and then really get rolling. And NorCal, they don't really have an answer to that quite yet. And this round isn't looking that great either. Down to the eco. I'd love to see them try and get a little aggressive. Maybe use some ults here because they need to set the pace, set the precedent, and tell CC that they're not going to be allowed to continually dictate when and where these fights are taking place, but that's still an if.
Oh, I'm wondering. We do see 1 set of ults go down. It's going to be the Jet Blades. I'm wondering, though, if we're going to see the other 4 be used, or are they going to wait until they can full buy again?
You'd think, right?
Yeah,
I mean, see what he can do. Let Lazy use it, see if he can get a chance with it. If he does, that's huge. Someone just, maybe they find an impact, maybe not. Probably not Ziggy, because he's taken care of quite quickly, dispatched by his double. And now this opens up possibilities towards the B site. Let's see CC start to group up a little bit, but still not committing for a push here. They know NorCal are the ones who have to make a play.
There's no spike in the possession of CC either. They've completely relegated it away. I think they're out just for blood this round, knowing it's going to be a save. But that's not going to stop Lazy, though. Maybe a save, but they're using up quite a bit of vault utility here. Still holding down these corners. Could be a great shot for NorCal to find some action, but Carouse, full utility, so close to the Empress themselves. Going to try to bait out maybe someone on the side of A main. Going to be though number 4. That's Silva rotating around back to tree side, but going over to B, completely relegating themselves away without seeing anybody on that side of the map, Mimi. This could be an explosive finish to A.
Yeah, this call is so unfortunate. It's going to be a completely free site. They have ults in the retake, though. They have that Rolling Thunder, but I don't know if you even want to use it here. Probably not. It's just a cave. What are they?
Are they all saving?
No, they're coming.
Okay.
No. There's no
Okay.
reason to. It's just an eco max. They'll come back into it.
Okay,
But they
I'm
don't have
scared.
ults, and now they've lost a lot of time. So in this retake, the name of the game is economy damage, but the economy is flush for CC. No, they're actually committing some ults. The Astral Divide just be used here. It will come out, and out will come the Execute as well.
This is so risky, Mimi. Look at that. Lazy's not able to find anyone inside Jenny. It's a whole massacre from CC's side. They used 2 ults to do it, and now Breach, the last one alive, has to go for the Aftershock. But Aftershock, Logan, double kill comes by.
Yeah, great little cleanup there from CC. I don't mind them committing 2 ults there. They had 5 on the table. They still keep their most powerful ones in play. Using the Blade Storm there to try and get a chance is good. But for CC, they're not being really countered right now because they're being allowed to play this slow style where they can wait out, they can wait for you to push, wait for you to doubt yourself, and not just are they winning in terms of rounds, they're also winning the mental. I think a team that's still feeling it, feeling like they can go 1-for-1, maybe doesn't go for that gamble there. I mean, I don't hate the call to gamble, it's a 50-50. Sometimes you get it wrong, and it's an unfortunate time for NorCal to get it wrong because now they find themselves at a 6-round deficit.
And even after all that, right, they're still going to go aggressive in a 1v Drew. Trades under by double kill from Lazy in hand. That's the first time it's been successful.
They set the pace, and it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And now look at this. Everyone who tried to go on to A is now dead. Everyone else on B has a different story. Ziggy can be blinded down. Trying to find some pre-fire shots, but no one's in just yet. Karus hiding below logs. May try to transverse their way through. Hiding on by. Playing the scouting game here. Could rotate around and find Ziggy, but they're already getting the plan down onto B. A minute left into the round. It's a 3v3. Things are even in terms of body count, in terms of weaponry, but in terms of positioning, it's a different story. Takey's able to find Karus. That's going to be huge if the last duelist goes down. But now CC, they have to play a very stalwart game. They have to hide onto the site. Ziggy pushing Bast inside B main. Scouting it out. Any angle, not covered just yet, but the lockdown in place is going to go under. This could be huge. Sure, it's a 3v2, but you need to secure these rounds. Just Fury, though, in retaliation is going to break the lockdown in place. Maybe able to find some more on top of it. Logan's now the last one alive, watching 2 different angles at once, tries to pre-fire. Doesn't matter. Take, he's able to find it.
Great retake up there from NorCal. Yeah, they commit a lot into the round, but it's a thrifty nonetheless that they'll take home that they can be happy with, and maybe this is a chance to start to find a bit more footing in this map. What I love from them was that early aggressive push, and that it's really a classic play. You have the breach plus jet, you go up, get some frags, but I like the response from CC even better to just immediately be like, all right, they're going aggro. We know at least 3 are here. Exec B, they had the right idea. They just couldn't hold the post plant. Despite the heavy commitment, NorCal does come out on top, and they'll find their second.
And I mean, you have to consider too all the ults that were expelled that round. You lost the Hunter's Fury on CC's side. You lost as well, I think, the Rolling Thunder at one point. I'm not sure, but we also lost the Killjoy utility as well. The ult as well. That's going to leave it down to just NorCal with the Hunter's Fury to maybe open or close things up here. But of course, as we say that, is that going to destroy the? No, it doesn't.
No, it's fine.
But still, a lot of chip damage being brought out against Jazzy. 86 now. And then try to expel that as everything goes under A, and this could be a masterful bait.
They're not falling for it, though. Look, there's still 3 players on the A side. 1 on Cat, though, taken care of by Symbiotic. Still 2 here, but Karus blindsided by Effect trades up. And in mid, Igor's here ready for the flank to catch it off guard, but NorCal still. Now they find themselves disadvantaged. Site taken, Shock Dart stealing damage. Teki wants to take the fight quite quickly. Drone up from hell after Shock. Oh, that might just throw Silva in, but he gets off. Runs away in time. I'm gonna keep pushing this. The drone taken care of. Peek out from main. I know the position of 2, but the recon finds information as well.
Oh, but there's no utility to take down anybody. There's no ult left except for a signal. Molly, that's does so much damage on the tanky. It splits them apart. Blinds underway now. They know exactly where you shoot out his foot if you're Logan.
Oh, that just does not feel good if you're NorCal, because they didn't fall for the bait. They were ready for it, but the split push was just too much to handle out from cancel culture. They found their way in, and I don't know, NorCal, they just felt like they were completely caught off guard there. Weren't really set up in crossfires, weren't really set up in a perfect position, and because of it, they kind of got torn through. They're down 8-2, that 6-round deficit re-established, and let's try and talk about how they could work their way back into it. I think it has to start here. They need to try and win another thrifty, convert to a 4-8 scoreline, and then maybe have a chance from there. But this might not be the start because the Blade Storm's up and the frag from Karus is as well. Suddenly, a 3-on-5, and they're still pushing.
Oh, Igor's taking the most dangerous game of his life. He gets a stupid prize, and a flawless goes in the favor of CC. NorCal, they knew there was no chance to win that round. They tried to put up some economic deficits there. They weren't able to find a single one, let alone really any bullets to go inside of NorCal or inside of CC. That was a really successful win for them.
Yeah, I love the way that they're running these executes for the side of CC because they just feel confident to just get aggressive, work together, and the reason that they have that setup, the reason that Karus and Lycos can be that dynamic duo is because the utility to back it up so good. There's always a dart to reveal, there's always a molly to bisect the players to give those advantageous duels, and those duels sure as hell will be capitalized off of. And now in dire straits here, 9-3, the Hunter's Fury up early, they're committing all their ults, and they will find at least one frag with it. And that is a dangerous man to get put down immediately, but look where Symbiotic is pushing up. He might have two here in the Astro play, not ready. Oh no! Okay, he gets it. We're fine. Still finds that, looking for more. It might just be the flanker caught off guard, but he's gonna fall away.
Oh, he's gonna escape immediately. That's such a smart move. Teki wondering where this Omen went. He TP'd back with the rest of the team. Now, full team ahead, essentially, except for that one Sova, now pushing into B main. They only have to worry about some of the mollies and the Killjoy, and they have to worry about Killjoy themselves. There's also Market to worry about, but no one's going mid. Teki to reposition at some point. In fact, no one's focusing on side of Marketplace. They're all focused on mid. This is the perfect opportunity for CC to push up now. Bike in hand, utility still to work with. But there is a flank, and that's going to be from the Sova. He's a little too far to do much now as the utility, as the execution comes underway. 30 seconds left on the clock. Ziggy has to push back. They know exactly where he's at as well. But no! It's going to be the kill feed going to the favor of NorCal.
Oh, Lazy!
Symbiotic balls. Lazy with a triple.
Lazy, I don't even know what to say there, because despite the stack, despite the good read, they had the information play, they had everything they needed, but they just can't seem to win these duels. When you have players like Lazy that can just run in and tear you to shreds, and the shreds of NorCal, they have to regroup. Yeah, I mean, they have to put themselves back together, at least when the pistols start to build momentum. But it's on the attacker side, and based off what we saw from CC, that coordination, I think it will play so well into their defense. For CC, I mean, they're in such a good spot. Even if they make mistakes, they can afford to lose rounds, Max. But for NorCal, it needs to be practically flawless from here on out.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And now keep in mind what we did say in the pre-show too. This would be really good for them on the attack. They have the Breach, they have the Astro, and they have the recon potential of the Sova to all play with in tandem. They have to make sure they can execute this correctly, and it all starts on this pistol round. Igor and Ziggy eyeing out a little bit of B main. The Sova drone's going to make its way towards mid, distracting Logan for a little bit. Then as soon as he rotates around, he has problems all over the site. Lazy and company trying to push on forwards. Look at that though, Jazzy hiding underneath. Not going to get rid of the drone. Never mind, the turret goes down underway anyways, but they push up regardless. Lazy's able to find one before being traded out. Ziggy and company able to get onto the site. Where's that spike? It's got to go into the ground, and they do it very successfully and very somewhat stealthily. But mollies go down. CC still have 4 bodies to work with. FX able to catch out some rotates. The rest are in CC side. Igor might be able to find at least one, but they're able to try to disperse a little bit more. Trying to find the doorway, able to find one, maybe make it 2. No, the reload's in play. Igor survives, but not for long. And it's going to be NorCal bringing it to 3.
Huge round there for NorCal. Yeah, 4 rounds up on the table for them to keep this going. If they can convert here, which they do look primed to, CC can relegate themselves down to a save. They could get the ball rolling. They will invest pretty heavily, bring some rifles out into play, and I love the execution there. They know that they're not really feeling it. They know they need to reset themselves, so they just take it quick, run it down, take the aim duels, and finally find themselves in a situation where in the chaos, in the trade game, they win it.
Oh no, look at Logan with the shorty. He's hiding right outside B main. Oh, he chickened out. Imagine he could have been found maybe a double kill off of that. But he could have. It's like I don't know, 20% chance he could have.
20% of the time, all the time.
60% of the time, it works all the time.
Yeah.
But we're not talking about Cologne. We're talking about Logan here. He goes back to the Sheriff, hiding in CT side. Astro Smoke does go down, but it's not really going to stop the defenders too much. They're hiding inside of it, no less, waiting for the audio cues of someone to push on through. But it's going to be Tree instead. Lycos waiting for the quick draw McGraw shots to come on through. No one's going to peek it immediately, though. They might have to use some utility. In fact, they might be backing off.
They are, but look where the defense is. They're all up towards Catwalk, ready here. Timing is crucial. The alarm but's there. The frag's ready from Igor. Symbiotic trying to Avenge his foe, he won't. Ziggy has the pistol, gets one, trying to tap away at the headshot angle. Like goes, he has the sheriff, can't land the shot, trying to spam away, but Logan gets one. And from here on out, they're actually making this work, Max. This should never be a round that they could win, but now an overheal in play, sheriff's in hand, and there's guns on the floor that could be recovered as we find ourselves in a 3 versus 3.
We talked about Logan ad nauseum. He's still resting, chilling, acting oh my god, I can't talk. Acting all cool inside CT, but look at this, Caru's going down. Rap God, right? But no, he's now the last one alive. Oh, he's able to find one, but he has to find two. It's not the one, but the Marshall in hand brings it back. You were right, Mimi. It shouldn't have been one they were able to win, and they nearly didn't.
Yeah, God's way too close. Remember what they bought there, Max? There was a Phantom in the cards, there was Spectres across the board. There was so much involved, and it all just got dismantled. One rifle still in hand, but this means that both teams are going to be kind of low on the economy. Whoever wins this round is going to put themselves in a great spot, and if NorCal can't pick it up, I can't really see too much of a further road for them. Great work from Logan to keep it expensive, keep it costly. What nice shots, but we have to recenter ourselves. We have to reset for this round. Lycos has a judge in close, but mid seems to be the destination for both teams.
Absolutely. Look at all the defenders placing up inside of mid side. No real intel coming out from CC's side, but maybe they just have a gut feeling. It was a default at one point for NorCal, but now they all have to kind of conjure themselves up inside of A main, and there's not a lot of room for them to move around because of the giant horde of people inside of mid. Now there's a lot of options CC has.
Lots for them to work with here. Towards main is the play. It's a retake setup. AJ holding down the tree room, and they're out onto site practically for free, but there's lots of utility to work with in the retake. This has been the plan all along for CC. Let's see if they can effectively execute it, and it might just start there. Jazzy finds Takey. That's a huge frag. So now, disadvantaged odds for NorCal.
Oh, but look at Lazy. He's going to overextend, push up. Oh, no, maybe not push up. He's going to be looking for a very tight angle on top of heaven. No one's going to push up immediately, though. They're going to try to take out all the other parts of the fat instead before going to the meat. Lazy, though, finding a judge in the face. That's going to hurt so much. A 3v3, though. Attempts to go on around. Seems the attacker's trying to go on top of heaven, get the elevated position, and a flank behind them, possibly to find it. But pinging the spike's not enough. The dark cover's underway. They can't even find the defuse. The flank goes down. Ziggy's gonna find themselves in a 2v2.
Holding.
But no, they fall. They're gonna go
Still
for the hole.
holding.
Igor needs to find it, but he can't find it. Instead, Slycos with a 4K.
Lycos, that's an insane retake from CC. They had good odds in their favor. They worked so well to find their way into it. And I don't know. I would have loved to see NorCal maybe try and fight on site a little bit more because they had really no utility. They didn't have much in the bag that could make that work. And when you're playing against an Omen, sometimes the spam just doesn't work in your favor. And sometimes someone like Lycos just goes crazy. You know, you talked about Cruz. You highlighted him as this guy who's had impact consistently in GLG, but he's not carrying. Everyone's putting in work. Everyone's putting in impact. Even Jazzy, who's bottom of the leaderboard for the team, found the first frag in that round that probably allowed them to win it. So everyone hitting their shots for the side of CC. For NorCal, they really need to work in here close because it's just 3 away from death in the tournament.
I mean, look, there's 2 C's in their name, but I think they should just stick to one. Consistency. And that's exactly what we're seeing coming out from them for the majority of these rounds. Lycos, sure, has done an amazing job. What I do like about Lycos over other Jets in amateur play is that he is completely ignoring all the utility around him and still finding these shots. Like we saw with the Judge. Beautiful. And look at this again with the Blade Storm, ignoring all the gravity wells under... Well, usually it works. Well, Karus might be able to find the refrag. Finding the spike, has to skedaddle out of there. Can they survive? No. What? They were chased, but now they're going to be gunned down. And that's full control of the site.
Blade Storm up here. There's also that lockdown in play, but as well the Hunter's Fury. Lots of ults in the table, so this is going to be chaotic. Here comes that first one. Hunter's Fury might find a tag. It will onto Lazy, looking for the kill. That's actually a double up. Another tag. So many players low here. Lazy in close with the blades, though. Ready to fight. Disadvantage for CC, but they can still fight into this. We see breach towards main still. Effect ready with the shock dart. Fight away. Here comes the recon. Lazy has to go big, has to find something, but instead it's symbiotic for 2. Sova's still not on site. Lazy still a factor. The flash remain, the flank coming through, but Logan's there, and the cleanup crew just finds every frag they need, Max.
I don't know how any players saw a damn thing on this site because there were smokes everywhere.
Imagine if I died right now.
Yeah. Oh, that is I mean, those are the rounds that really pain you the most because you get it so close. You get it down to the final seconds, to the final couple of players, but all the fights that were needed were won by CC. We talked about this a bit earlier, but when they're in chaos, they thrive.
Absolutely. And we saw Karus get gunned down. We saw Lycos go down. Those are your defending duelists right there.
Yeah.
Gone. Any other team, that would be the round right there. They would have kind of limped over and just dealt with it. But no, like you said before that round started, everyone on CC are putting up the work they need. They're all playing consistently and doing exactly what their jobs entail. Speaking of those jobs again, aggression comes down. Effect getting paranoid out. Lazy from above. I'm sorry, Lycos from above is able to find... Okay, find it. Oh,
finally.
they're able to
The
find
recon,
two.
so
I didn't
good.
even say that one. I didn't even see effect there. And they're just gunning down everybody. They want this game to be over. But Igor was able to sneak up. Look at this, Mimi. Sheriff in hand. Still another eco round. Not a lot of effect that they can really have onto the round itself, but they could go for a bit of a flank. Maybe find Logan. It's actually not going to go the way they had hoped. This is the limping round we talked about, but in NorCal's disadvantage.
I love that strat. I think that specific variation of it, I think I saw it first from maybe Zoomer Academy. I think it's Lilicious, who the coach of that team, who was one of the first to kind of get that going. But it's where it's not just the normal execute there with the paranoia and the push. You put your jet into an omen smoke and then have a perfect recon there to just be able to spam through out of the smoke. So there's a lot less risk to your jet than normal. And we saw how perfectly it was executed. Not a single player dropping, and that would push them all the way up to match point. For NorCal, though, they have a bye. That's the one saving grace in this round. The thing is, even if they win this one and lose some arms, lose some players, they're going to be down in the tough economic spot. And Karus is in a setup here where he can play off the paranoia, get aggressive. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, though. In fact, it's not going to find anything.
Oh, I'm a little surprised Cruz didn't go through between the blasts and try to find that Sova. But it's neither here nor there. Look at this default again from NorCal. Keep in mind, it's a best of one. If they fall, that's them out of the tournament. So Karus and company, they have room to play around and overextend just a teeny tiny bit, but effect, no trade ability in hand whatsoever. Pushes through, gets spotted, and he goes down. That might be it for the entire tournament this week. And look at that. No! He finds Karus, but Lycos is able to go for the trade. Still the execution underway on side of A. They're able to cloud burst their way through, but there's only a KJ inside of Tree to really stifle things besides the Molly plants.
It's another retake play set up here. They have the KJ ult on the side of NorCal, which is an advantage they hold. They also have that divide up. The wall will cover. Confirms that this does have to be a retake play. Previously, they couldn't hold on to this, but Ziggy, look at this lurk up. It's perfect. Finds Jazzy, and now there is still this one ultimate in play. Lekros actually holding so far back, and in this 3v4, it's going to be tough digs if CC want to go for this.
Oh, the wall goes down, though. That was such a nice Astro Wall. It's rare to see one so effective to cut off all the sound. Symbiotic hiding inside the suck to go away. Symbiotic still looking around. Does have the paranoia. No, with dark cover in hand. Might be able to find one, but behind him is going to be one on Catwalk. He's by himself. He goes in for the pinch. Able to find Lazy. Takes care of the site, but Trio's uncontested. Ziggy might be able to be the claimer right here for the round. Keep themselves in the game for a tiny bit longer. Goes for almost a quad, but misses the last shot. Can he find one more? No! And that's going to be NorCal staying in the game.
Just barely, though, Max. They got it down to the wire. They only won by the narrowest of margins. And the thing is that that's going to keep this economy in a tough spot because, see, light armor up for effect. And for the side of CC, their economy is fantastic. They have an op up for Lycos. They have full buys on everyone else and ults to work with. The aggression for them has worked really well to put them in a good position. And despite NorCal finding that round, they have to find consistency. And they have to be able to really string together a huge amount of rounds here, 6 in a row. That's what's on the books if they want to pull back into this. Look at this. They're ready for aggression. They want to fight it off, but it's not A main. It's over towards mid.
Oh, but the op is going to prioritize the turret. It's going to bait Ziggy through, and Symbiotic with the pinch is able to find it instead. That was so big brain, but the rest of NorCal funneled in on side of A main. Look at Karus. May already be trying to go for the flank. They go for the fast execute onto the side. No one seems to be around. There is some KJ utility on site, but Jazzy B's hiding inside of hell like the demon he is, waiting for someone to push through Jenny. And no, look at that. He might have a field day. There's 2 to work with. He gets 1. He finds 2. And that's going to leave it down to Igor, keeping in the game, but not for long. That's cancel culture moving forwards in GLG.
Yeah, cancel culture. What a showing out from them, 13-6. That's a dominant form, Max. And you know what I want to really give the hand to? Yeah, it was the duelists that were the heroes doing the executions, but the way that they had the setups, the support was great. There was always there was never a disadvantageous fight that they really needed to take besides in the clutches. They always had that position where they could find advantage, where they could set themselves up for success. And when they had those positions, everyone was hitting their shots. Everyone was finding their form. And there was just never really a response. It never felt like there was something found to stop that. It was always cancel culture, staying in control of the pace of the game. And I think that's really what did NorCal in.
Absolutely, I completely agree. It seems like every round for NorCal was kind of a case-by-case basis, trying to figure out a strategy. There was not a lot of counter adaptability until it was maybe halfway through a round at best. But hopefully, maybe next week at the Pit of Valor, we can see them come back, VOD review this one, and bring back a little bit more adaptability. Maybe we could have a rematch against cancel culture again. But Mimi, holy, I gotta tell you, I'm starving.
Yeah.
I guess I
wonder
gotta get some
what
drink
could you
control.
eat?
Yeah, we could get some drink control.
Oh,
GLG 10% off.
it's a good deal. I mean, and you don't even have to pay for it. There's a giveaway right now. Exclamation giveaway in the chat. You can get some for free. Have a snack. You don't even have to deal with it. Be like Max. You don't even need food anymore. Just drink control. Well, maybe not quite that much, but it's still a great meal replacement when you need to.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, still, it fills up your stomach. I can say that personally now. I've had it for breakfast every morning for the last, 5 days. It's worked out pretty well. Oh, and our producer has one as well right now, so it's
everyone's eating it. Everyone's doing it. Yeah, and I mean, while we're at it, I mean, that's not the only kind of fun thing going on right now. Besides them helping out, it's also the extra kind of $100 being chipped in there from our friends over at Nascent United. They're playing in the tournament, and not just that they're playing, they're also supporting it, putting in a little extra money. So make sure you go and check them out, and thank them for helping us kind of get these great competitions going. So I think with that, we're going to kind of throw it to a break for a moment here, but we'll be back with a couple more games as we start to get into the later throes of the tournament here at Great Lakes Gaming.
Invincible.
monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GL Gaming Lounge's Twitch. We got the Pit of Valor number 34 continuing through the bracket right into the quarterfinals, Doctor. And we have Power Mode going against Umai. And that's going to be what we get to see today.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited for this matchup. We did see them actually take out Power Mode, take out our sponsor of tonight, Nason, earlier in the bracket. So they're definitely coming at good looks, considering that the first time we saw them, it was a 13-0 in their favor. So really solid stuff coming out so far. We even have our map pick and ban coming out through all the way as well. Power Mode banning away Split, Umai banning away Haven. Power Mode bans Icebox, which left the blind Ascent 50-50 that we all know and love. And Umai picked out Ascent. So Power Mode will be given the defensive side to start on there. So
very
good stuff.
Yeah, very delicious way to go into this. Indeed. We just saw Ascent as well. Cancel Culture was victorious 13-6 on that map. So going into this, you saw it was kind of say that's less one-sided. It's over half it's over twice the amount of points that their opponent had. So Cancel Culture had a successful Ascent, to say the least. Now you're moving into this, Ascent, very, I was going to say basic, but that's the wrong word to use. A very classic map, like Bind, what we saw. It's played quite a bit, and not just VCT, not just the Masters, but in Pit of Valor as well. We've seen it again and again. So what do you want to see on this map?
So Ascent is a pretty standard map. Like you were saying, it's very even to a degree, almost to a fault, where we see this map so often. In our best of one series, there were multiple weeks in a row where it was quite literally the only map we saw until grand finals, which is that best of three that we all know and love. So, I mean, it's so even and so good that the teams that practice a lot on it, they play it a lot, and there wasn't a whole lot of need to expand beyond that, because when you look at the map pool, Ascent was like the new map. Icebox is still a garbage heap, so it wasn't worth practicing. And the other three maps, Havens, Split, and Bind, was something we'd all been playing on since beta. So like we knew those maps pretty in and out. So Ascent was like the next, favorite child of the group. And so teams were practicing it, they were perfecting it, they were showcasing it. So I think we're going to get pretty standard compositions here. Lots of smokes and flashes, maybe a Killjoy. That's a maybe, because I think some people are getting away from her with the last set of nerfs that went out. And obviously not being able to place the ultimate on top of walls or objects or anything like that. In a certain way, kind of like really took away a large portion of our kit, surprisingly enough. But outside of that, like I said, I think we're going to get smokes. We're going to get Omen, maybe a Brimstone, Jet, obviously, and then going off of the other duelist, probably going to be Reyna's.
What we get to see right now is we're heading into that pick phase. Oh my, did they pick fast over on Umai? We got a Killjoy, Sova, Omen, and a Sky. Sky is something you don't see every day. Shout out to Legs. Shout out to Mr. Strong Legs out there, making the Skies feel ever so grateful. We're going to see it matched up with a Raze as well. On the opposite side, pretty basic. Brimstone, Cypher, Jet. No Killjoy on the opposite side for power mode. But how are you feeling right now about the picks?
Pretty good. So Killjoy, like, even though I'm talking about how she's nerfed and I didn't think we were going to see her, she obviously still has a lot of good usages, especially on the defensive side. And then, obviously we know Omen and Sova, they're pretty much must picks to a certain degree. Raze, great duelist, as we've talked about the mobility earlier in the night. The showstopper on top of that, really, really great power, and the boombot plus the paint can really do a good job of clearing out some of these odd angles that you may find yourself at. And then the Sky is something we've actually been seeing a bit of an uptick in, surprisingly enough. The flashes comboed with just the healing is really strong and can really easily get you onto a site, especially through B Garage, because you can fit the bird in through the windows there, whereas I don't believe you can get many other flashes through there. So you can get kind of cheeky with it, and if you get caught a little bit in the rotation on, you can just heal up.
Well, here we get to see the effects of Sky. Wonderful map of Ascent. Ascent's just basically the practice range. The training center made exponentially larger. You see some GLHFs in chat. On defense, power mode against the Umai on attack. Tell me, do you still think that this map favors the defensive side?
Yeah. I think that teams are so practiced on it that it's really hard to break the defense of a good team, especially if they get any kind of economy going, as we do see Green Cream taking the first blood here.
Rush down mid's going to open up this site from all angles. They swarm onto Fierce, and they take down Floric as well. So far, so good for Umai. Now you're down to Cypher and Jet. This pistol round, you can't let it go, but Johnsy on the Sky, I mean, that heal in round 1 is so effective against these pistols, and not even using it just yet on their Killjoy.
Might not even be given the
The opening,
chance.
New Face shuts him down, all up to Tenders. Good for one, but one's about it. Umai gonna take this a pistol round.
Yeah, and I mean, you're talking about these healing abilities in pistol round being so influential. It's why we saw Reyna for the absolute longest time. I mean, sure, she had all their really good things going for her, but you cannot count out the pistol heal. You know, being able to come in with a ghost, the 500 credits doesn't allow you to pick up light armor, but as soon as you get that first kill or that first frag, you can heal all the way up to full armor. When you're going up against people that at best have half armor and a frenzy previously, now it's half armor and the ghost. So, it's a really strong thing to have in a kit.
Big an opening for the attackers, looking for some aggressive pressure from Tender in the middle. The Jet looking for value, but now located. It's time to escape. So the skirmish in the middle of the map, not going to go really anywhere. It is going to neglect the mid control that power mode was looking for, and Blues gets spotted out inside tree. Can he escape? He does. So far, so good from the defenders, just getting the utility out of the sky.
Not a whole lot of pushing yet coming in from power mode. They're quite split too. We did see Sky using pretty much all of their utility on Catwalk. They're just trying to push them away and try and draw aggro and draw attention. And it got a little bit, but 30 damage there on the Blues, not the biggest deal. So we are going to see a re-smoke here coming in from Brimstone, trying to hold off that, a push that it seems like they're pretty confident is going to happen. I mean, we're slowly starting to see rotations coming on through. You see 3 members on the A site. Even the 1 member on B is all the way in the back of site.
Oh, Blues just escapes it. Tender takes down the Raze. That's a big shutdown so far. Tender for 2. Through the smoke, Blues makes it a 3rd. Oh, Tender, though, ends up going down to the Killjoy turret. Still advantage to power mode. I say that, and it's equaled immediately.
1 enemy remaining.
1v1, 13 seconds. Blues on 17 health. Asian with the better rifle locks down the 4K for the round. The back and forth, that was dangerous for Umai. Very scrappy for a round like that.
Yeah, that was super close. I mean, losing 2 members to the Killjoy turret never happens. So there's just no way you can plan for that type of scenario. That time, it did happen. It did come through. Asian also had the Bulldog on top of it, so was able to just piece together a couple more frags. And, really big ups to Blues there, who was stuck in a really bad situation and was still able to, drop the spike. I believe they got 1 before that as well. So really problematic for Umai in that situation, and had they had something more than a classic, it may have been actually a different story.
Well, you do see the force buy from Umai in this round 3. Not the most aggressive style of rifles, but looking for a bonus here. They do drop the lockdown as well. And it is going to give them sight. I say that, but Florg sitting outside the map is going to take down Asian trying to enter the B site. And that is going to stall out this attack. Power mode with nothing going towards them so far.
Yeah, and Umai wasn't even, in a spot to push that aggressively. Asian was completely by themselves. You can see how far forward they were into the site, and there were no rotations coming in from power mode. Power mode saw the, lockdown come in, and they just said, okay, like what are you gonna do? You're not gonna push it. We're just gonna frag you. And that's pretty much what happened, believe it or not.
Well, now the explosive push right onto Fierce. Able to find that trade. Still advantage to power mode, though. Floor gonna walk into the site on the Reyna. Hunts down New Face. Ghost to get out. Big kill for Johnsy. Spike on site. Take a look at his counterpart. Coming through market. Lunark hits the flank successfully. Evens is up 2v2, but with that Phantom, it is going to be Jonesy who's recovered a Bulldog versus 2 heavy hitting rifles. Pulls in the Cypher, but Blues takes the win. Headshot onto Johnsy. First round for power mode.
3rd round gun round tradition continues, as we do see a very expensive round coming in for power mode, unfortunately for them. I mean, look at these credit totals. They're gonna have to play some magic to try and get rifles onto everybody, whereas on the side of Umai, they're in a bit of a save mode. They cannot get rifles. There's no magic math here to be had, and so you can see them kind of playing around with the idea of just going for all sheriffs, try and keep everybody at around 2k so that going into the next round, you can full buy up regardless of the outcome here. So do get the knives out coming in from power mode. So they're in a good spot. They have the power. They have the the damage, except for the guy.
Asian. Hero rifle and the Vandal going for market control. Spotted. But at the same exact time, Tender setting up for this flank for power mode. Looking to damper out this attack. Whiffs all three. On the upside, Asian takes the 1v1. The paranoia to back up Tender. Umai with map control in their favor. It's going to force power mode to back up to their sites and play 2v2 on either side to force some gunfights.
And Tender didn't even get any damage down. It was just 5 completely whiffed. So that is a huge loss to the power that power mode brings into the round. And so there's 40 seconds left on the clock, and we are going to get the wolf coming out. Is going to trigger the tripwire. Showstopper not going to find anybody either.
Tender recovers a Phantom too. Takes down Asian. So the hero rifle out of play right now for Umai. Showstopper not finding anything, even getting tagged up by the Cypher. And the spike goes down while your teammate's out of it. Brilliant from Lunar. Brilliant from Lunar! Oh, he's good for 2 on the Deagle. Recovers the Phantom. What more can you do? Make it a third onto Tender. Now 1v2. Knows where he is. Locks the headshot. PMD the guy. Gives Lunar the 4K. Umai win out on
Jonesy
very
didn't
big round.
Oh, Jonesy didn't get the rifle. Oh, tragic. Not as tragic as watching this one more time. Lunar with the 2 quick 1-taps finds himself the rifle and just very clean shots afterwards. But yeah, Jonesy
too, because Tender spotted Lunar early in that round on catwalk.
Yeah.
So you have to have the communication that somebody's going to be there.
Yeah, I guess maybe they thought that they would have rotated backwards, knowing that there was the flank potential, but they chose not to. So save round coming in here for power mode. Umai fully bought up, 2,900 credits poorer, unfortunately, as Asian falls.
A gift for the guy. Make it a second
Another
for
gift.
Pork as well. Shutting down this attack so far from power mode, but the end of it, 2v3, Fierce. Finds one with the Sheriff. 1v3, Jonesy. Locked down by Blues, and the Thrifty is good for power mode. Let's get some exclamation mark Thrifties in chat. That was a great round from power mode. Off the start of Asian giving up a Phantom to the guy.
Yeah, that was pretty problematic. In the grand scheme of things, you are in a power position there, and you can't be just ignoring those angles, even into an eco. I mean, the Ghost, believe it or not, still does damage. It doesn't have to be a Sheriff in that Thrifty situation to really, break you. So Ghost coming up huge. You can see once again a bit of a save round coming in for Umai. These teams are so back and forth. It's win one, lose one, win one, lose one, win one, lose one, and so it means that nobody can really start building up this economy, but they're also not willing to just give up the eco. They're just force buying every single time.
You say that with a good chance right now from power mode to kind of build this eco off of 2 early picks. Trying to make it 3, Tender. Dancing with Death. Might get caught up from New Face. Shuts him down with the swing. Spike's located in the middle of the map. Jonesy trying to make a hero play. Tender somehow still alive on 40 health. Reinforcement's gonna come in. Tender is ready for it. Give him a 3, make it 4. The guy to help him out. And now power mode, evening up the odds, looking to build that economy that you said just doesn't exist.
Yeah, this is the round to do it. They got 5 ultimates. They have Buku bucks. They're actually almost capped. If they win this round, they will be capped out on at least a single member, maybe even 2. 6,800 there onto Fierce, 7,400 onto PMD Blues. So they are looking really good right now. Even if they lose like the next 2 rounds, they'll still have a bye at the 3rd.
Floor, you gonna buy armor? Floor gonna buy armor.
Who needs armor? Just kill somebody and take theirs.
I guess, yeah, when you're playing Reyna, it might be the case. But you gotta get that. And
they went Ghost. Again, who needs armor? Just kill him again.
yeah, just do it again. Nonetheless, though, still a big pick for Florg. It's gonna stall out this attack.
We're gonna have to see if it truly stalls it, though. Umai have been pretty aggressive in a lot of different situations. That's a cheeky camera, full vision, and even baits them into looking up, and so they're just able to annihilate them. Jonesy gonna get a really, really great shot on the Tender, who is a bit far away for those knives. They're bad luck, it would seem.
Nowhere to run.
Florg looking for some better luck.
Oh,
Should have had that armor. 3v3 now. Hunter's Fury also used up from power mode. And the rotation from the attackers looking for mid control once again is New Face on this Sova. Only person on B is going to be the rotation
30
from
seconds
Blues,
left.
but Fierce is looking like he's going to have a big gunfight ahead of him.
yeah, Fierce in a great position to try and stop these members. Is going to peek out and see somebody. Full blind comes through, though.
He's still alive, though. The fact that you're able to stay alive is big, but look at this aggression. Green McCream
Player standing.
gonna get that lovely opening, but everything
Oh, the
falls flat.
spike! No time. No
When
time.
Josie doesn't even get the spike down. And the Brimstone ulti was, in fact, large for the power mode. It was a power move for power mode, and now they take the lead.
Yeah, not only does it kill the spike planter, it drops it in the middle of nowhere, and it took Jonesy forever to find it, and they picked it up with like 4.5 seconds left, which is just barely enough time if you immediately start the plant, but they didn't. They wanted to get into a more covered position, and I just ate up too much of the clock. So 3 in a row now for power mode. Economy completely to the moon. They can even buy an Odin for their Sova here.
They got lovely stonks here, and through that aggression, knowing that it's going to be an upgraded pistol round, Tender looking for some real estate, able to find one, and through that pinstripe Christmas tree of a feed, power mode come out with a 3-2 advantage in the player lines. Let's take a look at these attackers. New Face, Sheriff in hand with Lunar. We know what Lunar can do on this Sheriff, Sue. Blues
Player standing.
shuts it down, though. Looking for the end credit scene of this round. He knows exactly where that is. Camera was large and in charge. And power mode, like you say, to the moon with their stocks.
Blues has been insane with these camera positions too. They've been in pretty standard spots, like camera wise, for ciphers, but they just get so much value out of it because not only do they find somebody, one thing I'm noticing is they have really great trigger discipline with the dart itself. Some Sovas will just dart up the first person they see and try and get a frag, but Blues specifically is waiting and holding onto that dart for almost as long as possible to see if they can get, maybe another person to slip on through, maybe a third, before they actually finally, force the dart out and try and get a kill. And it feels like they're getting kills like 90% of the time.
Lockdown doesn't land on a Tender. He's in no man's land at the moment. Gets caught out from Asian. Some shaky shots, but nonetheless still coming out with that kill. A control right now to Amai, but Blues drops the spike, so it's going to shake up their plan a little bit. You do have Empress from Florg for this retake. Even 4v4. And still, Umai haven't dropped the spike. Finally, Johnsy is going to try to put it down. It's going to be flash in for Florg. Takes down the spike carrier. And a skirmish between the two. Absolutely chaotic from either side. 1v1, Sova v Sova, New Face and Fierce. And Odin versus a Phantom. Oh, the Odin knows. Fierce knows. He just waits through the wall on top of that New Face. Make it no face.
Blues once again just coming up very large and in charge there. That position in tree has been so influential, and it's so tough because the way you typically play the site and take the site is you smoke it off and you just try and hope that you don't get hit coming through it. But because of the camera that Blue is using, they're just on target. Like, they don't need to worry about it. And because they're not closing the door on the attacking side, Umai they just don't close the door. Like, it's just something they're objectively not doing. And it just gives Blue so much time to just shoot. Like, there's nothing stopping them from just plowing through the smoke.
Tender with another aggressive angle. Was caught out catwalk last round. This time, still waiting. Smoked off by the Omen for that mid control.
This is an interesting situation too, because Umai, they don't want to go through garage for the most part, because every time they do, it just doesn't go their way. And so they're going for these mid splits like this, and you see Tender trading with Jonesy into a 4v4, and they're trying to push on through, but the Spike is the one leading the charge through the garage. If this falls, it completely blows up the plan.
Did it land? The guy, beautiful timing, walks out on the Lunar, no idea that there is a Brimstone behind you. Finally, Asian does trade this out, but the damage has been done, and Florix still in a lovely position to take this W. 3 kills to his name, and the guy, call him the timing, whatever you need. He was the win condition of that round.
And that's a bit of a problem with the flashes there from Sky. Having that full manual control means that sometimes they just don't pop exactly when you expect them to, because there's so much variance in the timing of the actual pop. Whereas like when you're using curveballs or Yoru flashes or breach flashes, like the timing is like 100% confirmed. Like you cannot play around with it. So sometimes when you play around a Sky flash, it's not as soon, or it's not as late as you expect it to be.
Tender putting a nice little bow tie on Johnsy there as he gifted him that first kill. Camera spots out the full aggression through trees, but overwhelming blues up to the guy now, and he is in fact the guy. Can the Classic get any more? Down to 1 health. Finally, New Face drops him. New Face, hello! 2 kills to his name, forces Tender to take out that Blade Storm. A 1v2 that you would not expect in a round like this. Can he do it again with the Sheriff? No, he cannot. Tender uses up the Blade Storm, swaps the Phantom, and with 2 health.
2
saves it.
HP. Tragic. 2 HP in a dream. Definitely worked out there for Tender. 14-7 now, leading the server in KD. It's crazy too, because I feel like every time we talk about Tender, it's like, oh, they got caught out on catwalk, or they missed all their knives, or some other bad thing. But
it's okay, because
they're fragging
first blood again and again. So why does it matter? And you're 14-7.
First blood, last blood, it's all coming together. Odin spraying on through again too. Sounded like he couldn't hear the orb because of the Odin spray.
Ooh, looking for the lockdown. In fact, that Brimstone ulti is going to be the one to find it, and well split. Tender once again wrapping up Johnsy in a bow, gifting them that first blood. Advantage back to power mode once again. Umai not finding the value that they need to with this Sky.
Yeah. Last round of the half,
Tender,
by the way.
Overwhelmed. Big kill from Asian. Now Bluesies has to give up this site. His camera is going to take up somebody, but A-Site in full control of Umai.
Yeah. It's going to be a bit of a tough retake situation. 4v4. The wall is going to finally break. They do have the Neural Theft as well. Hunter's Fury coming in here from power mode. Or, sorry, Umai, excuse me. Actually, that's super interesting. Why did you choose to use it that early, I'm wondering?
Ooh, Florg pushes in with the double commit, but 2 kills swing in the favor of Umai. Heaven and Trees. They know where both of them are. Green McCream with the first, New Face with the second. Brilliant win from Umai. They keep it at an 8-4 half. Power mode moving on to the attack with double the amount of points as Umai.
It's a pretty respectable half from the defensive side there of power mode. We were talking about how it can be pretty defensive sided once that economy gets rolling, and that's pretty much what we saw there, right? Like it was 2 rounds in a row for power mode. They finally got a bit of gription there with their economy, and it looked like they were going to close out the half at that point. But final round, Umai able to clutch up and pick up a round for themselves and keep it respectable. And it does mean that they only need now 9 rounds on this defensive side, and it all starts right here with the pistol. If they can win this, they can win the second, and then it's up to that third round gun round to see if they can actually really start carrying through and making this comeback happen.
I love the little add-ins outside the map for Valorant. Such a chef's kiss of a detail in some situations. In most situations, when it comes down to it now. You're looking at Umai on defense. Talk of the town was Tender on those aggressive angles. And I want to see Jonesy try almost mimic that for the Sky to find the value. Full rush onto the A site. Tender finds Lunar. Instantly Green McCream. Absolutely shutting it down, but a 2-for-2 trade makes it possible. And, in fact, is going to be the story of the A site going to power mode.
I can't believe Green Cream got a classic collateral. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but
Maybe
it happened. It's a
jumping
thing.
right click was a thing.
I mean, but a collateral means you shot him through his face into his other face.
Yeah. Still
look
looking
at
for
blue
more
slide.
though.
Yeah, they still need 2 more members, but the spike's down and ticking, so Umai.
Against Umai right now. Fierce potting away on these shots. You have to deal with the player in hell as well. Gonna be dropping for the guy. New face, shaky shots. Fierce with the crossfire. And the trades go to power mode. They're gonna win. They're gonna win on this pistol. In fact, it was Umai who won on the first pistol, so things a little bit different this time around. But 9-4 advantage for power mode now.
It's that attacker side pistol. It's a defensive map attacker sided pistol, it would seem here, between these two teams. So, bit of a problem here for Umai. Losing pistol round means they don't quite have the economy to buy up on 2. And considering the way the first half went, their third round was a win, but it immediately didn't wait, no, I got those backwards. Their third round was a loss, but that was because they had won the first 2.
It was all power mode. Now it's buy up, definitely looking for something interesting and walking lambs to the slaughter.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Let that play out.
That's all she wrote. So double digits. Yeah, double digits for power mode is the real takeaway here. So we're going to see Umai pick up a bunch of rifles, but they're starting to hit the danger zone, Colin. Starting to hit a point of no return, it would seem.
You're gonna need something. You're gonna need something fast from Umai. And like I was saying in the pistol round, Johnsy on this guy, you'd like to see them be playing in the aggressive style that Tender was playing on. To kind of get value from these flashes, get value from their aggressive kit, I'd say. But right now, playing over on the A site, not going to be ready for this blunder of a 5-player advantage that they're going to have on the B site. Walks right into Asian, tucked away in the corner. Not able to lock down the second, swings for more. The Molly's going to force him out of there somehow, some way. Florg finds his way onto this point. It's going to be 3-3 for the retake.
Florg surviving is huge because it meant that you're able to get that flank off. You get able to, open up the site itself. And, Asian in a great spot had Secret fully under control, even with the turret, helping him out a little bit. They were able to get the 1 frag, but they weren't able to secure the second. And it completely opened up the rest of the round here, as we see. And so now, they're potentially looking for this comeback.
The amount of aerial denial right now that power mode has. Johnsy's gonna have to force his way onto this point through a tripwire. 1v2, they know where Lunar is. Blue's gonna be playing on site, Florg playing for their life. None of the fact that Lunar does go down, so the second round in this half going the way of power mode.
Oh,
he lived!
Blues lived!
Umai just not feeling a cent. Just not
Yeah,
feeling a cent.
This is not their map pick, it would seem, except I think it was their map pick. Let's pull up the tapes. This was in fact their pick. So, but I mean, this kind of goes back to what I was saying, right? Like power mode beat nascent, right? And the first time we saw them tonight, they were 13-0ing a team. So they were clearly on point as well. Power Mode beating that team, now coming in here and beating Umai for the most part so far, 11-4. Still doable, especially with plays like that.
Why couldn't you shoot like that last round? Nonetheless, they throw away that advantage with Lunar being overly aggressive through B main or through A main. Now it's evened up 4-on-4. Would like to see them just hold on to that advantage for a little bit longer, but now they're going to pull themselves over to catwalk, look for some more real estate, walking right into floor though. Lateral, make it a third. New face, pushing in for the fourth. What can you do, mister? Not a whole lot when you're walking into the firing range that is Power Mode.
So it is now, map point now, 12-4. You do see a full-ish buy coming in here from Umai, though. Green Cream is able to pick up the rifle in full armor there. So there was a second where I think they were thinking about picking up the operator, considering they had 5,000 credits on the dot. But coming in, no abilities, no armor, just operator is a bit risky here on map point. So we do get the Empress out already from Power Mode. I think that means they are going to be planning to face off some aggression, but all of Umai is just sitting back on these sites.
Power Mode has ult advantage, match advantage, and gun advantage. Any more advantages would just give him the win, but Green McCreen shuts down the Empress immediately, getting 2 on top of that. But leave it to Blues to even it up, a 2-piece for himself. Brimstone ulti going to be dedicating himself to pushing Jonesy into the uncomfortable situation. Player advantage is ultimately in favor of Power Mode, and now the Hunter's Fury spots out Asian. The guy turns to his left and shuts down this match. Power Mode not just sat in the driver's seat, but they never took their feet off the gas.
No, I mean, that was a hyper fast series from them. I mean, 13-4 is a great scoreline to have this late in the tournament. I mean, we're starting to get to that phase where these teams are really starting to fight for that prize pool, which we're slowly coming up on. I think we're actually heading into our semifinal matchup shortly, actually, believe it or not. So we will be able to find out exactly who will be finding themselves a grand final spot. But yeah, I mean, Power Mode are looking great. They beat a lot of good teams to get here, and they are going to have some good teams left to fight.
Power Mode, powerhouse, just powerful team. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, semifinals coming up very shortly. Before that, go check out Drink Control. I would love to have some Drink Control right here. I'm drinking just fine dining on some H2O right now, but if I had Drink Control, I'd love to. Go to drinkcontrol.com, GLG10 at checkout. Get yourself the nice little discount and get yourself nice and fueled up for your games in matchmaking. We're going to be heading to a break. GLG Pit of Valor will be back shortly with the semifinals.
Exciting Call of Duty here for you tonight.
Your mic's muted, but you know.
So I knew once I turned up, it was over.
Where's our names? Hello?
Yeah, I don't.
He has a chance. Welcome back to another week of the Pit of Valor.
And welcome to the Valium.
Welcome, everybody. Here we are. And welcome, everybody.
The place in the mid.
Here's a shot.
On the way, we'll get this down.
Piece. Why not an ace? Absolutely.
Trapped completely by the sea. They put themselves in a chamber.
Connect. Oh, next. Good. That's a collapse.
Pick up all the frags.
Kill. Quad.
The next best of 3 is coming up, and here's our sock.
Bon appetit.
Definitely.
No.
Thank you, and good night,
And we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
and stay safe.
Peace.
Every week at GL Gaming Lounges. If you're not there, what else are you doing?
Here show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you won't see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with the rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah, in my soul, man, I can feel it. So every single verse, man, I just gotta go and kill it, man. I gotta be the kid. I could be the guy taking you wild. I could be the villain. What good as a kid? Lately I'm painting my path on my way. Yeah, I got no time that I can waste. So I've been sitting in the space. Yeah, making rest every day. Man, you know that I go insane. Yeah, I hit you with a bullet to the brain. Let us stop first if we going, you going insane. You don't know what I'm gonna do. You don't know what is next. And I'm loving the fact, truly it's making me blessed. Cause I work on my team, no snakes in the grass. And we have a choice in the wind because of the work that we did in the past. Because of the work that we did in the past. When we went to hours, you barely got rest. So I get the realm and we didn't finesse. So I got the feelings that we might be next. Cause when we go in, we win in the match. When we go in, we win in the match. So that's how we do, cause we be the best. We be the best, best. Yeah, we be the best. Whoa. Yeah, we be the best, best. We be the best. Hey, yeah, we be the best, best. Hey, we be the best. Yo, you wanna come and test? Whoa, you want to see we the best? Hey, you don't see that we're the best here, so I suggest you never really come and test it. But otherwise, I will smack your face like Michael Jordan does with a ball in the basket. Oh damn kid, but you didn't expect it. You never really thought that this could just happen, but now already come on and we pull out with the action. Just people to feed, those they don't get it like.
like you. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. Life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
But now they are able to take the lead, keep that operator up, and they are placing themselves in quite a good position right now. And ZMM, they're not really going to be contesting showers anymore. We do have Enjoy just posturing outside of there just to see if, maybe one time Gozo decides not to put up that wall. And then he will be able to catch somebody out.
Let's go.
Hasn't happened as of yet, so we will be...
I doubt it.
Hey, because he uses the wall every single time there, he can't use the wall for some of like the cheeky things that happen, right? Say if all of ZMM are holding... Oh! He's gonna pick off two! Okay,
I
with
mean,
the
you
wall
want to
break.
talk about cheeky, bro? That's about as cheeky as it gets. Go ahead and pinch mine right now, because Gozo, bro, on both sides, double kill immediately. Something's on ZMM. They should have seen this coming, in my opinion, right? You saw they break the wall down. You still know Gozo is there, but they were not ready for the peak at all, as they're trying to actually escape. Titan take a complete stronghold at the back, but TSN, the really nice pick, spike in hand for him, Kura, but he's up against a lot of opposition.
Yeah, and he is actually alone here at B site. Yep, we saw that before. We saw the spike alone, and then it got picked off, and so the rest of the attacker team was not able to recover it. So it's looking a little bit scary right now, but he is still close to that TP. So he could still go to A, but Gozo with that third pick and Bape with the fourth. And that is going to end the round, as Titan will be able to take that 5th round. And that split play right there did not work out for them.
Unfortunately not. I think a lot of it comes back to Gozo's 2 big opening picks, right? We saw before a couple rounds ago, Gozo got a triple by reading what Zero Maxim wanted to do, and yet again he finds 2 more.
Yeah, and going back to the previous point I was saying before, all that crazy stuff happened, right? You know, with that Sage Wall being put up every single time, you can't really put it in hookah or put it at B long, because we know that ZMM do have those utilities to be able to stop that spike plant from so far away. So maybe if the wall was used in that instance, it could help them a little bit. Not that it has been needed right now, as they are up 2 rounds, and Smiley only a little bit aggressive in hookah right now, but is just going to be backing off. There isn't too much on the side of Zero Marksman, though. They do have the Seekers and they do have Viper's Pit, but that is dependent on if they get onto the site.
Yeah, and there's a Viper Pit immediately popped out to just try to not put a Zero Marksman, 2 pops to try to push in, but yet again, this Pit is now just so much stronger. You really drop down to 50 and more so at the back, is looking to push in. A couple of sneezes on them could immediately meet control of the side, look to peek out of the side. Smiley! I think it's a bunch of pot shots not able to find anymore, because Compass peeks out, has to reload, but it's only 9 health still to get to.
And in the server side situation right now, all 3 members are coming in from CT side. They will be able to pick off 1, but it's going to be really hard pushing in with that operator, as he will switch out for a Phantom.
Because at least, because you know, you can only put in so much pot shots on an op before you get caught out, and just as Viper's Pit establishes so much control, but then shaking all the way on top, it just lays bare. If you lose the op, to try to see if you can get out with it, but unfortunately not. Zero Marksman bring it back, very close to tying it up 5-5, almost.
Yeah, I actually really like that Viper's Pit that came out from Potato there. I did not know it could go up so high on top of the box, right? Because we saw that there was a member there, and Titan were just not expecting for anybody to be standing there, so they did get taken out, even though they were trying to push that smoke, and maybe it would have worked out if that member was not there. And now this round, last round we did see Enjoy kind of on the lurk. This round, they will be playing with their team, as Sofa Drone is going to come out and
I've got your
barely does not land. It will not scan anything. That's so close. But yet again on A short, though, this is same pull and push. They push E every single time. Big all the way on top on Heaven, exerting all that pressure all the way out, want to push in. Oh, okay. Never mind. Big still picking with the op. Push reposition. On the side, but don't catch his head. But Smiley over the short. The spike goes down.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, Bape right here has just been devastating with that operator in Heaven, and now it is going to be left to NST in this 1v3 situation. He does have the recon dart and both of those shock darts, but it is not going to happen, as Bape will pick up that 3rd kill for himself and put Titan in that lead.
I feel like every single game we've seen so far throughout this entire round, for the past 3 rounds, of the past 3 games, they've been a consistent process of pushing and pulling between so many of these teams. You see it here too.
Yeah, for sure. And no, I was gonna say Shower's play hasn't happened in quite a bit, and there it happened. And Gozo there, at least he was able to take out some members of ZMM, but not enough, as it will be that Resurrect coming out this round, so the orb should be going over to Spencer Owl for that Thundering. I said it again, Rolling Thunder. Not
I think you're thinking of the whole, like, remember, if you've ever seen Haikyuu, just think about what that main move is that
Oh,
like Tanaka
yeah, right.
does.
Oh my god, wait,
Exactly.
actually I did not think about it that way, but I do watch a lot of Haikyuu, so maybe
There
that
you
is.
go. You know, Tanaka in the middle, being that libero. What's that? What's his special move to roll all the way around and catch that ball? It's that rolling thunder.
Oh my, I'm not gonna be able to get out of my head. I feel like that just made it worse. But that's okay. They're gonna have that hold once again on that A site, and right now ZMM once again are quite split. So it is going to be up to Babe right now to try to get any of these initial picks, as the A hold still is quite strong. But the spike right now is at B, and that's going to be the orbital strike to try to catch out anybody, but it is not going to catch out Smiley. Oh, no.
Smiley actually TPs into the ult as well. I believe he kind of mistimed it. Unfortunately, he gets caught up right at the back of it. So an unfortunate play, but a potential heads up one back. As now Titan to the left onto the retake. Barely catches the information, but does not land the lives.
Yeah, that is an interesting angle, but Gozo here is coming up from behind and will be able to pick off one, and but not the other though.
Not much more the spice under control for the side of Zero Marksman. So now, once again, Titan decides to retake this still in a 3v4. They faked the plant, but the Molly lineup is there too, to make sure they can't go on. They know the two holding offsite, and the shaking as their plays moving back and forth. But Spencer out, ready for the peek at the side. Roll Thunder as well. Used to persuade anybody peeking through Hookah and Hakutsuri as well. Used to push them all back to defuse the once, but not gonna be able to get it.
Player standing.
Up, and that's going to be a round going over to the side of Zero Marksman.
Before the switch.
Rolling themselves back in it a little bit. It is 6-5 right now, and they could still catch out this last round, as the buy on the side of Titan is not going to be looking so great. And it kind of is going to be Titan just trying to hold off those members of ZMM, right? Because as I said, the Sage Wall, when it's used so early, you don't have it again. And the Sage being on the flank there, I feel like might not have been the best decision, as I would have liked to see it kind of on site supporting those members of Titan trying to retake. But that's okay. There is still this last round for them to try to clutch out the lead for the first half. And this time, they actually have not pushed into showers this time. We see that Gozo is holding really far back in A, while ZMM right now, they're pushing a little toward A. And they're like, what's happening? Where's the Sage Wall? Like, is showers free?
I mean, so far, but I guess so. And as ZMM, they can possibly take the 7-5 half, so wouldn't be a bad position to be in at all. To come back from, it's considered tight on the attack, have genuinely looked back and forth. So ZMM could make this even. Definitely looking better for them going into the next. So what goes up is pop the Sky L2 to catch them all on sight, but now goes to holding on to heaven as he gets smoked out, so at least give a bit of shallow control over to ZMM.
And then the Seekers popped out early from Enjoy, trying to catch out any members of Titan right now. So that Viper Wall is really just going to separate those members of Titan, so the spike is going to go down.
Nice now, but now it depends on Titan how they're possibly playing this back though, because it's one after another. All of Titan fall, the TSM's holding back onto short. The catching the coming in out of Hookah and out of spawn. Because they have both Hookah and Showers under control, and I believe, what did we mention that was like super important for teams to be able to take it on? We actually, I'm a liar. Hookah's not in control, but Spencer Al's just stuck at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be the showstopper coming out from Complex, just taking them out even further. And they're just going to gun down those members of Titan, and it's actually going to be a tied half right now.
The competition is fierce, Kura. And this is actually our first even half that we've seen throughout the entire day, which is the best part, because more than every single time we've seen there's always been a 2-round lead almost every single one of these teams, right? So right here we see that as you go later and later into the bracket, just how evenly matched so many of these teams are. ZMM has shown up a lot before, but not Titan too, looking quite good.
Yeah, and now they are going to have that Viper on defense, which is a lot more scary, right? You have the wall, you have the poison cloud, and we know, again, as you mentioned earlier today, that you get 50 health taken off immediately once you go through that. So trying to push through one of these Viper walls is going to be really difficult for the side of Titan. And because they only have that jet to try to dash through and get any picks, the rest of the team is going to find it a little bit hard to follow. As we see, the snake bite just going to come down, and Titan is going to have a little bit more of a difficult time trying to control showers. But NST has pushed out of B long right now, and they are slowly encroaching onto Titan.
All three of Brimstone smokes have been used super early on just to make sure that the Titan cannot push it as of yet. But if we're looking at showers, though, we see that they get a little bit aggressive. Viper is there and right behind the wall to possibly catch anybody who might want to push through, but still Titan are taking their time here, Kurt.
And they are about to come in onto the site right now as Unshaken is able to take the first one, and they are stopping Titan right now.
Yeah, Flash already into there. They get one more, and after another. A shower push was immediately staved off to his goals and reads it so well. And now he's just stuck. He can't put the wall down, my brother. You can't enter the altar of this time as he's answered and might be able to get one, but
30 seconds left.
Oh, yep. Bye. See you later. Into the next round, that is going to be round number 7 and the lead for Zero Marksman.
Zero Marksman as of right now, like we see, they've been able to do a lot before when they've had the econ advantage here, and they decided to just like go all out, get bulldogs. I was thinking like, because I did see an AR this time, and yeah, TSN get light shield Vandal too, so this could be fun.
This could be fun, and he is going to be the one holding showers right now, so that it should be shower control going over to ZMM, especially since Titan is not going to be pushing with all 5 members. Will be pushing with 2 though, and will spot him out. That is going to be the Viper wall, and that will deny them so much. And they're actually going to push in through that TP right now.
They got the back of the TP play gets red. They heard them all come through, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Zero Marksman first to the take. Immediately the gun advantage. No, I respect the play, babe, but unfortunately execution was a little bit flawed, and Titan now left with the spike. Wonder what he can do.
Yeah, that was pretty insane right there that ZMM was able to take that TP, even though we did see Bape kind of chilling out at B long. I don't think he was pushed up far enough to just see them take that. And so Zero Marksman there with the aggressive play, able to extend it into a 2-round lead. And maybe this time they will try something similar again, as they are going to be on that bonus against the rifles. So they will have to at least like try something different. You know, maybe push out of B. This time they do have 2 members there holding long. They have the Brimstone, they have the Raze, which could be used to try to get those initial picks right now. But Titan, they have postured themselves outside of B, and it's going to be a fight here.
My special got so far really was set up for the breach as well. I think you're able to get one back and forth, but now Flash and the coordination for Zero Marksman absolutely immaculate. Although they give up who control, Complex has the 4K. Give him the ace. The first ace possibly Smiley just stuck at the back. He's looking down B long, but doesn't find him yet. He's ready for him. Peeks. There's the ace for Complex.
And there we go. That will be the all charged up for them going into this round as well. I really like that. I said they could potentially push out B long, and there we go. Pushed out, able to get those 3 picks, even though it was at the expense of his teammate's life. Will be able to clutch out that ace at the very end there, and so that will put them into that 3-round lead. And now Titan going on to that save should extend this round lead to 4.
Tougher and tougher now. The Zero Marksman boys are looking absolutely fantastic. And Complex not even having the showstopper too. It's going to possibly cause a little bit of damage onto the boys at Titan, but not TSN picking up to the side. He goes up, and Babs is actually has to float over the Viper pit and takes so much damage even doing so. Bit of a tough position to be in, Kurt.
Yeah, that's just gonna be Unshaken actually pushing in through that TP once again with those smokes right now, and SG just gonna push up behind, and they should just be able to clean up these members of Titan right now. There we go, easy 10th going over to ZMM, and that will also charge up that Hunter's Fury. They will have that in order to slow down that spike plant of Titan.
They also have the Seekers actually up in just one more point too, but look on the other end, right? You have Gozo, Smiley, Baps. So all one away. So the battle for Altor, I believe this time, should be a little bit more contested as we see it. And they might go for a potential shower hit too, just to possibly be able to take that away from them. But Tieson is there. He also has the Hunter Furies, like you mentioned, so it could definitely counteract it if he hears it. Let's try to move in.
Yeah, right now they are not going to let
How
you
far up?
get it. And oh my god, Unshaken here is pushed up so far with Complex.
And it is, they read the push all the way at the side, because passing about a showers, one back and forth, but Nova doing so much damage. They are not able to get even trades, but now Complex 2 has 6 bullet push that Showstopper. Peeks out, but gets pushed in a crossfire. That Showstopper down as well as so much suspended by ZMM, kind of overplaying their hand and getting caught out for it.
Now Potato is the last member left, and this is actually really doable here. He could be taking 2 1v1s right now. Oh.
Has the Viper pit, but doesn't want to bring it out. Barely catching them at the side. Spike still in Titan's favor, so they could definitely still plant this, but now they know exactly where he's coming from.
Yeah, I really like that aggressive push from ZMM just coming out, but unfortunately ending up with the member disadvantage right now. And I really do like that spike point, because then you can hold in CT and you know that Potato is not going to be coming from there. He's most likely coming from short or coming from showers. So that's going to be the poison orb going down just to try to get him onto the site.
Use the wall to cut off a little more information. 1 heaven, 1 showers, none peeking on just yet. But as soon as he fakes it, Billy puts out the fault line. And they're to be positioned. The smoke cloud could be big though, but they know exactly where it's planted here. And they put all the shots down in, but it was such a bad spot. It's 2? Actually, he's able to clutch it out, but he has no time to defuse. Potato, you absolute madman, but you'll die to the spike, unfortunately.
No. Nope. He did not die to the spike. He's like, haha, Ravish got you there.
I've been bamboozled. Oh no.
But you will be able to at least get that weapon. Not that, you know, Zero Marksman really do need that weapon right now, as their coffers are still overflowing with money. But this is going to be a pretty big round right now. As you mentioned last time, we saw Titan be really close to getting those ultimates, and this time their ultimates are up. We have the Resurrect, we have the Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm from the Shadows. They could either use this to push super aggressively onto a site, or maybe even fake it out and use that from the Shadows to get them quickly onto the other. But Orbital Strike on the other side, and Seekers popped extremely early from the side of ZMM are going to find some more information for them on where exactly Titan is. And that is going to be the early Hunter's Fury coming out from Titan, and it is going to catch out NST.
Really solid beginning early pick to just try to put ZMM at a disadvantage, because they do not want to extend the lead any more than it already is. Being down already 3 rounds with Zero Marksman, always possibly take this home and Naya's out. No, who you know what? If that was me, I'm thinking, who holds there? I would not expect anyone to be there at all ever. Like, who sits there, bro? Are you serious?
Oh, well, apparently Babe sits there.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm proving wrong yet again across the board, but Nova getting his second of the round two, just taking down Complex with the main fragments the entire game. Potato getting a collab, that was gross.
Now it's going to be a 2v2 situation. Make that a 1v2, as he's going to just get pushed from both sides there. And this time, the aggression from ZMM is actually going to do them good, as they are able to pick off that 11 round with only the Seeker's ult expended. And that is going to push Titan again back onto that save. And this is not looking great, because that should mean ZMM get that match point.
See, and yet again, this is what I wanted to see out of ZMM before, right? Not overplaying their hand, playing a lot safer, playing a lot farther back, because as soon as they feel a bit too confident in their play, they get pincered and Titan takes them out one after another. So it lets us a lot more patience, key, and executions.
Yeah, and this time I think Titan do kind of expect ZMM to be pushing out really aggressively, so they have been doing quite good at holding their flanks. But this time they won't have that issue as of yet, as members of ZMM are just going to be here, and that's going to be Unshaken taken down.
Unshaken, we're stuck in such a bad spot. You pushed out way too far. This is why I prefer the Jet to be there at the end. But at least Smiley at the back, they're able to take over Hookah, and they get the one after. This is a thrifty as well for Titan, though.
Yeah, look at that. They're able to punish that aggression from ZMM that time. And Potato will be able to pick off one, though, and Viper's Pit is still active.
I guess I would have to know this man so far, but Flash doesn't go into the bucket, don't fight anybody, as almost all of Tian is holding it off site. Top the Viper Pit is a really good call, but NST all the way at the back too. With absolutely massive fight, getting the all Titan, only 2 left in a 1v3. But yet again, babe, with his angles, bro, who holds there?
Again, it's just Babe, you know. I feel like we should just like ask him like, why do you hold these angles? Like, what are the angles that you hold, and can I hold them? Because I feel like, again, as you said, Zero Marksman is being caught out unawares by those angles every single time, and Titan right now are slowly bringing themselves back into it as they will be able to buy, and they will put ZM at a little bit of a disadvantage if they do lose this round, but this time they have the Rolling Thunder available to try to get onto one of these sites. Looks like they are going to be putting a little bit more emphasis on this A site right now, but once again, this is where the Viper wall is. So it's still going to be really difficult trying to push through that. They do have the blinds available, which could try to catch out Potato here, but it is still going to be really hard.
Toxins going up.
Already putting on more. The Viper Pit one after another just to make sure that they can't actually push and gets caught out actually by the drone, but doesn't get tagged either. There's spikes left in position between both A and B. But we've seen Unshaken, right? Previously, when he pushed out way too far, he was just stuck at the corner, just trying to catch a little bit of information. That doesn't just beat anybody as of he might have caught the hilt of the gun at the last second as he moved the spike over to B.
Yeah, now ZMM have actually already rotated in Joy here, and we do have Unshaken holding in Octagon. So Titan here are still taking their time, and more members of ZMM are just rotating over right now.
Shaken picks it at the back too. He really gets that Enjoy there. Will get the Hellfire raining down, but not going to get anybody at all. Because right now, too, half of Titan are pushing it through Hookah. Rolling Thunder used to get it onto the site, and now there's the go button for ZM and for Titan, sorry, to know that they have to get it onto the site. They have to get spiked down, and to do so with 130 cooking at the back. Will delay them for a couple more seconds. Whoa. 8 to 5 as of right now here, currently, and it goes down.
And now we are in a 4v5 situation right now. Rez is still available, Hunter Spear is still available, and we see that Nova is just playing so far back in B long right now, and they're going to try to land the site.
Whoa! Good little peek coming from Zero Marks, but at least the catch of both members down. They're holding down at the bunker, hard to be used at the end by Nova, but they just stopped them from planting. But how much longer did he do so? He's pushed in, and yet again this happens. Piece to the side, and just Spencer left to stop this, and he does so. A couple more seconds left to go. He's winning at the start, and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
How are Titans doing this right now? I feel like every time I'm like, oh, you know, Zero Marksman's got this. They're coming back on the side through all these different angles, catching off Titan off guard, but then things like that happen, right? Spencer just pulling out all those frags, able to clean up that round for Titan. They're really just keeping themselves keeping themselves in this right now, as we do see Potato has to go on that Bucky. So if they keep this up, they're going to be pushing that economy of ZMM further and further back.
ZMM right now cannot afford to lose this round at all, or else they'll be in a bit of a desolate position economy-wise. They'll probably have to go on the save. But yeah, you guys, similar setup we see across the board, but ZMM, they pushed it really far at B, catch nobody, so they should be able to read this A push, but it's just a Sova and Viper. As they peek in, flashed out, Potato taken down.
Yep, and now NST just has to be so careful. He's actually just going to be backing off in showers right now, waiting, but that is going to be the stage wall going down, and Complex here, once again, is on this flank.
Speaking of the side here, but look at this here, the Sova. NST is waiting for anybody to come in through that wall, bro. I don't think he's able to read this. Peeking back and forth. Complex gets taken down immediately, so now 5v3 for Titan.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to push in through U-Haul, and it is not going to work as NST is the last member of Live that's coming from showers. Will get taken down quickly, and Titan have been winning so many rounds, man. That is the 3rd round in a row, and it is going to be 10-11, and honestly should be 11-11 after this, since the buy on ZMM is not great, and especially since Titan do have that Resurrect available on their side with no ultimates available on the side of ZMM. That could be really good for Titan, but Complex is one away from the showstopper. So if he decides to maybe go for the Shower Orb, as it seems like that is what is going to happen right now. They will have that available.
So Viz also picking at the side, so could possibly catch them out, but under ultimately no push to be had as Titan had moved all the resources over onto the B sides, putting out some initial pot shots to possibly get anybody coming in outside of Octagon, but nothing yet. Though, but again, we know Titan. They know they like to smoke pushes. They know they like to wait for and bait a lot of util for zero marks. And once all that is out, it's there. But Potato on the other end through Buka gets down 2 kills. That's spiked down, Kura.
That is spiked down, and they're going to have control of that and pick up a few weapons for themselves. Now, Enjoy here with that Sheriff, not going to be able to pick out anybody. And they took the TP to A, so they are trying to flank straight back. But now the members of ZMM are looking a little bit pinched right now. They will be pinched from 3 sides right now. This is very scary.
Because look at this, right? They're literally protecting the spike that they got the president, but they come into TP. Actually, don't read the play. Out of his NST left, misses the shot, and Titan get this. Zero marksman had the play, but they are able to cover all their angles. What?
It was looking so good, but it just comes down to those gunfights, right? It's because Babe is on one side, we have the TP push from the other side, in addition to the short push. So ZMM, they could not exit anywhere from hookah, so even though they did have that advantage in controlling the spike, they were not able to finish off that round. And so going into this, they actually do still have buys available, so it is not all over for them yet. Still could be a 12-10, but it is just not looking really good right now as Titan, they kind of know that ZMM could be potentially pushing out, and they're kind of winning on that aspect, right? They're catching out those flanking members and not allowing them to do the damage that they really want to do. And this time, that's going to mean ZMM do not want to try to push out again. They are holding B long just a little bit aggressively, but they're not going to be going straight down as we've seen them do before.
Still do we see, yet again, Brimstone, which is a little bit way too far right in front of the TP. They haven't caught his bluff as of yet, but he's been caught out in this position before. Considering as a jet, you cannot reposition as easily. And yep, unshaky, the caught out yet again. They saw him push it initially, right? And I don't recommend this push. I do not like the position at all for a Brim, considering you're just stuck there. Maybe they push with the smoke, and now Raze is stuck as well. But guess what? Under Smiley, so at least now, not able to push a little bit longer. Shows never pushed out, gets the second. Almost gotta save this round here, Kura, but we immediately res at the back. Here's Zero Marks now left with 1 yet again. TSN. Last one up the line.
And he's not gonna have too much, and will just get taken down by Babe with that 4K. Now this is 11-11, and Titan have just pulled it back here so much.
Absolutely wild here. Zero marksman, they seemed like they had the initial put, they had the play for themselves, and you saw how well they were to play around each other, right? On the defense, they looked fantastic. They got the first 4 and 5 rounds in total, but since then, they've been overplaying their hand, they've been pushing aggressively, and then honestly, I feel like they're not watching each other's backs. They need to be ready. They need to be ready for initial pushes to come in to at least get a trade if ever pick gets popped.
Yeah, but this time at least this will allow for ZMM to have a little bit more control of Octagon, as it seems like they have lost that quite a bit. Ooh, the drone right there is actually going to spot out Potato, so it will have to fall back just a little bit. But at least that will not allow for Titan to push up B, as they're now regrouping and moving more toward that A site. But this is interesting because ZMM have actually rotated 3 members toward B right now, and they only have that 2-member A push. Make that 3, as Enjoy is going to come straight back. That's going to be the simplest popped.
Yeah, as it really is the bait of the Viper pitch. They know they're going on to the A side. The Seekers don't spot out much so far. As they peek and went through showers, though they can actually catch out TSN. So that is big, really forcing out of showers. Showers in the control. Titans lead this round, and they take us home.
And they're getting stuck a little bit inside of showers right now. And that's going to be the shock darts coming out, which will do some damage. But it is going to be this cheeky plant, and it is not going to work out.
Not at all. Sage going down, the Spice in the control, so at least a wall at the back. It's just trying to put it for a little bit more. The Hunter's Fury at least will get down one of their TSN, saving this round here, Kura. As every single one of Titan go down. This was the play we wanted to see with Zero Marksman, and finally they show up.
I feel like we saw that last game too, right? When they did try that showers plant, the wall gets immediately spammed down. And that is definitely really important in trying to stop that. And then the Hunter's Fury coming out, making sure that the spike not able to go down, or at least members take damage from that. So we will be going into an overtime again. And this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough from both sides. So we see that Bab has that operator available, which will be holding Hookah right now. So if he is able to catch out Complex here, that could be a really good early pick for the side of Titan.
I would have wanted him to actually hold on to belong a little bit more. I feel like we know more often than others that's usually what Zero Marksman likes to push from to if Taiwan are able to be able to take this round back. But fortunately, you know, Hookah play yet again. There were two pushed up along the Sova all the way to the side. Doesn't catch anyone, but knows that at least they're positioned down into belong. But still not able to find any information on Titan as of yet.
It's going to be two members of Titan pushed up into Hookah right now. And this is not going to be that early stage ball coming out from Gozer trying to get that orb. They're going to play further back because, again, you really don't want to lose this defense round. So I think they do want to save that sage wall just in case they want to block off any of those entrances that I was talking about a little bit in that last half. And it's going to be Enjoy here on the lurk. And it is not going to be good if he gets caught out by Spencer Al. So that fight is going to be quite important. But this is still going to be important as well, as Babe is going to be spotted out here.
Really good recon dart to just clear them all out of Hookah as well. You know, he spots two, so he's forced to want to reposition. Babe looking down A long, the only unshaken there. At least the smoke comes in. But right now, Zero Marks must rotate over to A with his slow pushes. There's go time as of right now to Enjoy as well, smokes him out. He flashes out of heaven, but gets the pick onto Gozo. And now with the one more already down, though, Spencer with the flashes being gone, Titan down to 3v5.
Yeah, Spencer and Gozo, they actually played the exact same positions as they have before, so ZMM just knew exactly where to hit. Again, the showers wall was just not there. Now in this 3v5 situation, they are trying to push in through CT. They do have that recon dart available, but this is still not going to be too great.
Molly lined up perfectly all the way to the side just to make sure they got our boil defuse as of yet, but Complex is waiting. I want to push through, gets the triple, and this round is all ZMM. Once that showstopper, gets the 4K. A flawless round. If this is what ZMM do on the defense, we might only have one more round in front of us, correct?
And ZMM, why are you holding their Complex? Like, you know, who holds triple in that situation? I feel like that kind of has been the name of the game right now. Just holding the weirdest spots you can to try to catch out the enemy team.
Honestly, Babe did it 3 different times, but I will give it to Complex. Like, I've done that before, right? Especially when you're locked in the position where you're thinking, okay, I can't really get out of this. I'm not an Omen, I can't TP. So I respect the play, even though he gets a kill out of it. Now, Zero Marksman, unshaken. If I see you belong, I'm going to yell. Thank you.
He's gonna listen to you, so I will not be subjected, and the viewers will not be subjected to Ravish's yelling. But Titan right now, they're gonna be pushing outside of B again, and that is gonna be a lot of smokes going down to try to get them onto the site. Paranoia is gonna come out, and they're gonna jump down.
On the side, a little bit of shot of control, they're shaking, holding it down, but immediately 2 go over into their favor. They're not looking exactly where they are. But out to come down to 3v4, the Zero Marksman have to come out the retake, right? But they still have most of Utah under their favor. But all the flashes got from Enjoy, so they can't exactly make the way in as of yet. As Titan now hold on, so she's off site.
Yeah, they really need to get some more information, as the Hours is going to spot out some people, and they do have the recon dart as well. But Bape is going to get taken out.
But he's moving out of the side spot. He's doing a little bit of ring around the road. He's going to play the better healing music. Comes in for the flank at the back. Gets down one. He can't find the second in a 1v1. They need to do this, but Smiley clutches it out. One double overtime.
Double overtime, and if this was like the last game, it will end in this overtime, but we will not know who in whose favor until this first round of the second overtime starts. Whew. All right. So what needs to happen here for both of these teams? I think honestly, Titan need to switch up their hold on A because it is getting really predictable. When the stage wall is not there, Sage is going to be holding Heaven and Breach is going to be holding U-Haul. And now they're going to be stacking 4 members onto B actually, as they're going to try to take a little bit more of an aggressive stance toward Octagon. But now, once again, it is still going to be Gozo in Heaven, and I really don't want to see him there, as ZMM should just be pre-firing this right now.
Looking back and forth, there's still 2 flashes available to them. Wall goes up, especially to the side. Should be able to spot at the end if the push comes in. But Gozo, before when this happened as well, before he was smoked, he did end up going down. So they don't actually know where Al is either. They just know half of the position of one person so far. As Zero Marks stole the instant away in a complex. There you go, buddy. You probably bearded up. Second try.
And now we are going to see Babe here on the rotate coming in from that backside. And ZMM are going to be holding pretty far back in comparison to those members of Titan pushing in right now. That Recon Dart is going to spot some people out, but NST is going to know as they are going to pick off that Lurker.
Maybe we're out of the back here, so now 4-4 so far. Spike is sticking down, Kura. That's why I'm looking at PKB to hero the previous round like he was before, absolutely clutching it. The initial shots of smoke dissipates, and 3 go down in a second. With Zero Marksman keeps it at the back. He gets 100 off that kill. He's just gonna delay for as long as possible. They actually can't defuse and gets Nova down as well. They don't have enough time, and they will both die. Zero Marksman actually do it.
Switching sides.
They do it, and that was really good to pick off Babe right there so that they did not have to worry about any more flankers. And getting that Hunter's Fury at the very end there was so important. He did have both of those shock dogs available, but obviously you need some lineups for that. And with the Hunter's Fury, you just gotta ping the spike, and then you gotta just go straight there. And especially since the time was running out on the side of Titan, they were not able to finish off that round. So now going into this, Zero Marksmen do have that advantage, and they are going to use it as they're going to be pushing out of A so quickly.
Exactly the kind of heads up you want to see out of both these teams, like you mentioned, right? Just super aggressive far up, and as Smiley goes in as well. And the possibly going out of the B side so far, there's only the Omen left there. As everyone is coming around the back here, kind of look at these, look at this triple flank from Zero Marksman. The spike should be able to go down. They haven't found the Omen as of yet, but control of A side stays.
They need to make sure that none of these flanks actually gets picked off here. And Spencer Al, he's going to be the first point of contact right now with these 3 members, and he is going to have to win this fight. And he's going to blind 1. Okay, he gets traded out. Still 4v4.
Spot down to that we see with the Don actually able to spot exactly what they're holding down at the bunker. Teams love holding down into here. So the problem is if you can get wallbangs, you know exactly where they are. And Compass one after another, it is just him left unshaken. Finally able to save us from the round, and there he is. He gets the defuse. Zero Marksman take it to double overtime.
Not the booty.
Defenders win. That is again going to
Hopping right into the Agent Select. Welcome back to the Alpha Stream, ladies and gentlemen. We're into the semifinals of the Pit of Valor 34. We got Counterculture going up against Def Mode. It's myself, Seymour, and Doctor right next to me, and we're getting into this. This is Ascent.
I'm so excited for this map. We've seen it only once so far tonight, which is a bit surprising, but we are looking to head into it in just a second. We are going to see 5 Vipers up against an actual composition.
What do you mean? That's an actual composition.
Yeah, five Vipers. You got your smokes, your walls, your Molotovs. What more could you need? But are these actually identical? Let's see. Omen to Omen, Reyna, Sova. These are identical compositions. That's what I was literally touching my screen going, Omen, Sova, Reyna. Yeah, it's identical. Yeah, I do wish that like when you load it in like this, it actually like put it in like an order, but I understand why it doesn't. Consider like for those of you who watch League of Legends, it actually puts the loading screen in order from top, jungle, mid, bottom, support now. So I wish Valorant would do something similar so that we could literally see if they're identical compositions.
But then you wouldn't get the chance to touch your screen, play connect the dots.
Bro, it is filthy. I need to clean it. It's really what I'm learning here today. But no, connect the dots is fun. I will definitely learn how to play that. You definitely need to know how to connect dots if you're Astra though, which we don't have one, so we'll save that for grand finals when I imagine we will get one at some point. But it's pistol round Ascent between, like you said, cancel culture, and defense mode.
We saw cancel culture earlier when Evil Cat and Kaglanuk were casting them. They had a victorious 13-8 on the 13-6 on this map. So now looking to do it again. Already down their Sova in the initial start of this for their attack. Gonna catch off the opposition Sova though. Even it up, taking a little bit of damage onto the Jet, all the way down to 21, Lycos. An even playing field at the moment. Now gonna catch off Symbiotic Soul with the flank. Gonna get some value and put Cancel Culture in a very tough situation.
Yeah, even uses the tailwinds to get to the ghost that much quicker. Was really concerned about a potential flank or a hard push into B side, but instead it's going to be the rotation coming through. Huge damage being done by defense mode. Once again, the plant will go down, but at what cost?
Well, Cruz make it a little bit easier. Gonna get that overheal as well. Lycos down to 21 from that initial initiation that they had. Killjoy Current gonna give their position away. You have Lycos last in a one-on-one. Both players incredibly low. But the Rax jumping right click to close off round 1. Absolutely intense from either side.
Yeah, 21 HP versus 38. Still a bit of a contest. The double classics are, you know, doing exactly what they need to be doing. It's that right-click showdown. Whoever hits it first is going to come out ahead. And that time, like you said, Rax able to clutch up in that 3v2 situation to put defense mode up 1. And it's going to be the buy-up from Cancel Culture, surprisingly enough. Colin, I think this has actually happened in all of our maps here tonight. All 3 of them. I think we've had a round 2 loser side buy-up.
And to be honest, not really finding a lot of advantages when they do go for the buy-ups either. So hopefully this time it works out for Cancel Culture. On the attacking side of Ascent, might be a little bit forgiving, especially considering the A side's completely in their control. Defense mode not even going to be here to defend it, so free plant.
Yeah, they were very heavily over on that B site. They were expecting the B rush save. Full stop. Like, there was no shot. They were expecting, you know, this force by A rush. So
Lycos already with the Blade Storm, trying to get sprayed to the ground. Frag, you cannot wallbang that.
Not with a Spectre, anyway.
Oh, Lycos with the right click. Karuz over the shoulder for another one. Absolutely insane from the two duelists. Now Lycos out of play. Gonna be up to Deviant to take this win, and Frag with the closing kill. Again, down to one last player. Deviant with a 4K in that round. Defense mode with a beautiful retake.
That was looking really scary for defense mode. Cancel Culture had a great retake hold. You know, Lycos obviously with those knives doing a ton of damage, you know, 2 frags, and they had a nice crossover between the A entrance and trees, and it really was causing a lot of damage, but the breaking point there was Deviant, you know, hopping down, being able to get, you know, the frag into hell and being able to use that soul orb to heal all the way back up and just tank the damage coming in from Jazzy B, and it just allowed them to drain tank the round basically at that point. So they do get the 5-second defuse off as well, and look at this, the A site under siege a little bit, but this is finally going to be the save that we've been expecting.
Rex went for the TP away, but I don't think he escaped. I think he was going for the sound cue. He has the crossfire with his Killjoy. Another smoke to dampen these defenses, or to amplify their defenses and withstand this attack a little bit longer. Look at the rotation through trees. Killjoy's going to have a considerable amount of opposition around here. Lycos though on 1 health. Oh, that...
Oh, they just barely got tipped by the nanoswarm. Yeah.
1 health. What got Lycos down to the 1 health? I didn't see an engagement anywhere.
That's a good question. I actually don't know. It had to have been something from Jazzy right there, but Jazzy's full HP,
Rex.
so I don't know.
Ares not gonna land too much damage. Jazzy all the way down to 2 health. Something about cancel culture and being on 1-digit health bars. This seems to be where they thrive. Screws and Symbiotic. 22 players. Symbiotic only good for 1 with that Sheriff, but site control. Bomb down. Lots of favors to cancel culture.
Gonna get the Empress on both sides, actually, surprisingly enough, but Cancel Culture only has that Sheriff, has to make it work as Rexo picks up 1 onto Logan.
Trying to find that head. Not able to get it. Interesting to use the Empress with a Sheriff. You don't get that amplified speed for your shots. And Death Mode just walking in with the better utility, the better guns, just able to utilize the ultimate a little bit better. Retakes the site in a 3-on-3 and rolling over Cancel Culture at the moment in the first 3 rounds. Now we're finally going to see a gun round and see if Cancel Culture can start climbing their way back and clawing their way into this with these rifles.
Yeah, it is going to be a bit of a tough climb at this point since it is 3-0. We saw this in our second map of the night, where it went 3 and then 3. But for now, I mean, there's the Operator in the hand of Soul. They have, you know, Ultimates very nearly on deck. Soul actually 1 point away from theirs specifically. So, I mean, defense mode looking to really hammer down on this defensive side here if they can, you know, get the frags they need. It's interesting enough that they have the double duelist, you know, setup over on A main with just a little bit of smoke there in Catwalk, whereas the attack is just all B site and there's nobody really here to defend it.
Once again, yeah, they're giving up the B site this time instead of A. Frag with that off angle, takes a few shots through the smoke, gonna return some fire as well, but that shock dart gets rid of her armor. Now Frag down to 72 health. You're gonna get that plant down from Jazzy B. You have a lockdown as well. You might be looking to slow this down even longer.
Yeah, the lockdown could really give them a huge boon of time, and look at this, you are going to be setting it up deep into the site. This will eat up pretty much all of that entryway that they're trying to get through.
The attack is on. Walking right into light goes. Soul has to trade, but everybody falls, pulling into the site. That Cancel Culture was just owning the real estate. Now you get an Operator. You have your first round win. Cancel Culture, very, very decisive round.
Yeah, once that lockdown came in, you could actually see the gear switch in defense mode where they were like, attack mode. And they just all ran into the site. And because they hadn't lost anybody on Cancel Culture side in the take of the site, they were just firing squad, everybody lined up, nanoswarms are going off, they had abilities going left and right, and there was just no way for defense mode to take it at that speed. They needed a much slower round, and they didn't think they were going to have enough time once that lockdown was down, so they really tried to force it, just like they're forcing the kills this time.
Caru's keeping Cancel Culture in this. Logan with the help. Karuz and Logan both for 4 together, leaving Frag all alone. Has found himself in the back. Might find Lycos like you do, but now you have to deal with both of them. Doesn't get rid of the... Oh, I thought you got a kill through the flash, but not getting rid of the Leer. Floods on through. Another round win for Cancel Culture.
Full house round there for Cancel Culture. Just needed a little bit of breathing room, though, did Defense Mode. They're able to buy up rifles one more time. They have the operator for Soul once again, who last time we saw them with this operator, they were bottom fragging, bottom of the table here for their team. This time, though, they've dragged themselves up to the second spot here, just behind Deviant, who did have a wildly exciting, first couple rounds. This time, though, Soul is going to see that turret. It's going to trigger. Here comes the shots. Great paranoia.
Beautiful paranoia. So basically getting a free pick there with that operator. Symbiotic gonna be spotted out.
Cover going out.
Looking to send some utility on for trees. Gonna TP up to Lycos. Take control one step at a time. The Nanoswarm's gonna to make them fall off of this position. Defense mode with a really strong advantage right now, and a frag might be looking for another falls off of that high ground. And even through the smoke takes down Lycos. Cancel Culture really just losing it all right now.
That's a tough frag to lose.
Oh!
That was also pretty nutty here. I mean, frag just absolutely taking over the round. Multiple kills through the smokes and just closes it out at the end there. Defense mode, they definitely won that one.
Frag just is living on a different plane right now. Doesn't matter if he's got a smoke in front of him. He's gonna attack and find value. Both kills that round through the smoke on the Lycos and Symbiotic.
The first one was kind of nutty too, because it was full sprint backwards, left click. Like they were just like spraying, and they still got the kill. And it dropped a spike, which is really important because whether they get the notification or not, it forced the rest of Cancel Culture to have to reevaluate what they needed to do.
Blade Storm and the Paranoia. Great combo. First blood to Cancel Culture. Great utilization of these ultimate. Ooh, and the combination from Cruz.
That's a far shot too. It's gonna throw the door down. Did you see that Nanoswarm tucked into the door button? That's sick.
I didn't see it. Too bad Frag couldn't use it.
Yeah, too bad they died. But look at this. I mean, they're not taking advantage of the push they got on A side to go. They're hoping for a rotation that didn't happen.
Right here.
Well, it kind of
even still, Rex forced to give up the site because it's a 5-on-3. Hunter's Fury primed. Very off, but Deviant forcing this fight onto Karuz. The one-on-one gonna go his way. Brings it back a little bit farther. Spike goes down. An interesting position too, so that players in Boathouse will be able to see it. All three players sieging this site, pulling on in, but the crossfire, they have to check Garage first because Jazzy B is just gonna do exactly this. Good for 2. Can make it 3. Rex along the corner. They should know where he is. Rex forced on off the site once again for a 1v4 clutch that he just doesn't have the time to win. He's going to run and try to save this Vandal.
Yeah, not much to do in this situation in a 1v4 with the knives activated, in fact. So Rex just in no position to challenge pretty much anybody either. Already losing a bit of HP. Oh, does get a dink though. That's going to cause 1,000 credits to be repurchased.
Almost taking the operator out as well. That would have been a big shot at the end there from Rex, but another round of defense to Cancel Culture. They bring it 1 round closer. And like you say, that was interesting to see them just walk off of A after getting site control, but calling for the rotations was the right call because Rex was forced to give up that site.
Yeah, and I mean, it worked too, which is largely how we judge a lot of these situations, right? Like, you're only a madman if it doesn't work. If it works, you're a genius. So they get the round win. They do get, a bunch of rifles back. They stole away the operator even, and it's forcing, a member of defense mode onto a Spectre. So they are going to be trading droneage here as they both fly on through the smokes. And with that orb, I believe we're 1 or 2 away, I want to say, from a lockdown. So we'll see what they can get here.
Sonar on the Heaven. Lyco's already with the opening shot on the Soul.
Oh, frag.
Tucked away though. Frag evens it up. Symbiotic got a little bit too close for comfort. And Rex getting aggressive through the doors. Cancel Culture backed up. Lockdown gonna force them even farther. Rex might just be feeling a little bit antsy. Deviant has his shoulder covered. Deviant just wants it all right now. Rex closes it off. Beautiful from defense mode. Plenty of time for the defuse.
That was a sick round. They got really stalled out in that push there, and it didn't really feel like there was a whole lot that actually stopped them. You know, they had Symbiotic teleport in, trying to hang around Generator and getting, you know, beat out from hell. But outside of that, they just got stalled. Like, there was the Omen Smoke onto the entrance itself, obviously, but they had, you know, the attacking sided Hunter's Fury come out, which delays a lot of the time because you don't really want to rush through that on the off chance that, you know, you do get tagged. I mean, granted, that is up to the Sova player to not tag your opponents, but I don't know. I mean, I'm sure the Nanoswarm was there as well, that I just didn't see it in the smoke, but once they were trapped in that doorway position, it was really easy for the members of defense mode to just set up that crossfire, go back and forth. Deviant just living up to the namesake and has been causing so many problems for Cancel Culture.
Real problem maker. Symbiotic had the right idea. Not able to follow through though. Cancel Culture down 2 players. They're going to be forced to rotate to A. They got to take a hit at something different. You're going to be walking right into the nano and turret of Frag.
Frag's done some really good work from this position. The first Nanoswarm going to go out. Second one used up as well. Just buying time at this point. I mean, there's only 35 seconds left on the clock. They are going to be playing potentially to, you know, delay the spike plant, but that frag onto Rex means it will go down.
Now this is everything. You got site control. You're only down by 1 player. You found that claw back, and Cruz can find a head here. Would have been an even game, but Rax giving him it all. Brings it back to the advantage. Everybody dropping down to pressure him out. Logan's the last one standing, but not for long. Defense mode with another retake. A great start and a great end to the round, only losing 2 players.
That was a sick shot from Soul as well on the drop down from Heaven. I mean, even being brought down to 5 HP, that shows you how close that was. I mean, they were dead to rights anyway. Like, there was no shot that Lycos was going to be able to do anything from that hell position once they got triple peaked like that. But, I mean, at worst, they do cost you.
You would have had a Matrix that.
Yeah, like you could have done damage, right? Like you would have forced them to either pick up the operator and trade out for, you know, with one of the Vandals they saved, or just not pick up the operator. So, I mean, it would have done a good amount of damage economically, but oh well. It's just a sick shot from Soul, and I do like what defense mode are doing. They are moving their players across the map, and Soul,
he wants more.
Ended the round. It's over. GG go next.
Mini op. Op's gonna win right now, Logan. Last hope for this mid setup. Deviant has the trade no matter what. Logan, Noggin. They know at least 1 player's here, but Rax never got spotted from that shot. Shock Dart gonna do an incredible amount of damage, forces Deviant into their sight lines, but still not taking the sight, still hasn't recovered the bomb. Smoke gonna give them a little bit of real estate to work with, and the Owl Drone is gonna give away their spots. And Lycos gets another one. It's an even game.
Oh, this is scary. You do still see the 1 member here of Rex fully able to win. Actually, that was Deviant stealing away the kill, but I was like, wait a minute. Also, why doesn't Rex have a gun? Why does Rex only have a classic? But Deviant is going to get their position given away. Shock Dart not going to quite connect. And Lycos with the knives could do a real good bit of damage here.
Ooh, and Deviant not ready for it. Spike is down 2v2. Thrifty's looking good, and Logan shooting straight. Lycos for 3k. Logan for the full house. Cancel Culture not giving up when they are counted out.
That was an odd round. I don't really know what happened there.
I
But
think there was just a lot of respect from Deviant and Rax when they had they had the advantage in that you could have just gone for a wide peak to keep that control.
also, Rex only having a classic, kind of unfortunate. I mean, if he had had a rifle.
In mid, he had a rifle in his hands. In mid, he recovered the operator, I'm pretty sure.
Rex or Rax?
Rax.
I'm talking about Rex.
Oh, Rex.
Yeah.
Wordplay. Wordplay's good.
Rexo. All right, let's do that. Rexo. Yeah, Rexo only had a classic. For every time he was shooting, it was only a classic, at least that I saw. So I don't know if they just like accidentally glitched their rifle out of the map or something. But yeah, I mean that would have really changed the pace of that round. You know, if they had, say, a Phantom, they would have been able to take out Jazzy B a little bit quicker. They would have been able to actually challenge Lycos with the knives at the same time that they were peeking Deviant. So could have been a bit different there, but it is going to be a bit of a technical pause here. Some internet issues, as we all know and love. So it is currently 6-4 in favor of defense mode. Cancel Culture, though, looking good to start this comeback.
If you are just tuning in, this is the semifinals of the GLG Pit of Valor number 34. Teams are playing for $100, free entry. If you think you have what it takes, check out our Battlefy. Link should be in the description of the chat. If you want to play yourself, you got a squad to do so. Load up for next week's Pit of Valor. It's free entry. And this is going to be more than just a tech pause. You're back to us. You get to see us, and you know what? I don't mind a pause after that situation for the sense of defense mode just got absolutely boomed from a Thrifty that they should have won.
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's actually a technical pause. I do think they are having server issues. That was magic. You actually fixed it
Fixed it.
That was sick. But yeah, I do think it is actually server issues, not necessarily a tactical pause. But I do agree that a tactical pause, if you're gonna take one, this is the time to take it, right? Because you had full rifles, full armor, except for Rexo for whatever reason, and you just got smoked by sheriffs. So, and that was after a great start from Soul too, right? Like Soul opened the round with 2 quick frags, even dropping the spike, and they still weren't able to finish out the round 5v3. So,
About to say, can he do it again? Because he was sitting just outside mid, and Symbiotic seems like he wants it. Attacker is gonna drop lockdown A side of the map. Does pull the attention to A, but not like they want, I don't think. Lyco's getting himself on there. Spike's on the opposite side. Deviant gets detained, along with Rexo inside trees. A very weird round right now.
but they don't push it, so Jazzy's actually going to fall to Rexo. All that work, and all you do is 70 damage plus armor.
And both players that were detained found a kill.
And the spike is down.
This is a weird round, like I said. Cruz somehow gets into market, finds Rax on the cross, and Logan's all the way on the A site. They have to go recover the spike. That's walking in between both players that are watching in the middle of the map. B site's gonna have to be where this bomb goes down, and if you're looking at a player to make a difference, it's gonna be Lycos with this one-on-one.
Yeah, definitely heard some noise. Doesn't hit the shot, though. That is the Vandal versus Phantom matchup, folks. And look at the spike. It is going to be planted right in the doorway here. And the Empress pop here from Cruz. I do love it. Huge advantage needed here.
Cruz with a swing. Empress is good for 1. Gets back onto the point. Dip, dodge, duck, dip, dive, however you want to say it. 2v2. Cruz looking for more, gonna find more. Rexo goes down, the next one up is Soul, and he's knocked on his feet. Cruz with a 4K in that round, and with all the hectic chaos that came out of it, Cancel Culture still come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, it's completely off of the back of that duelist player Cruz. 15, 8, and 4. Second highest KD on the server currently. Only behind Deviant, surprisingly enough, the other Reyna player. And these two people are just fragging out of their minds, especially Deviant, right? Like, look at their team. It's 17 and 7. Next one down is Soul at 8 and 9. Like, they are trying so hard to carry this team right now, and they're not getting a lot of help, whereas at least Cruz is getting a little bit.
Slowed out here. Rotation from Cancel Culture. Back to the attacker's spawn. Full rotation of the spike to A. Soul. In a very good position to get aggressive and find a pick on the cross. But he is not going to find anybody to oppose.
Yeah, nobody actually opting to go to Catwalk. There's a bit of a gap on that smoke as well as the break happens here. Rax falling back a little bit, doesn't want to get hit by the dart, does anyway. Gets a kill on the Karuz though, that's huge.
Spike's going down. Def mode, we know the retakes are good. They have the player advantage. Empress is out as well with the Blade Storm. Hunter's Fury from Cancel Culture to keep this attack a little bit slowed. Deviant gonna speed it up. He gets spotted by the dart, and Logan gonna kill out on that Empress. Trades back and forth from either side. Soul going off with the Blade Storm right now. Give him a third, make it a full round of Def mode. Pulling it back with their ultimates. Pulling it back for the retake, and give him that 7-5 half.
All right, so Soul clearly heard me talking bad about him and decided to pop off in that last round there. Absolutely huge amount of work there with the knives. Triple kill, I believe it was, at the end of the round there. Giving the defuse over to Rexo just to boost up the stats a little bit, but very solid situation they found themselves in. Even with the huge flank in there from Jazzy, that really could have spoiled the round. Soul able to, keep calm, got the heady shot, and just close out the round cleanly.
We've been talking about pistol rounds, Doctor. We've been talking about how the attackers on Ascent just look so good with it. But look at the setup from defense. Lycos and Cruz going to get aggressive through a main. They have the one-way, opposed by no one. Look how patient Def Mode is with this. Cancel Culture in a good position to shut this down early.
Yeah, they could do something here. They're not going to actually re-smoke this walkway here, but Karuz not going to be found out. Now they are. All right, the Yellow Drone gave him away. But before that, Soul had only been able to see Lycos. So look at this push. There's just a ton of damage and not a whole lot going on. That's a defensive-sided Mana Swarm? Baby?
Not able to find Cruz. Overheal, back up to 60. Spike goes down and the site was given up. Now 5v4 for the retake with pistols. Rexo pushed up onto trees. Frag for the pinch. And they even up the odds here. Pushing through heaven for this retake. Soul locks on the head. Traded out once again. 3v3 now on site. Jazzy B breaks it open. Jazzy B for 2. Last one is Frag and he's in the choke. And the shock dart's gonna take him out. So big round from Cancel Culture to not just find the pistol round, but find a defensive mode or defensive round pistol round that'll most likely bring them to an even 7-7.
Yeah, more than likely. We could see the buy up here from defense mode like we did in the first half. But I don't know how we are gonna see that actually. Huh, surprising. Wait, no we're not. The colors are confusing, man. But yeah, I mean, I think this makes the most sense. Maybe we'll see the sheriffs, but outside of that, there's not a whole lot of reason for defense mode to be buying up here. So it makes sense. Cancel Culture having a great round there, and the frenzy really popping off there for Jazzy. I mean, people want to talk about the nerf and how we don't see it much anymore. It's only 500 credits. We still see it a lot. You just can't also put armor with it and just become a raid boss.
Who fed this guy the ultimate breakfast this morning? Because Symbiotic's just not missing with the sheriff. Big round for himself. Cruz with the Vandal in the second round of this half. Pushing aggressive down long. finds the kill, the backup as well. Does drop that Vandal, but at what cost? It's going to be the rest of your team.
There were 3 people there. Rax swings and just happens to smack Cruz in the face with the 45 HP left and just absolutely deletes him from the server. Oh man, that's funny. Like you're getting swung by 3 people and you just fire and you just happen to hit the one with the best gun and then you fall to like the Vandal or the Sheriff or the Frenzy or whatever it was.
Symbiotic has 4 kills right now, and I'm sure they're all from a Sheriff.
I would believe that. I don't think it's true, but I would definitely believe that.
3rd round rifle round. Jazzy V with a Spectre. 2 defend this. Smoked off, so won't see the cross. Deviant with free real estate. The Nano Swarm down to 3 health, and the turret! No, the turret to take him down! Deviant.
The turret penetration kill even.
Wow!
Through Jenny. That is unfortunate to say the least there for Cruz, but
all Jazzy right here. And through the wall. That looked like the Paranoia killed him, but it was the shock dart. Jazzy B on site, knocking him down as he meets them. Frag with the Phantom. Makes the magic happen at first, but only so much to go around as Logan closes this off, giving the advantage back to Cancel Culture. It's 8-7.
And I like this. They're giving the ultimate points there over to the Sova there, knowing that Cruz just earned it from killing people, right? You know, share the love. Logan, who is also fragging quite nicely, you know, isn't necessarily going to be getting all of their points here, you know, from fragging like Cruz has been. Cruz has been absolutely lights out, murdering everybody on the server, and you know, is literally tied KDA with Deviant right now for 20, well, I don't know, what's 23 divided by 11? It's like 1.4.
We gotta pause right now and find out.
Oh, all right, let's calculator. So 17, we're gonna learn this together, kids, plus 6 equals, no, I typed 16, hold on. All right.
While he's trying to figure that one out.
17 plus 6.
We did conclude our skin poll that we were holding for the skins of Valorant earlier in the day, and the winner between Prime and Reaver was Prime.
Poggers. I called
love
it.
to see it. You love to see it. The people know what's up.
Yeah, of course they do. So it's actually 2.09 KDA for both Reynas currently. It just goes to show you folks, if you want to be a caster, you don't need math.
No, that's why
we have a production team. Because as soon as I said 1 point something, producers in my ear going, no, you're not even close.
Not at all.
That's, you know, they're behind the scenes. They don't need to think on their feet. They just got the calculator at the ready, feeding us
good.
Stats and numbers. We just sound good. We don't even have to look good realistically. We just have to sound good.
Exactly.
Confidently incorrect, as they say.
Confidently. We say things that we think we know. It doesn't matter if it's not right, because we're saying it confidently. It does matter. It matters so much. But here we go. Back into the gameplay. Lyco's aggressive with the judge. Frag didn't know what hit him. Somebody catch the number of that train. It's labeled Lycos.
I think that is actually a transit company, believe it or not. Oh man, that was sick. Jazzy still gets a frag on the Deviant though. That's huge gameplay. He's such a huge gamer.
Looking for more though. Raxo knows it's there, but you know that Symbiotic is that close in the smoke. Not going to find out as they do rotate off for mid-control. Logan is going to be on the opposite side. Takes out Rexo, in fact.
30 seconds left.
Now knows Soul is there as well. At least somebody's there with the Sheriff. Symbiotic's going to be the one to take him off. Finding a kill with something other than the Sheriff. Let me add to that. And Rax, few shaky shots. Symbiotic finds another one. Flawless round for Cancel Culture. Starting to take their lead to the next level.
Symbiotic got a little lucky there that none of those shots were on target because you just saw them complete panic mode once they heard the shot come out and they checked Cubby.
Shots off before Symbiotic shot back.
Yeah, like they were checking Market and Cubby and just like all over the place, and they're like, "Oh, you're right there. Okay, let me line up the shot. Just relax a minute. I gotta get this done the first time, where somebody's gonna call me out for it," and just quietly put him to bed.
Somebody did call you out, and their name's Doctor.
No, I didn't call out Symbiote. I was calling out.
I know.
Symbiote's fine, but they had to hit the shot first.
Back into the gameplay, getting rid of the doorways so nobody can keep them back into trees if the attack came to the A site. You look at the attackers here. You got mid control from Deviant, who's been very, very quiet on the attacking half. And the rest of their team is going to rotate back over for an A hit. They have a lockdown to work with, as well as the TP from the Omen. You pick up that Alt Orb, give it to somebody, possibly their Sovo for a Hunter's Fury, or maybe even Soul to get that Blade Storm.
Yeah, if we could actually hit tab real quick and see if somebody is actually 1 point away.
Rexo.
Soul is 1 point away. So you could do exactly what you said and get the Blade Storm.
You should run.
But
Lockdown on site. There you go. Free real estate. Just gotta walk in, clear this out.
30 seconds.
That was an interesting. I'm glad we got to see that shock tower over this side. Lyco's still finding a kill. Deviant gonna slowly pull into trees to retake this setup.
Lyco's got detained.
Deviant swings wide. Jazzy B. Barry B. Benson liking that jazz out here.
Oh, Karuz just being gifted a kill for frag there, just getting caught with a nanoswarm out of pocket, and just gets another free one. Why is nobody watching that doorway? They're just getting annihilated this round by cancel culture.
Oh, and they're hunting for Soul. Cowering in the corner with this operator. Only a matter of time before you go down up close and personal. Karuz denies him. Judge, jury, and executioner Karuz out here. Flawless round once again. Cancel culture getting away with so much.
Yeah, they just barrel stuffed the crap out of Soul. There was no escape. Karuz was on a rampage that round. I mean, like I said, they were just being gifted kills for the most part, it seemed. I mean, the two on site, you had Frag, looking up top with the nanoswarm, in their hand as the smoke dissipated. So that's just timing on, the unfortunate side for Frag there. But then Rax was just not looking north to the heaven spot. So Cruz gifted a second one. The hunting of Soul was quite vicious, just full W key with the sheriff, turns the box and just stuffs it down them. But now, cancel culture, like you said, huge lead here, looking to extend it even further as Lycos picks up one, picks up a second, and dashes away.
Lycos got a face full of Soul this time instead of Cruz. Still the same outcome.
Okay.
Spike goes down, but a very, very quick round. Cancel culture. Another flawless one. Their economy is through the roof. They are literally to the moon right here. They've sold all their NSTs, all their stocks, and they are living happily in lavish for the rest of this game.
Oh, 100%. I mean, 8,600 on Logan. They are completely tapped out. They could almost lose every round here and still be, flush with cash. But
stretch, because
it's a stretch.
7.
Yeah, it's a stretch, but it's what we do here. We stretch nicely. Yeah. But
Symbiotic is 6-11, and they're still performing this good. It just goes to show you don't always have to outperform your fraggers to make an impact.
Yeah, I mean, it's called roleplay for a reason, right? Like, you're on the smoker. You don't have to also be the top fragger. As long as you're, getting the information needed. Hunter's Fury going to come out, do a good bit of damage. Let's see if we can get the kill. Nope. But yeah, I mean, as the smoke player, you just have to, be consistent, and you have to be productive in other ways. We've seen a couple great paranoias from Symbiotic to really set up the fraggers of the team Cruz and Lycos specifically. So it's not all about the kills, kids.
Symbiotic Smoke almost catching him off there. Frag just barely missing on some shots. Smaddock's down to about half health, but on the opposite side, so is the Jet of death mode. So pretty much evened out, not just in the health zone, but 5-on-5 still.
Yeah, 5-on-5.
Looking for an opening.
There's only 30 seconds left, though, so they really need to get going because they're very quickly running out of time to actually get the spike down. And so even though they're going for more slow play, like as soon as they go, they just get obliterated.
And the crossfire from Cruz and Logan. 4 kills across the two of them. And now Soul trying to stay alive here. No tailwind to dash out. Has to take the gunfights, but Lycos is waiting for him to back up into his sights. 12th round for Cancel Culture as they have completely run away with this Ascent game, moving on to defense.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It's just, what was that, 7 rounds in a row? Yeah, 7 rounds in a row here for Cancel Culture. They won the pistol and just never took their foot off the gas. And now looking over to defense mode, it seems that they are quite literally their namesake because they haven't done anything on attack whatsoever. And I mean, heading into this final round here, you know, Rexo is being put onto a Gordian with half armor, Soul, Vandal with half armor, and there's just not really a whole lot going for him.
Logan's gonna get so much information here. If the sonar went off, it was destroyed. It's right into the smoke. I don't think he landed a shot on anybody with that.
Symbiotic has a bit of damage.
Oh, I was about to say this is rare 5-on-5, but the Guardian takes one back onto Jazzy B. Cancel Culture. Nice and poised here. Deviant, awkward one-on-one. Cruz somehow comes out with that victory.
No.
And now Frag. Hope and a dream stuffed out. Cancel Cultures are moving on to the grand final with a 13-7 victory on Ascent. Almost as dominant as their Ascent match earlier in the tournament that we did see back in round number 3. But it's just losing out on 1 extra round still. Looking as good as ever on defense.
Yeah, I mean, that was really quite crazy. I mean, like, what are you supposed to do in a lot of those situations where you're just getting outfragged, you're getting outshot, and, you know, there's not a whole lot that you can do about it. And defense mode, they just couldn't get anything going. I mean, even in the situations where they were starting to look, you know, like a put together team and that they were going to have an advantage, it just slipped away right at the last end. And that was like for the first 4 or 5 rounds in that defensive half, which granted there were only 8 total. 8 total. So like those last 4 rounds or so were just complete whitewashes from power or Cancel Culture.
I have to say, I mean, there's times where it just looked like def mode were out of it. I mean, they weren't like on attack. They weren't properly checking corners. They weren't efficiently using their utility to clear those corners to begin with and maybe give them a better example. And a lot of the time they were walking into a death trap that they had no clue was a slaughterhouse. So I have to say, I mean, def mode just looked like they weren't ready for attack on Ascent, and Cancel Culture, they were aware of that. They exploited it, and they just took it home at the rest of it. I'm curious to see. I didn't check, but I'm pretty sure that defense mode. Did they even find? They didn't find a single round when it because it was 7-5 half at that. So defense mode didn't even find a round on that when they swapped.
Yeah, it was 8 rounds in a row for Cancel Culture on that defensive side. So, I mean, they are going to be moving forward here tonight. They have secured themselves a grand finals berth. And so we are still waiting to find out their opponent. Their opponent is actually going to be the winner of Zero Marksman versus Power Mode, which should either be currently live or going live very shortly over on the B stream there, twitch.tv/. One more time, production, tell me. 8-5 is currently the score there in favor of Zero Marksman over Power Mode. Once again, that is over on twitch.tv/GLG_Ontario. And if you stick around, I'm sure we'll get that up in just a second on the restream here, and you'll be able to see the rest of that match to find out who is going to be going up against Cancel Culture here in the grand finals of the 34th Pit of Valor here, free $100 entry tournament.
And with that, further ado, I mean, It's been a blast. I mean, back on the desk for GLG, 1 year anniversary. It has quite been the reunion that I was hoping for, Doctor. Always a blast casting with you, but for now, I'm going to be ducking out. Alongside, coming up for those grand finals is going to be A Evil Cat and Keglinuk to take you through it. For now, we'll be back with more GLG.
Three v one as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Sylph, and once again, Thrifty put them.
Exciting Call of Duty here for you tonight.
Your mic's muted, but you know.
So I knew once I turned up, it was over.
Where's our names? Hello?
Yeah, I don't.
He has a chance.
Welcome back to another week of the Pit of Valor.
And welcome to the Valium.
Welcome, everybody. Here we are.
And welcome everybody to the
Play from mid.
Here's the shot on the way we'll get this round.
Why not an ace? Absolutely!
Trapped completely by the sea. They put themselves in a chamber.
Connect. Oh, next.
That's a collapse.
Pick up all the frags.
The next best of 3 is coming up, and here's our sock.
Bon appetit.
Definitely.
No.
Thank you and good night
And we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
and stay safe.
Peace.
Every week at GL Gaming Lounges. If you're not there, what else are you doing?
Here,
Need a
Kurt.
draw. Thanks.
With a 4-round lead, they were able to maintain it almost the entire time. And now with power mode on the save as well, and enjoy being able to pick up the op nonetheless. They should be able to take it to 10-5, right? They've looked
Right,
a
11
little
to
bit
5.
shaky back and forth. What
It's
is-
10-5 right now.
Is it?
If you're looking,
All right,
You're
let's
gonna
go ahead
score?
and count all the blue spots. Well, that's fine now.
there you go. It is 10-5, and it could be 11-5 really soon as that initial first pick onto Tender. Operator already in use.
See, this is why you're already smarter than I am too. You've been able to count well on stream, not once but twice already. A feat that I can never hope to achieve. Correct. Just trying to by himself too. Has to reload, but it doesn't matter because what's one more shot. Now at the back, caught right in the open. With his gun down, unfortunately, but it doesn't matter because the guy will not be able to save anybody else.
Up and now he is all alone with 5 HP, 2 smokes, and some of those stim beacons. But Enjoy right here is just gonna hold him down. So this should be just an easy 11th round. And there we go on the side of ZMM. And right now, they're really not getting punished too much when they do that aggression that we've seen them do before. In power mode, I feel like maybe they can just play a little further back and wait for those aggressive pushes and try to catch them out, right? As I said, they have those 2 information gathering agents, so they can afford to, watch the flank. Make sure that nobody is coming in from behind or coming in from ahead. I think that is the way to go here as they are down 6 rounds now, and they really do need to win this rifle or else it just might be over.
But it's not going to be over until that fat op sings, and so far, although no initial pick comes in, 0 marksman. So Manson would maintain their lead, a lot of dominance throughout this entire second half. Let's just go back and forth so far, but Spiteful dropped outside of A, not being able to pick up. But look at this, though here, Jet able to move herself all the way back into wine, catch any aggressive piece coming out as they're marksman, but Flora being the one to be aggressive.
And now we are back into that 3v3 with that pick on the operator. And this is very interesting. So we actually have Blue coming in all the way from B and will be able to take out Complex. But we're still in a 2v2 situation right now.
So picking back and forth, the Empress is still very much alive right now. So really should just not dissipate. So Spike still in the controls and moving themselves all the way over to beats. Camera spots are nothing. And the Killjoy Util setup does not matter either. They have 40 seconds left as they pop out the second cyber cage, man. They're just waiting and lurking to watch them push in.
30
That
seconds
is
left.
going to be a Hunter's Fear available, and it's not going to be great because he is the one planning right now, but Blue will be the catch guard. It's going to be a 1v1 situation.
Smokes in hand along with both updrafts, knives, and okay, but Fierce is better with the shots to enjoy a little bit off of his crosshair. See, bro, this is what I'm saying. Crouching is OP. Like, he completely puts him off guard.
Yeah, for sure. And that 6th round going into power mode, something that they really needed, but that is not going to set back ZMM that much, as they once again are just going to pick up that operator straight again for Enjoy, and that will be holding mid as we've seen in those previous rounds. But Hunter's Fury available on both these sides right now, so they can either choose to use it to catch out a member if they get tagged by the Recon Dart, or they could use it to stop a defuse or a plant. But right now, most of the members of power mode, once again, moving toward this A side. Killjoy turret is here, so they will know once that dark cover dissipates if there is anybody on that site. And once again, we have Blues on that lurk, trying to catch out any members who are from CMM, but that is going to be power mode once again, just getting onto that site.
So it looks like option B was used so far here, Kurt, to just stop the possibly planting. But unfortunately not, though still power mode maintained their stake and claim to fame on the A site. Now ZMM stuck on the retake, but they have almost all the set up to go. They have the Hunter's Fury, they pop the knight as well, but how will they move in? But if he uses the back, gets one tag, he immediately gets that floored. That's hell cleared out.
Yeah, now in this 4v3 situation, it's 4v1 now, and it's only going to be Fierce left alone, and he's gonna get dashed on by Enjoy. Knives just shoved into his body and skewered, as you like to say, like a kebab. And that is going to be the 12th round going over to Zero Marksman, and they are looking poised to take this map right now.
I would love a kebab right now. Kurt, I don't know about you. That sounds absolutely delicious as I'm starving. So Zero Marksman, brothers. Let's go ahead and take it some so I can get some dinner in my belly and possibly get a kebab as well. Because look at this too. Power mode as well, because the lost the previous round, that stuck on the save is going to be broken by across the board. They're in a really tough spot. They only have 2 ults, the Neural Theft along with the Orbital Strike, so could be used in retrospect, but Zero Marksman have everything going for them.
Yep, and it's looking a little bit suspicious right now, but the rest of power mode once again are pushing up toward A side. They are going to pick up that orb though, but it's not going to give him that Hunter's Fury. The Killjoy turret is going to be able to spot them out here, and all that Killjoy utility is sitting in tree right now. So it's going to be really difficult for power mode if they decide to push in there. Spike has been dropped at the top of Cat. NST will get that information that nobody is mid. I don't know if they know that Blue is currently inside of B main right now, but it's not going to matter too much as they're going to be trying to go through tree, and that is going to be the Killjoy utility popped.
Immediately the alarm bot is saving up the entire push, which is one of my favorite setups coming up from Complex. And it's just all Killjoys too. You see it immediately reads the push. Potato out the back, holding it down.
Oh.
We're the triple now with just Blues left alive. The lockdown will tell to him, man, it is time to end the game. It's time for us to go home. And the final option, the flawless from Enjoy, we'll enjoy ourselves as well. As Zero Marksman take it home.
And unfortunately there, the lurk from Blue was not able to pan
Hello, everybody. It's that time of the night again where it's the very last matchup here. It's the Grand Championships of the Pit of Valor tonight for GLG. It's been 1 year. This is the 1 year anniversary special.
Yeah.
And normally when it comes to TV, this is the part where we show you a clip show of the past year, but we're too cool for that. It's not the 90s anymore. But my name is Keg, and I'm joined by the amazing Miss Mimi. We have Zero Marksman going up against the amazing Cancel Culture.
Yeah. I mean, they're names that you probably recognize. Cancel Culture, we haven't seen a whole ton of them in GLG before, but there's some names we have seen in the past, and thus far this tournament, they've looked good. We got to watch them on the mainstream a couple games ago, and I thought the showing was really nice. They worked really well with the aggression, great synergy as a team, and they just have a lot of individuals with that pop-off potential.
Yeah, it's kind of a pickup team from the looks of it. A lot of players in the T3 amateur area loving to come together again, trying to form maybe another team. Seems to be pretty successful, but can they go up against a more structured team like Zero Marksman, who have been around a few times? They've been in plenty of Pit of Valors, few Radiant arenas. They have to see if they can go up against almost kind of a titanic foe.
Yeah. I mean, I think that when you talk about Zero Marksman, they have that experience. They have that kind of edge in that as a specific five, as this core of players, they've had a lot of time to work together. They've had a lot of time to play together. And so they have the chances for that structure, for those pre-based strats. But for the side of Cancel Culture, we've seen impressive stuff from them. We've seen them do well, but it's newer. There's always going to be those growing pains when you're trying to integrate new people into a team. And well, yeah, most of these members are experienced people we've seen a lot before. It's like, how will can they work together in this iteration to maybe find themselves a chance for that $100 prize pool? And you know, if we're talking about the prize pool, we of course have to talk about our friends at Ascent United for pitching in the extra $50 to help, raise the stakes a little bit. Their team might not be in contention for it anymore, but still, they're always a great help to be able to put in a little bit of extra money. So make sure you check them out for all the support they do here at GLG.
It helps the scene. It helps GLG. It helps everybody around. We got to thank them so much for that, bringing the 50 to a 100. And again, 1 year anniversary. It's good to see the prize pool double up again. But I'm very excited. We saw Cancel Culture. You and I casted it earlier. The duelist double combo that Carouse and whatever jet they're always paired up with goes for is nasty every single time.
Yeah. And I mean, if we're pivoting a little bit, if we want to talk about map bans here, I want to take a peek at that kind of first one. Let's see who's picking into that Ascent. Unsurprisingly, that's going to be CC Cancel Culture picking that up. We saw them earlier on that map with a really great showing. I loved what they had to bring out on Ascent. So I think it's a strong one for them, but it's kind of staying a little bit default, at least for map 2. We're guaranteed to see that Bind, which is the choice of ZMM. And you've had a little bit more chances to watch him in the past, but I think Bind is going to be a map they're pretty comfortable on, Max.
Yeah, it's been a little while since we saw Zero Marksman on Bind. I can recall you one very, very particular instance where I think it was Zero Marksman against what was then Thrifty going almost 50 rounds on Bind, I would say. And this had to have been maybe early February. It was interesting, Mimi.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I mean, it sounds like it. And I mean, in that, like Bind, I think Bind is a map where it can be, you can totally pug it out with new teams. It works fine. But I think that there's a lot of creative stuff you can do with these kind of preconceived teams, especially with, the recent changes to Viper, bringing in Oster. There's so many potential, especially with the teleporter. If you are a team that can work map control well, play off each other and have great communication, Bind is one where you can excel. And if we talk about having to take it to a third map to Haven, I think that's also one I'd probably edge ZMM out on because it benefits well to structure. It benefits well to a team that works well to take map control, works well to coordinate for that information game. And I think that's something that Zero Marksman does pretty well.
But you know what can really disrupt structure? And it was part of the buffs as well. Yoru.
No shot you bring up Yoru. I don't think so. We already saw him once. I guess it's not an impossibility, but I feel like $100 on the line grand finals, you don't pull out Yoru.
I mean, they did just recently add him to the game. It was kind of weird to say they added Yoru back in November and he just was never there. But now having a brand new agent into Valorant's competitive pool, I think it's really important to see what this duelist can do. I think disrupting the structure, having that new game, crash ability, going possibly behind enemy lines, that could really disrupt things.
If a Yoru is in play, I will eat a sock. I'll say it. If someone plays Yoru, I'll eat a sock. I know that's normally a goal people have to do, but if someone plays Yoru, I will. I'm just saying it right now. But regardless, let's kind of regroup a little bit as we wait for everyone to get in the lobby, get set up. Do you think either team really won the kind of map pooling here, Max?
That's a hard one, Mimi. I mean, look, you have Ascent, Bind, and Haven. No, I don't think anyone won it. I think if we saw Icebox and or Split, that's a definitive answer there. But this is just a generic pool that there's not really much to comment on. You can look through the strats and everything, and I'm sure getting to the nitty gritty on statistics in the past, you could definitely say one team did or the other. But given how these are the 3 most overplayed maps in the entire competitive scene, no, there's so much counter-stratting could happen.
I think if anyone, I think kind of, if we talk about win conditions, if we're going to pivot to that, I think for cancel culture, they need to come out swinging on Ascent. They need to take that. They need to set the precedent, because when they're in control of the pace, when they're in a position where they get to dictate the pace, when they get to dictate how the game is going to be played out, that's great. But I think that if they can get shut down early on, if Zero Marksman can quell that momentum, try put them down in a situation where they do have to reset the mental and be forced into a comeback, that's where they're going to have a tougher time. So if you're a fan of cancel culture, I think you'd like to see them come out swinging early on. And if we talk about Zero Marksman, I think for them, just even if they prolong it, if they bring this out into a long game where they can use that experience as a team working together to be able to kind of stay a little bit stronger, a little bit longer and work through, I think the later maps in the pool are going to benefit them really well.
Absolutely. I completely agree with that. And with ZMM starting off on the defense too, now's the perfect opportunity to help quell the early duelist plays from Karus and from Lycos. If you shut them both down, you win the round. No doubt about it.
Yeah. And I mean, there's always the pop-off potential of those other players, but those are the stars, those players to watch. And you highlighted those guys, but I guess who would you say for Zero Marksman if you have a player to watch out from them?
If I recall from the past, NST and Enjoy have been really good players. I want to say, now, of course, I could be mistaken if things have changed up in the last 2 months. I believe Enjoy, still a really good Sentinel player. I could be mistaken there. NST, I believe, on the duelist role could be really fascinating to see as well. I'm curious to see how that's going to go. I think I'm going into this with Zero Marksman with a brand new lens. I want to see if they've made any huge structural changes since the last time I casted them almost 2 months ago. So it's going to be a brand new experience for me, Mimi, but I'm really excited to see kind of as a blank canvas what they can do here.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, it's a team you talked about. They've played a lot. They've had success in the past, but as of late, we haven't really seen them. It's not like they've been running away with tournaments or doing anything super crazy. So I think maybe if they get pull home tonight, that's a good start to kind of keep going into things, prove that they're still a pretty good contender, and keep rolling.
Absolutely. I completely agree with that. For us, it's going to be a blank canvas here. We're going to be writing another page of GLG history, and I hope the viewers at home as well, of course, while you're ordering your GLG 10, in control, you come join us with that journey and see what Zero Marksman and of course the newly I suppose formed cancel culture can bring out here. But I want to take a step back, right? Because there are some brand new names on cancel culture's side that I've never seen before up until today. Logan, Jazzy B, and Lycos. To be honest with you, I've never heard of them before in the amateur scene. So I've loved what they've brought out so far, and I'm really hoping if they can kind of not ride on the coattails of Governor, maybe we can see them get into that tier 2 echelon like they did against Dignitas.
Yeah. I mean, like you talked about some of the players that some of these guys have played with before. We talk about Karus. He's regular here at GLG. He's a regular in kind of a lot of the tier 3, tier 2 stuff, but he's played with people like Governor, with some of the boys that went on to form that EC5 roster, which has found some pretty good success in the kind of tier 2 run of things. But
13-0,
I think that it's in 13. You really gotta do Dignitas like that every time. But I mean,
Dignitas.
Yeah, that's true. They did get dropped for that. Easy 5, another one on the sheets. But with that, let's recenter for a second, because it looks like we do have the lobby going. Map 1, that's going to be Ascent. And if you're a fan of the cancel culture, this is the time where we want them to come out swinging. We want them to come into things and get going here, Max.
Yeah, we've seen both of these teams plenty of times before on side of Ascent. Of course, more fresh in our mind has been the side of cancel culture. We know what Lycos can bring out. We know what Karus likes to do on the attacking rounds. But Zero Marksman, again, they're bringing out a pretty standard roster. In fact, there's not going to be any changes between the two teams. When it comes to situations like that, maybe normally I like to say it's going to be up to the Killjoys to really make a huge difference between the two sides. But I'm really looking at the duelists this game.
Yeah, I'm going to be pretty focused on that as well. But, I mean, you can't have good aggression elsewhere unless you have a stoic anchor on the other side of the map to hold down your flanks, hold down the fort, and work well for you. But with that, we're into the map. And as you talked a little bit about the agent pool, it's exact mirror mode. Both these seems like the exact same
150 CC.
150 CC, there it is. And we might just be off to the races. As we see early on, it looks to be the cancel culture on that attacker side is postured towards the A site, and there seems to be a bit of a stack out from Zero Marksman. We see that kind of dynamic duo of the two duelists waiting a little bit towards mid. And when we talk about that duo, it's the Jet and the Reyna for both of these teams working well together that can really set the pace, set the precedent, and get their team off on the right foot.
Oh no, if you're this one moment on A site, you might be a little in trouble depending on how things go. Already making no qualms about where they want to go. We already see cancel culture bringing the Sova drone down, calling the cry of their people. Potato says help! Everyone's coming on A site. It's already an explosive beginning here, but they have full heaven control that gets relegated away. It's gonna allow more time for cancel culture to push on up, and we see Lyco's doing so. Now they can overextend as the spike goes down.
Yeah, they have good positioning here in the post plant, the crossfire, but it might come down to the fights. Jazzy pushing up, but the trade's good from Unshaken, and it's coming up in the defender favor. Jazzy, however, still pushing, wants more for his luck, but he can't do it. And it's on the trade back. It's now into this 2-on-2. And the defenders, they're split. Good crossfire established. Now the swing's out. Gonna come down to these fights. One behind Jen dead, but the trade good. It's a 1v1 now. Peek up, information for both sides, but through the box. NST to finish that up and grab the pistol for Zero Marksman. Great retake there, Max.
That was a really scary round for Zero Marksman's side. They stacked up almost everybody on B site and had to go for a full-on double pinch rotation. Coming through not only Tree and Cat, but they also had to do so from Heaven with Potato being the only person to stave off 5 different members of cancel culture for what? I don't know, a good 15-20 seconds?
And I mean, I like the play from him. Just retreat, play passive, wait for the team, because that was clearly a set play. They had the utility ready, and off the rip, Zero Marksman is showing, kind of showing us the structure, showing us that they have these preset strats, that they work well to run on the fly, and find success with it early on. So now buy up for Zero Marksman. That's the investment they need. Hopefully get an easy conversion. Cancel culture, though, invest a little bit in these sheriffs. And they're looking to set their sights towards the middle.
Oh, but you can't enjoy those shots going up against you if you're that Jet right now. 64 damage already left on the board. There's no Sage. There's no healing opportunities now for anybody here, except if you're Reyna. But it's going to be an all-out war. It's just a huge slug after slug, fist after fist, connecting against each other right now inside of mid. The double kill coming out from Complex. The entire feed goes into the favor of the defense, and cancel culture wiped away.
Great pinch there from Zero Marksman. They were ready for the mid push. They saw that presence, fell away, had the dark cover to protect themselves, and then instantaneously, pinch was up from behind, and it was a meat grinder in the middle of the map. So great setup there from Zero Marksman to double down on the anti-eco. And remember, Max, they bought a rifle into that, and they're actually going to double down on an investment for Unshaken as well. So for cancel culture, if they can't find this one, especially up against a slightly better buy, they could be in a tough dig, but they seem to be calming down a little bit, looking like a bit more of a default. 2 towards the A site, 3 rather towards B, but there is this aggressive play from the defenders.
I'm a little nervous about this play, though. Recon Bolt's gonna get destroyed immediately. Carouse might have some problems going up towards the orb on A and B site. But no one's willing to push up just yet. But let's take a look at A, though. Carouse is playing yet again a dangerous game, a potential 2v2 right around the corner. Both expecting something to happen nearby. Unshaken's able to find the opening pick. Immediate train goes through, but no one's able to connect the last 2. Potato playing a dangerous game. It seems like Carouse may have no idea. Swapping out the Vandal yet again, making sure no one else can grab it. Potato's able to get away with their life, but for how long, Mimi?
I don't know. They've conceded a lot of control here, Max. Notice how they have no information towards mid. Everyone's pushed back because they know there could be an aggressive play in the middle towards this A main area. Now, will be decision up slow in this direction. They want the opportunity to try and recover a chance into this round. Rotations, however, already through from Zero Marksman. They seem well read, and Potato has a great off angle here, gets some chip damage, and the information needed, and the paranoia up onto site allows him to... Oh no! That's it,
no.
he's dead. How?
What?
What? How is he alive?
That is a miracle.
Huge. That's huge for Zero Marksman, because now they have equal odds in the retake.
What a miracle already. Symbiotic, though, is able to find NST. That's going to be 3 left alive for the defense. The first time they've been in a disadvantage so far. Potato tries to help out, but Lycos finds a double. It's going to be Enjoy, last one alive now, rotating around through Heaven's side. They have a pretty good idea. He's making no qualms about where he's going, but he's going to jump back down into the grass. He could try to rotate, maybe try to find the off angle. Turret's going to spot them. Doesn't matter, Jazzy B. Former Moonrise is able to find Enjoy.
Yeah, great roundup from Cancel Culture. I loved how they adapted after losing that early man and kind of finding that early trade. They waited a second, waited for the aggression of Zero Marksman that they expected to come, and then, despite some miracles for Potato to hold on to his life for a moment, they still managed to double down, hold on to the site, and stave off that retake. But you know why I stuttered for a second was because I see Enjoy already up on the op. This is pretty early into the game. Round 4 operator for the Jets. I'm very excited to see what he can do with it towards the catwalk. But for the side of Cancel Culture, they don't look to be fighting the middle, at least quite yet.
Mimi, can I give you a hot take?
Go.
I don't know how I feel about op
Wait a
plays
second.
on Ascent.
Wait a second.
Oh, see, that's exactly why. It usually happens there. Either op wielders don't want to go for the save or go for the spike and they have to save. Unless you're unshaken, you have a mini op and you're able to find an aggressive kill off of it. Or you have it op and you push up too much and lose it anyways. Now Unshaken having to face against a 1v4 and he's able to find a double from it to a triple kill. They just cleaned up the site. The Cowboys back, baby. Oh, good lord.
That is an impossibility that he found that many. He shouldn't have even been good for one in that position, but he still manages to continue to find impact, continue to find frags, and I'm just flabbergasted by this because, I mean, we talked about the individual pop-flop potential for Cancel Culture, but Zero Marksman, they are putting in a good digs for it, and despite that early, remember they lost the first man, the op was down, you were dragging on that for them, but I guess it doesn't matter. All you need is that Sheriff in the hand of Unshaken to find 3 for Zero Marksman.
They have the mini op.
Yeah.
Out of my way.
Let's see what this Cowboy can do next time around. Feeling himself a little bit more, gonna be overextending. Sova Drone could be the entry to help out a little bit more, but they know about the Sova on the right side, but they don't seem to know about tiles. Able to get the flick in time. Dodging any shots. Kind of trapped. Cloudburst is gonna allow a little bit more breathability. Unshaken's gonna push up and find yet another, essentially an ace coming down, but at what cost? Well, if you're Thanos, it's everything, but if you're Unshaken, just a lot of health. He's gonna have to push back a little bit more. 1:10 left on the clock, and it's down to a 3v3, but Symbiotic's gonna go for it. They're already on A.
Yeah, they have great site control here, great adaptation away from the aggression up from Zero Marksman. Now on this 3-on-3, where are the defenders going to work their way here? The walking wounded, still ambulatory is that Reyna, just 1 HP, but look where Lycos is. Big spot here, and they might just push past him. Is Complex going to check this, Max? I don't know if I would.
Oh, jeez, Unshaken's still gonna go for it, though. Finally,
That's a heal,
Lycos. There's one more right around the corner. This has been the impenetrable wall for the defense through the undercover smokes. Finding yet another, a triple kill again. This is 8 in a row for Unshaken. Oh, and another go down from Jazzy.
Oh, the clutch potential from both of these teams just being shown, putting on a banger for us already. And I was gonna kind of talk about how that positioning of the Jet allowed the overheal, allowed the chance for Unshaken, because that Reyna, it's the feast or famine. It's the once you get moving, once you get the ball rolling, that's it. But sometimes it just takes one, and the lineup perfect from Jazzy to find it. Remember in that first game, Max, that we watched of Cancel Culture? Jazzy wasn't having a good go at things. They won, yeah, but I think he stayed in the single digits of kills. Now he's hitting his shots. He's doing his job on the KJ that we know he does excellently. But he's also finding frags, finding clutches, and Potato, this is a tough spot to be in. The Bucky.
I love this.
Close. They're pushing past. They don't know he's here. He could have so many frags if he just waits his moment.
There's
still.
no way.
Going fast, there's no way. One, looking for some more, pushing through. No, not a second. Old Bucky would do, but the new one, not quite. Enjoy has the blades up heaven, looking for a shot to spam through on the door. So now the retake is going to be a really hard one, especially with this extension up towards heaven. Maybe not. Enjoy finds Carouse.
Oh, Potato. Okay. But look at where Symbiotic is right now. A potential 1v2 holding the angle. Lyco's in a very aggressive spot on top of Jenny. Defending Killjoy, though. He's got to make a move. He's going to try to jump across. Get to it. Updrafts. Up fighting the knives. He has to rotate around. He has to get out of the way or find that lockdown. But no,
not like this.
Complex was dodging into a dive. Oh, no. This is the grand finals.
You really hate to see that if you're Cancel Culture. That was a thrifty round, Max. That was something that never should have gone the way of Zero Marksman. But it will regardless, and it's because of that Bucky play. Yeah, he only got 1 kill, but what he did was he completely reset them. They panicked. It was like, oh my god, guys, there's one in our backlines. Everyone reassessed to try and fight him, to try and take it out. And in that moment of chaos, cancel culture just couldn't muster against the fight that Zero Marksman brought into them. They were all pitched in on the site, and despite the worse arms, they still win it.
How much more thrifty can you get than a knife kill?
I don't know.
You can't.
Very economical.
A disconnect, I guess. But a knife, there's no resources needed at all. Symbiotic, though, playing a dangerous game on this eco round here. It's interesting. I'm surprised nobody's playing inside mid for ZMM side, but they haven't really had a need to. This is the first time CC have even decided to go mid at all.
Interesting position. Zero Marksman getting aggressive. And he doesn't get any information for this. I'm wondering if this is going to cause a miscall. If they're not going to realize how deep they could be into mid. Cancel culture ready. NST, he's on the peak looking for... not into this, but still stoic. It's quiet. Patience moves towards B main.
You know, this is the part of the horror movie where any moment, the evil bad guy, whatever which team it is, just pop out of nowhere. But cancel culture taking their time, their sweet time, with the sheriff in hand of Symbiotic, pushing up with KJ. Sova not too far behind either. Unshaken though, ready to go for the Unsullied maneuver, is able to find two. Look at this, a wipe down underway. Two left alive now, not for long. They're blinded to try to escape, but it's no use. They're cornered like a rat in a mousetrap. Look at that.
Oh,
it's gonna be a flawless one.
Great round up there from Zero Marksman. I like the play from Cancel Culture, contact it up, hopefully find something, but I think the read from Zero Marksman was even better. They had that information from that little bit of a push up towards B main, so they know they either have to be A main or walking up. They had position towards A, so they were confident. It was a mid play, great positioning, great cleanup to keep it flawless in that anti-eco. And now, Max, we were trading rounds pretty good, but this is a bit of momentum found now for Zero Marksman. If they could keep this going, could be tough digs for Cancel Culture. Remember, this is Cancel Culture's map pick. This is the one we want them to succeed on if we want to take this to a 3-map series. But Unshaken especially, and the rest of his team as well, do not want to let that happen. Blind up, forced away, and this push should be quick.
It should be quick, but Unshaken's still unshaken. His core unfounded, never mind. He goes down. That's going to be a huge opening pick. That could already spell the end for Zero Marksman. It's only a 4v4 across the board, but losing someone that had a 3.0 KD can be devastating. Lyco's able to survive, taking more bodies down from market side. All that's going to be left pretty much is on site. C team 1 B main trying to go for a flank complex. No one else to refrag him around. Where's the Sova? He's actually going to be not too far away. It's Potatoes who can't be refragged. Could be able to try to push the site. No intel on highway. Have to go for the pinch here. Lycos, though, has a power position across all 3 different members of the defense left alive. They're trying to find it. Doesn't matter. Quick headshot from Complex is able to nail things down a little bit more. They try to push up, try to find some more trades throughout. The trade master on a boat. 1 left alive. It's going to be 0, and ZMM do it again.
What a round there from ZMM on the retake. I like that they were very controlled about it. They waited until they could clear out the player in market, and I think that's all where it went wrong. That market pick, the pick a little too quick up from the jet. He got punished for it, and then when everyone is just boxed in sardines in the back of the site, it's very easy. The boys of ZMM to clean that up. Now they find themselves in good stride. Enjoy. He's even going to have another go at opping. And if we talk about the side of cancel culture, what can they do to work into things here? I mean, they found success in at least getting that spike down on the quicker rounds, but what they're not doing too well at is the post blunts. I'd love to see them maybe get a little aggro in those post blunts. Try and fight. Try and take those aim duels. Instill that confidence that they're in this, that they're winning this. And that might be, you know, not the team we were talking about, but Unshaken. He sure is confident, and he's pushing all the way up mid. Information abound for Zero Marksman.
These are the same strategies Lycos and Karus used on their defense too. And it's being used so well against them. But look at Unshaken, already finding potentially an angle across the way, outside of tiles. Could be an omen though. Are they going to push up? No, in fact, it's going to be a push up somewhere else. Another duelist is going to fall from CC's side, leaving Unshaken the only one left. Now they have a choice. Do you want to go for the rotate? There's already some outside of A. They're all over the place, but no, the Sheriff's going to miss. Jazzy B may have the power of Moonlight, but it seems like it's not going to be a full moon tonight. Caruso is able to find Potato, but is that going to be enough? Only one has gone down, and they've already made their way into A, like a parasite taking it all over.
The line just narrowly missed there by Enjoy, and now the A site completely in control. Look where Unshaken is, though.
He got those audio.
This is such a weird setting. Look where he is. He's sneaking up on Carouse. And now going to keep diving in for more. Flanking opportunity. Just 2 players here from Cancel Culture. Oh, the arms up hand maps. They need to make a play. They need to go quickly here. But the way that Zero Marksman is set up, no one's isolated. No one's alone. The buddy system in full effect. So it's going to take a miracle if they want to win this round.
Oh, Jazzy P, we've seen what this team can do with the Sheriff before. They gotta do it again. They're playing and not off each other, though. There's no trade potential, and because of that, Logan goes down. Now Jazzy B needs to go back, tries to find the shots, and it's gonna be ZMM again.
ZMM's retakes are so good, Max. It's really their pride and joy, the strong suit that they've been showing us. And the reason that makes me a little nervous with Cancel Culture is because teams that are good on those retakes, if it can be coordinated on site executes, working together, setting themselves up with utility, and of course having players like Unshaken, like Complex, who can pop off, find those huge impact frags, find those clutches, that's a tough dig if you're a defender. So now, if you're Cancel Culture, you want to start getting a couple more rounds in this. The momentum has looked indomitable. However, in this round, they have a better buy, and they look to set their sights towards B. I'm guessing might try and work something with this Thunder Sphere. He can nullify that cage ult in the retake, but to get to that point, they have to get past Unshaken, and he's holding down main, but for once he falls, Carouse bests his double on the Reyna. Enjoy, however, still here on the op, forced away, that dash used. Now there's 2 holding in on the site. Shock Dart might just do some damage. It will do practically nothing. Jazzy still fighting, still pushing, and NSC's forced back, but support in from Potato. Now Jazzy sprang away, but the trade good from NST, and they're holding down this site stalwart. Zero Marksman doesn't need the retake when they have the frags.
Holy moly, look at the meltdown coming out from Zero Marksman's side. If Carouse falls or Unshaken falls, usually the round goes in the other team's favor. And we saw exactly what happened there against Unshaken. They pushed up a little too much. They had to focus the initial spray on the KJ turret, couldn't really focus up on KJ themselves, and they got punished for that accordingly. Very smart play coming out from, I believe that was going to be Complex. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was a very smart move coming out from Jazzy B. And now I'm wondering, are they going to fall for that again on the defensive side?
That's a great question. They're going aggro, but this time there's a Paranoia ready, and he's going up the blade. Good for 1. Oh, almost a second. No, Unshaken has it. Now he dismisses away, looking for another one here. He'll get it. Maybe more. No, Jazzy B. He is the man that's good for the trade. And now we have to reset ourselves a little because it's a 3v3. But Logan, he takes the off out of the picture. However, Complex wants to take this quickly, wants to push in. Hunter's Fury
They're going to push Logan
up to stop that. They are. They're running straight into him. He has no chance, no life left. Complex finds it. Now a 2-on-2. KJ and Omen. Against KJ and Omen, they still want to keep pushing here. Still want to try and keep fighting, but Symbiotic has a very sneaky spot. Zito trying to bait in for this backside position. And here comes that Paranoia up. He's still in the smoke. No way they expect this match. Potato for 1. And here he comes on the peak, but Complex has to trade back. And Zero Marksman, they're already up to 9.
Holy, and we saw how great Cancel Culture could be on Ascend not too long ago earlier in this tournament. This is almost like an evolved version of Cancel Culture to an extent. They're running the same exact strats, the same moves, but they're going faster and a little bit more articulate at that.
Yeah. And I think that the speed, the aggression is what works well for them, and it's because it's supported by information. They start slow, they kind of rev things up and ensure that they have all the info they need. They know the positions that they have, and that's in part due to players like NSC and Complex with their utility, setting everyone up for success. And that's the reason that people like Unshaken are able to find so many multis, because the team works really well together to set each other up. In Cancel Culture, I don't know if I'm feeling the same from them, because already they're down 9-2, 10 to a possibility, especially looking at their buy.
Now, one thing to keep in mind too is that this is Cancel Culture's map pick.
Yeah.
That's not a good start here. And with Enjoy losing Carouse already, things are tumbling down already. Not in a great position for CC either. Attacking KJ is going to go underway, giving them at least a little bit more room to push onto the side. Complex holding right side. Able to get a molly kill, double kill, maybe a triple? No, not a triple, but they go down. Still 10 for Marksman.
Oh, the Marksman's so good on the site defenses, on the retakes, on practically everything they've been tasked with. Cancel Culture can't seem to put up a fight. They've had their moments where they look like they could get it close, but it's never been able to get across the line. We talked about them being a young team, Max, about them not having as much experience, and if you're down 10-2, your map pick, this is something where new teams can struggle because you need to reset. You need to get that mental going. You need to start strong. And I think that that'll have to get them going with the pistol round.
Yeah, but here's the scary thing, right, Mimi? Now, I'm sure maybe production could tell us. I don't know when cancel culture formed as the team we see now, but imagine you give them, I don't know, 2 extra weeks, maybe a month. The results here could be very different.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not over for them yet. This map,
No.
It looks dire, but if they win the pistol, that's a chance. However, if they don't, I'm going to struggle to paint them a pretty picture of a chance in this. So, you need to start strong here, you need to get their momentum rolling, and I might have to start towards the B site.
Oh, they might have to go for a whole bunch of rotates right now. Look at this, a gigantic flank coming out from number 6. That's going to be, I believe, Caruso on the other side. But everyone on Marksman are just making their way onto the site like it's nobody's business. The seal of the second half is going to open from Jazzy, taking down one of the duelists. But still, look at how much damage has been taken on everybody else here. You see the positions being set. Things are looking good. The pistol rounds are a difficult ballet, and these tiny dancers need to make it work. Across the way, CT, trying to find shots. Not going to work for Complex. They fall. We like us now, trying to find one. They have 2 duelists left, but things are looking pretty good. 0 marksman, 1 left alive. Gonna get gunned down by 3.
That was a lot better from Cancel Culture. That was a lot better out of them. Good job on the retake. They did what we saw from them previously in some of these other games, where they find one on the entry and then are very confident playing retake in that man advantage. So great work out of them to find that. And now the question has to be, can they keep it rolling? Can they convert this anti-eco? They need to do it cleanly. Keep the ball rolling. But for the side of Zero Marksman, they're going to invest in a couple of sheriffs. Maybe that shorty up on Potato. Even if they're doing damage, keeping that economy in a bad spot, continuing to trade rounds, that's always going to favor Zero Marksman. Because they have 7 to concede still. They only need to find 2 or 3. And it's a pretty tough spot for Cancel Culture.
I feel like it's safe to say this is probably the most important eco round we're going to see the entire game. Even if we do go to like overtime somehow. But
Eco round in overtime?
Maybe. Oh, God.
Oh, my God. Complex.
Complex. Good Lord. What are people eating now to get so good with the Sheriff? Now, of course, the Spectre are pretty good, too. Maybe able to find one. Drink control flowing through their blood, it seems. Beautiful. Now, a 4v3. Spike goes underway. Cancel Culture. They need to win this round. A jumping judge, jury, and executioner with double. Might be able to secure things away, but it's going to be up to Complex again. Really feeling themselves. Taken from the back, though. Spotted out by Asova. Caught out completely. A pinched 1v2. It's going to be up to them now to maybe free up the clutches of Complex. Now 22 health. It's a gigantic duel. But of course, only one team can come out on top. Try to go for the shots in the back. Spectre beats out Sheriff. What about Complex? Spike still hasn't gone down. 40 seconds left. Anything is still doable. They already got the 2 picks before. Can they find 3 more in 30 seconds? 10 seconds a pop. Not even able to find one. Triple for Lycos.
A great work there from Lycos to pull his team back from the brink of death. And I thought that was really important because Complex found those 2 crucial openings. Found that wonderful double on the Sheriff, but Cancel Culture, they were able to rebound. That tells me that their mental isn't shot yet, that they're still in this, they're still feeling good, and they're able to just dive in, keep going, and that gives me hope for them to have a possibility for a comeback into this. Now, this is probably one of the biggest hurdles they'll have to face because it's the buy up for the side of Zero Marksman and Cancel Culture. They're still on the bonus. If they lose this one, you know, you normally expect to lose a bonus, but it would be 11. It would be debilitating. So he has a Blade Storm max. We've seen him do great work with it before. And if you can do it again, have a performance, find an impact, Cancel Culture would be huge. But Zero Marksman, they already have a lot of space to work with, especially towards mid here.
Oh, look at this mid-side push, Mimi. You're completely right to point it out because this could be the devastating war zone that we've seen before when the sides were reversed. Logan's the only one right around the corner. Could give an inkling of an idea. 4 seconds until recon. If they bring it out now, it may be too late for anything else. Logan needs to peek this corner. 1v2 with the Sheriff. Able to find one, maybe make it 2.
Oh,
Logan! And doing so. Beautiful from Logan. But now you have to worry about the rest of the team making their way to B-mains.
Do they check him?
Caruso,
They do, but it doesn't matter because he has 2.
Down B.
No way.
Mimi! What are they on now? The defense seems to be the best side for both teams.
I mean, it really is. It's kind of what we'd expect, but I didn't expect them to be finding themselves up 5-1 in a round that, you know, Zero Marksman came in with Vantage. However, enjoy it. I mean, he's still alive here. He's still fighting. Has his first, but now, as his Cloudburst clears, there's a Killjoy on the other side. That's Jazzy B to get the last one. And, you know, find that gap down to 5 for the side of Cancel Culture. What I loved is that they know when to get aggressive. They know when to get in your face, find the fights, play the off angles. And that's when they're down. When they're down a man, down on weaponry. That's exactly what they do. And being down on weaponry, that's now the situation Zero Marksman finds themselves in. However, you know, they're dangerous with the Sheriffs. It's always a possibility, however slim it may be.
I do have to say, though, we are seeing Zero Marksman on the Sheriffs. It may be an eco round on paper, but I honestly consider this kind of even. But we'll have to wait and see how this goes down. I'm really curious to see what we can bring out. We do see the knives coming out from the Jet, who's holding a powerful angle outside Brown Box on top of Heaven. But they have to make their way in. Cross pinch from Logan. Trying to go for the knives, missing the Sova. Could try to go up and overextend, but they have no idea about the now dead Karus. Now could be an ample time to do so. Oh, this is huge. Trying to pick up the Vandal. Unshaken, on site, another Vandal in possession. They're picking up all this weaponry like it's nobody's business. 3 on top of Heaven. Could try to overextend. Lear goes down. Could they find the shots? Yes, they do. Make that 1, maybe make it 2. They've already hidden away. They have to play this super carefully. These rounds matter so much for Cancel Culture, but they have to play it. Okay. But they have to play this very carefully. Someone just slammed the door in my house. 2 left alive now. They might be slamming the door on this round.
Yeah, door's closed. It's over. This is just a save call. They're even hunting. They want blood. They want these kills. They might just get him. That's Logan gone. And this is going to be so bad for the economy of Cancel Culture, especially if Lycos dies here. No, not quite yet. Gets 1. Still running away. On the run, an outlaw against the hunt, but where Reyna is unshaken. Could end this now. He will. That is a fantastic shot. These eco rounds up from the side of Zero Marksman so good, and I think it's just because they have no fear. When Cancel Culture respects them, tries to play the retake, what Zero Marksman does is they extend. You said overextending. I don't even know if it's overextending, because in that situation, you need to get out. You need to extend. You need to take the fight. And in those fights, in that chaos, that is where Zero Marksman does excellent work. They showed it here. And now they're up to 11. The up on Lycos, so even arms for both sides. And look at what that's done to the economy of Cancel Culture, Max. They have so little in the bank. If they lose this one, game could be over.
I really want to see what this op can do. We didn't really see much of a performance on Ascent op at all this tournament today, I would say. Symbiotics, though, able to get away with the TP going across on the doors. Oh, this could be devastating. Cruz hiding inside Wine. There's no aftershocks like we've seen before to stifle out any side of Wine attacks on Shaken Falls. That's a huge trade. And that's it. No. They all back off the B.
But the thing is, he knows it's a bait. So the rotates are in, but it's just too little too late. As he's detained, that doesn't work, but the mollies are up. Denies for a moment, but Enjoy wants to push through. The dark cover. The defender side, spawning knows they're there, wants to take this fight. Isn't really given an opportunity. They have Zero Marksman now. They're man down, and they have to hold.
4v5. Jazzy B needs to push up. There's plenty of other people on their sides to help with the pinch. Lyco's trying to go for some pre-fires. None of it's succeeding, though. Coming from behind, though, Potato may be able to find a pick, but look at that. Lycos has the angle down onto the Omen, has to look away. They have to push onto the site. It's Potato's time to shine. He's looking on through. Lycos repositions again. This could be huge for the flank, but they're keeping an eye on him. They try to go for the quick scope, but they fail. Copper's underway outside the paranoia. They're able to find the option for it to go down. Wait, hold on. Maybe it does matter. Slow
no shock darts.
Less alive. No shock darts. They have to go for it. It's over half. Is it too late? They have to find at least one. No, they're not able to, but they have to sacrifice themselves. But they made the ultimate sacrifice with a second left.
So close again. Down to one man, Logan, to pull it off in the clutch. Oh, that's a nail biter for Cancel Culture, but I don't even know how much I want to call that as a win for them. They win the round, they stave off match point, but it puts their economy in another tough spot where if they lose one round, they're just completely reset again. It's just, they need to start doing things cleanly. They need to start building this a little cleaner, because right now, some of these rounds have just been way too close for comfort. They're still alive, they're still building, and they still have the op in the hand of Lycos.
I'm really surprised that we see Lycos bring out the op again. We saw what happened when he was rushed down. It didn't go well, and now he's going to rebuy the op again. If we see another huge aggressive play like that, it's game over economically, like you said, Mimi. But Logan's playing a dangerous game, hiding back a spawn, making sure no funny stuff goes on. But the rest of Zero Marksman, they're playing a somewhat more passive game.
Yeah, they're a little bit more relaxed, but where Cancel Culture is this double main setup, the dynamic duo. of the duelist is great, and it's a bait in, but the drones should still reveal. However, elsewhere towards mid, we have them setting up for this B pinch. Paranoia is up, the op is here, it's ready, but doesn't find the angle quite yet. Karoo's still in main, ready to fight, and they have to execute quickly because the pinch is in, but Lycos has the op. NST a trade back on to Carouse, and now it's Lycos, the last man in the site to hold the line. The rest of his team too far away. They do have utility for the retake, but he still has to hold tight here. Shock darts up, dark cover still keeps him at bay. They want to keep fighting this. No one on site. They need these kills. They'll get them, but Logan has the trade back, and Jazzy has one as well. Dink, not good enough for now. NST, last man standing up top with the op. It misses, so he'll be able to get this spike down, but it is against heavy odds. It's a recon dart available. He can use this here, Max, but the peak already out from Lycos, and the shot good to close.
I was going to say, Lycos gave NST a haircut, and then he finally confirmed the kill. I mean, what an emotional roller coaster of a round, right, Mimi? I mean, cancel culture, they're clawing their way up Mount Everest right now by hand, bringing this back against Zero Marksman. This has been a battle of the defense. Both attacking teams haven't really had the best time here.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see Lycos pick things up a little bit on the op, because this is the weapon that he's put so much into. He's invested the entire life savings of his team into it. They're not, they don't have a silver spoon in this game. They have no advantage practically. One thing working for them is their momentum and their skill at the retakes. And if we talk about retakes, Max, they didn't use much into that round in the way of ults. They still have a Killjoy lockdown. They still have a Hunter's Fury, a Bladestorm. So much to work with on these retakes. And again, they're playing it towards A. So cancel culture can't win this. They're in a tough spot, but they have everything they need. They have the setup ready. And again, Zero Marksman has the site.
Oh, and they just explode on in there again. Now, the long-awaited debate of whether or not that was an overextension to go into heaven will continue here again. On Shaken's able to find another Cowboy kill on top of Logan. But look at this, the battle goes outside the site as well. They're holding back Carouse. That's going to leave a huge, gigantic hole for cancel culture onto the actual site. So much overextension, someone going on. Lycos, though, melting everybody down. Potato making their way towards glass, but no, through the back, it's Lycos with a triple. 2 left alive, a 2v2, double jets left alive, one's detained, and Joy needs to make it hurry up, but no. On the other side, a catwalk Carouse makes it work overall, leaving Complex in a difficult spot. A 1v2, making a 1v0. 11 goes to 12.
Oh my god, Zero Marksman. There should be no chance. Look how much they committed, Max. The Bladestorm in. The lockdown committed as well.
Oh,
now,
no.
because the economy has been so close, they've been buying into these ops. They've been making these big purchases. It's all reset. It's all placed down to a lighter buy. A judge up for Lycos. Oh, this could be the end, at least of map 1. This could force cancel culture into a tough run of things, but it's still not over yet. Hunter's Fury on both sides, the double there. Zero Marksman, they've excelled at these executions, at going quickly, at forcing that retake. This time they're a little slower. They have the time, they have every advantage. They just need to close.
Oh, and Shaken's playing a dangerous game right now. Could be able to find at least one, maybe one in the dark covers, but no, unable to do so. Teleporting away, it's Symbiotic, making sure he can survive just a tiny bit longer. Keep in mind, Mimi, if anyone in CC goes down, that could be for the final time in their map choice.
Could be. It's a very situation for both teams. Shots exchanged, nothing really connecting. Where's that Hunter's Fury going? Towards Hell, not going to connect, but the Blades will. That's Enjoy for 1 onto Jazzy, and now they have this into a 4-on-4, and they have the A site. Yet again, it falls to the retake. They've struggled here, but they need to do it if they want to hold on, if they want to take the first map.
All right, everybody. 50 seconds turns into the spike going down. Angles being held from the attackers, waiting for rotates, but they don't have having control. Shock Dart's able to find one. The Omen goes down. No more smoke potential, but Carouse again with that Sheriff, showing exactly how the mini-op goes. Complex waiting for 2 on the other side, trying to find the quick peeks, unable to do so. Lyco's able to find the trade, but a double kill comes out from ZMM's side. Gonna leave one left alive. This could be the final shot, and it is! Map number 1 goes to Zero Marksman.
Oh, that is such a good showing up from Zero Marksman. And it came close in the end. It really did. It came down to the wire for these teams, but in the end, the closeout is really good from Zero Marksman. And I think, Max, what they did so well, what I love to see from them is, especially on that defensive side, the retakes, the discipline to know that they don't always need to just be fighting. Yeah, they can, but they knew when to be passive. They knew when to chill out, take those breaks. And I feel like they kind of were able to dictate that at all times. They were able to control when they were allowed to play passive, when they were allowed to play aggressive. And I think towards the end, it started to be a little bit more timid up from cancel culture. They're normally a very explosive team, but in that end of the game, they were still fighting, but it didn't feel like it went the same way that it normally does for them.
I think they felt a little bit more, maybe not an emotional weight, but they definitely felt some kind of weight, knowing that if they went down again, that's probably the last time they could do so. And that's what we saw in that very final round. They had to play that timid style, Mimi. They had to play very fractured, very far away from each other. But we did see Karus and Lycos kind of link up at the very end. They had that final hurrah, but unfortunately it was a short-lived one. They had to now relegate themselves to map number 2 and see whether or not Zero Marksman's Choice can be their 2-0 win tonight.
Yeah, and it is their choice. It's their opportunity to come into things. And now for the side of cancel culture, they need to rebound, need to reset, and come back into this. We'll have to find out if the young team, this new blood in the tournament, has a chance into it. We'll have to find out to the break.
mind, ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Oh, I just wanna feel free, and I just wanna be me. Yeah, I just wanna go so crazy. I just wanna be a freak. Yeah, I just wanna rise to the top. Yeah, I just wanna go reach the peak. So I've been really well focused on success. Hey, y'all will see. Yeah, you'll see that I will get it. Cause I'm really focused, man. I make it with a rap and I just follow my path. I just follow my passion. To me, this is what's precious. Yeah.
Welcome back to Great Lakes Gaming. It is the Pit of Valor 1-year anniversary edition, so we've been going for a while, but now the game already going strong. First map, Ascent, that is going to go the way of the marksman, but now there's a chance to rebound for cancel culture. In map 2, that's going to be Bind, but before we get into that, Max, I think we have some people that might have won some stuff, which is exciting.
Oh, did I finally win something?
No. Sorry.
That's okay.
Some people we know did.
That's true. I mean, you know, with the NASA giveaway, I have to look down here really quick. We do have, where is my dude? We have the list right here. Am I missing
there
it?
it is.
Oh,
It's on the
Richie,
screen.
It's
That's nice and
Somrad for the NASA United giveaway. I believe they're giving away 2 Chinese New Year t-shirts. Pretty cool. And, you know, I wish I could have one of those. But Richius and Somrad on Twitter, you better, you know, tweet it out. Show us a picture of that because I really want to see what they look like.
Yeah. I mean, it's no Hawaiian shirt, but it's pretty close. If I had to have another shirt, probably be one of those. But I think we have another one too. We also have some drink control. So you can have a shirt, you can have some food too. And that's going to be Grimm's, the winner of that. It's a large bag of drink control. I believe all those winners will be reached out to shortly. So if you're one of the people we just said, congratulations. You should get a message pretty soon. But let's take a minute, pivot back to the game, and I guess kind of set the stage for us about what went down on Ascent, Max.
Oh, yeah. So Ascent, we went in with really high expectations for cancel culture. We saw them plow their way through not only the B stream, but the A stream on the single bracket for the Pit of Valor tonight. We saw them go up against plenty of different teams, but it seems like this is the first time in grand finals, no less than a best of 3, really start to falter a little bit on Ascent. This was their map choice. They went into this with high expectations, given what we've seen from them all night long, and they didn't show up. They underperformed. But Zero Marksman, Pit of Valor mainstays. They are veterans of the scene here. They have really stepped it up this week. They have really transformed themselves. And so far, it's only been one map, potentially of 3, but they took all the strats that cancel culture brought out and multiplied it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the aggression they had, the pacing they had to just take control of the server, find the impact plays, find the culture, they had everything going their way. And I think the one kind of high hope I might have for cancel culture is what we saw towards the end. Once they were on that defensive side, I feel like the ball got rolling a little bit more. They had a little bit better of a chance in it, but it still was never perfect. And, you know, the saving grace for them of starting on defense, well, that's not going to happen. Because Zero Marksman, again, get the chance to start there to set themselves off on the right foot. So this is going to be a tough one for cancel culture if they want to come back in.
It's going to be incredibly tough, Mimi. But we're going to have to see how things go. It looks like we are still waiting a little bit for the game to get started here. I'm excited, though. We're going to be seeing cancel culture starting on the defense again, though, on bind. So they'll be starting off on that right foot, like you mentioned, Mimi. That could be what they really need to get those early points on. But on the side swap, that's still a huge concern for both teams.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it really is. I think you can get a little more creative with the attacker half. You can really get into things here, but I'm at least glad that we're getting a switch up or off ascent. We've seen it so much today already, so having a break from that, having a chance for maybe the side of cancel culture to have a bit of a better shot to come back into things.
Absolutely. It looks like my camera just decided to die, but the perfect time, though, because we are going to bind. You don't have to worry about our faces anymore. Up there, I am frozen.
There you go.
But here we go. We're going to have to see what the agent selection is going to look like here. I'm a little excited to see this. I think we could see something maybe a little bit more new, given that Viper and Yoru have been buffed. But instead, we see something, well, we do see Viper with Potato, but we also see a Sage.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing out from that attacker side of cancel culture. Not only are they running that Viper, but they're also bringing Skye into play. I think this is one of her best maps. She's a really powerful heal here. Great setup with the blinds and also the information-wise. And when you're running both that Sova and the Skye, information can be abound. But the thing is, once they get onto that defensive side, they're going to have to really set the precedent, set the pressure, because, well, yeah, Viper can kind of function as that sentinel role. It's not going to always have the same denial potential as, say, having a Killjoy, a mainstay, kind of watch your flanks and hold down that position. But we'll have to see who can make it work. It is ZMM off on the attack here on Bind, and the defensive side there of cancel culture. They're going to need a shot. Are they starting off on the defense, I think?
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. I guess we had it backwards on the desk, but that's good for cancel culture.
What I'm curious, though, to see swapping sides, I know we're speaking a little ahead. Karus, though, with that Sage Wall, might be able to get some really nice attacks now, especially on Shower side. That could be devastating.
Yeah, it really could be. I'm interested to see how they play into that area, but it looks to be a default off the bat here for the attackers of Zero Marksman. Over towards this early Showers control, the bird's up, flying good, but the wall comes down regardless. So, on, no real control garnered either way. But if we talk about the setups that's being run right now for cancel culture, look at the B-long setup. Two there on a bait setup off of the tripwire. And if they can work their way into that, if they can find impact off that, that would be great. But the drone already nullifies it. For Zero Marksman, it's very slow, very defaulty. They don't want to be the first ones to make a mistake into this second game.
Speaking of going default and going slow, it's interesting that the Viper Wall has already gone on to separate most of Lamp's control and a little bit of TP. Makes me wonder if it's going to be a full dedication to A site. Yeah, we haven't seen any rotates coming out from ZMM from cancel culture's side. We are seeing some now, though, from the Omen. Oh, no, he's going to double back, actually. Viper Wall goes up. Could be the time now. Go for the executes. A split push coming on through. Karus hiding inside the Brimstone smokes. The perfect opportunity to find out any audio cues if possible. And there's not going to be any Lamps control, it seems. Hiding, hearing the sounds of the plants going down nearby. Could be a great chance to find someone to start things off. But look at how much has been cut off on the Viper. This is so good. It's trades back and forth. Cancel culture again melting away. 3v4. Jazzy and company having to try to push up, but there's already long angles being held by the rest of Zero Marksman's side. They have a chance to go for a defuse here, but they have to be quick about it. Logan swapping around for sides. Enjoy pushing up so close near the spike. Might be able to find Lyco's able to connect the shots onto the Rays. No longer a jet, but still Trade City. More are going to fall. 2 left alive. Logan and company need to find these mollies. Need to try to get past them. Try to go for the defuse, but it might be too little too late. They've held it down effectively.
Woo! Enjoy for 4 there, Max. What a play out from the Skye on the pistol round. And for cancel culture, they did the exact right thing, you know? They got aggressive as soon as they found out that it was that setup. of the post plant, where you have the Brimstone Molly, you have the 2 Viper Mollies, you have everything there. Cancel Culture did the right thing. They pushed. You have to get aggressive. You have to shut down that Viper player, but it was just a little too late. And adjusting to that, by seeing that they were already managing to do that, already ready to make that adaptation, I think it bodes well for them to work against this post plant setup of Zero Marksman. But if they get themselves in that position, they can buy time in that way. It would be huge. Into the save round here.
Oh, look at that
Cancel
cam.
Culture. There, look at where... Yeah, I mean, that could give information. Over towards the A site, too, there's a fight ongoing for Showers. And there will be an early pick. Still another up for Complex. Still, the shorty and the bait's good. The shot as well. And Joy still has this rifle, the one powerful weapon in the round. And it's good to find Carouse. This guy, so early on, already farmed up to his ult. But Jazzy just got given a gift, Max. That's a spike down. If they're not ready for him here, it could be huge. Someone has to go on recovery duty. It's Potato. Is he gonna be prepared? Maybe. The dink up. The frag follows. Jesse now low on HP. These last 2 players are not together, Max. And he's slipping away into the night.
Oh, this is a tough one, Mimi. Not being able to grab that spike. Could catch Soval from behind. Almost able to do so. Not gonna connect, though. That's gonna be 2 in a row for ZMM. And already, Mimi's scoreline at the very least is looking very familiar to map number 1.
Yeah, great start there. I really liked the initial setup there from Cancel Culture. Get aggressive, have kind of the bait in, and then as soon as you have that first contact or Showers, you push the extremities. You get that map control, you work off of it. It almost worked. I think if there was guns in play there, it could have been a different story, but we already see the post-plant practice in play, probably pulling out the YouTube video right now, making sure he has the lineup ready to go.
It's okay, guys. Trust me. I know the lineup. I got this. Oh, but NST, does he got this by seemingly himself? He's got the spike in hand. No one's going to be peeking around corners. Skyo in hand, though, going to be catching out Carouse not once, but twice, including a bird. Oh, but it doesn't matter when you get caught out with your skull hanging out. Carouse is able to find Enjoy. One more, though. Be the Brimstone already detected. 2. No, trade against Carouse, and that's going to be the wall completely gone.
Potato here with the Judge. It's ready. The plant will go down. So now the main factor we have to think about is post-plant. What do they have to work with, and how quickly can the boys of Cancel Culture nullify it? They have to come in. They have to deny this setup, but the setup's still good from the side of ZMM. Potato for the first and a second with the Judge. Elsewhere, Jazzy's trying to dispel the positioning, but already time ticking away. Utility a factor, and I mean, did they just save here? I feel like they do. This is practically over. Too much utility. You have to just get out. Jazzy wants to stick around for a frag. He's not really given a chance. Potato even kills him on the way out the door. So Culture, lose a tough one, Max.
Yeah, I mean, the tough calls to go for the save. That's ultimately what needs to be done here to save at least a little bit of an economy. You're down 3 rounds, right? And so, you know, saving a Phantom, especially 3 rounds in, that's pretty important. That 4th round could have just staved off maybe a bit of a save because of it.
Yeah, it could have, but that's not to be this time. I like the way that ZMM is playing around the post-plant setup because they have players that are just dedicated to guarding the Brimstone and the Viper. Those 2 crucial agents in the post-plant. They work really well to just protect the ship, to stall out enough time. And that's in part also due to the amount of smokes they have. They have both the Brimstone and the Viper, so there's so much to bully their way through. I think for Cancel Culture, they can't really be playing retake. They have to be taking fights. They have to find advantages before the site is taken by Zero Marksman.
Oh, but Complex is playing a dangerous game right now, trying to push on up and reverse paint grenades go down. It's not going to connect, though. But it's going to allow more time for everyone to push up B long. Going to be spotted out yet again. Seal's been broken for the round on Shake. It's able to find Jazzy. No longer on the Reyna, by the way. It's going to be Lycos, though, taking down the newly founded Brimstone. And while things are a 4v4, it's not going to end that way for much longer. NST is able to find yet another, but Symbiotic from behind with a double kill. A very impactful one at that. It's going to change the tides in Cancel Culture's favor. 2 left alive now. Still the spike in hand, needs to teleport to A. Separated still, the Sage Wall is going to fall. Enjoy pushing up, not finding any angles. Logan right around the corner on the entryway with a grenade. I'm sorry, with a shotgun in hand. Going to be blinding out the Sova. Goes for 2. Might be able to find it from behind.
Oh, the sky step.
That's
such a great play. I mean, how do you even prevent that?
Right?
Right in your face. The instinct is to turn, and you just don't. A good sky player can be devastating, especially with how uncommon she is. Now, what's the play here? Joy wants to get aggressive. me take a fight. He suspects two could be through this defender side spawn. They will be coming. Here's the steps. Here's the advancing army. Look at your mini-map. Sova flanking. However, Enjoy here ready. Force back. The Judge bounding around the corners. Now Enjoy has one of his own. A shotgun duel in the 1v1. The corner jump up. The shot good from Enjoy. Now he recovers onto the rifle. More pressure. And Symbiotic good for it. But a Hunter's Fury in play. And not much time's left. This could win the round, Max. Hunter's Fury up. It's a tag, has to get Kuros off. Oh, did he get half? He did. That could be it. Oh no, he gets off. Is there enough time here? Shock dart could do it, and it just isn't time. It doesn't even matter. What a play there from Zero Marksman. That was a 2v3, Max.
It was, and Zero Marksman, because of that, again, through their ingenuity and being able to maneuver themselves around 4 in a row now over cancel culture. And it's tough to say at this point. We were expecting to see a little bit more from CC coming out of the, the heels of losing on Ascent. But we're just not seeing that come out here. Maybe if they go over to the attack, it could be a different story. A complete palindrome mirror mode from what we saw from the beginning of the first map. But all sheriffs in hand, I'm a little hesitant about this.
I don't have much faith in this round at least. And this attacker half, it's been so good already. Sometimes on a map like Bind, you're happy with a 4-8, a 5-7, they already have 4. Not one round found by cancel culture. And this one doesn't look probable either. The first time this game, B seems to be the target. I do have an entry frag.
We did see an attempt of it last round, but it was very quickly shut out by EC's side. It allowed Zero Marksman to rotate over to A, and already there's going to be a little bit more skirmishes going on by Complex is able to find the opening pig. Jazzy B goes down. No more Cypher traps to worry about. But Joy has a different story. Around the corners can be the Omen. Holding a very tight angle. Almost able to find one. Potato's going to do it instead. That's full permission to go for A, and now everyone has to rotate over from B yet again.
Yeah, they do. Now, just 2 left alive. Complex, he's just hunting. It's just fish in the barrel right now for Zero Marksman as they're hounding down and killing every player left for cancel culture. And in a 1v5 with a sheriff, I don't think he can even get one. No, he won't. Logan put down 5 rounds up now for Zero Marksman. And Max, they don't even have to use the post plant. They don't even have to rely on, yeah, it's an emergency measure, but the thing is that their post plans, even outside of the utility, is great. They know when to get aggressive. It's the same story we saw on Ascent. They know when to push. They know when to get aggro. Take the fight to you. Take the pacing to you. Cancel culture is not being given an inch.
You know what they say, you give them an inch, they take a mile. What we're seeing, Marksman take 5 different miles off of cancel culture right now. This has been a rough game. There's no doubt about it right now. We're gonna have to wait and see how things go down with a full-on shower push, it seems, coming out from the attacking team yet again. Sage Sky ult comes down. Immediately the wall breaks down. Karus can't follow up with it. The slow to go down in retaliation. They have to fully relegate themselves back. I'm choking on all my hype. Jazzy B hiding inside the smoke, maybe trying to find one in the complete confusion. Here's the spike goes down, denies it immediately. There's only 2 left for the defense yet again. No matter what they chew on A, it doesn't work out. Symbiotic though with the flank could have come on by. But Enjoy already getting that spike into the ground. Lyco's able to trade out yet another. Not going to be as flawless as it once was. Trading on through 2 different angles. Lyco's trying to rotate away. It looks like it's going to be a save. No, Symbiotic's still going to keep on going. Look at this Mimi though. Look at this, right on the other side. Could be one body to find. No, it's going to be the Sky coming in time though. Complex with another. Lyco's with a trade. But it's too late.
Oh, just narrowly. Almost had the chance, but it continues the flawless streak. 6-0 up for Zero Marksman, Max. I like the play there from cancel culture. They knew that this troublesome beast, the post-plant positioning, the setup for Zero Marksman, and they did what they needed to. One on a flank, they pushed it away, but the adaptation's so quick. The mid-round calling, I'm not sure who the IGL is for Zero Marksman, but the mid-round calling has been exceptional. The way they're able to adjust to a push, adjust to the pressure, even in the most dire circumstances, that's why they're so flawless. That's why they're working so well. And now looking forward, cancel culture again relegated to a save.
All right, Professor Mimi, biggest brain in all of GLG. If you're cancel culture, what do you do?
I mean, in terms of mental, you take it a round at a time. I think that you need to set the pace a little bit. Get a little aggressive. Don't let them on site, but that's not what I was talking about. That's getting sprayed through a box. Sometimes nothing goes right, and it looks to be the case here. There's the Viper, and there's NST for 1. Symbiotic in Octagon could swing out, try and deny the plant, but Unshaken Flanking up, the timing unlucky, and yeah, there he goes. Unshaken for the frag. It's just one left alive now. And this is again, there's not even really a shot for Caruso. Yeah, he has a sheriff. Yeah, he's been great with it, but a 1v5, no time on the clock. Cancel culture, they don't have an inch. They don't have a solution. And Caruso, he might just not have a life pretty soon here.
Unlucky, really. Oh! At least it's not going to be flawless anymore. The Viper goes down, but at what cost? Again, practically everything.
Yeah, it's not a good dig for cancel culture. What I was trying to get at before the push came in is that cancel culture needs to reset here. They need to kind of take a little aggression, try and take the fight to Zero Marks and let these individuals have a chance, because no one's had the pop-off performance yet. Lycos hasn't had his moment. Caruso hasn't had his moment. They found some frags, but it's pennies on the dollar of the rounds that Zero Marksman is stringing together. Up 7-0. This is already grim. I think they need at least 4 if they want a chance, and then they need a practically perfect attacker half, and that could be a great start. Lycos has 1. They're still pushing. Nade, great damage onto NST. To Zono off as well. Potato for 1. Trade good, though, from the raise. NST hovers straight through the cyber cage, straight towards the brimstone wall. Lycos holding the corner. Checked on. Spam going both ways. Now both down to the 1 shot. And they'll disengage for now, but Lyco still in the backline. Shock Dart trades through Complex. Last man standing. A one-on-one. The closest it's ever been for cancel culture. They have to take down Complex. However, Max, he has a free sight. Has
this
space.
Is tough.
If he plants for CT here, for Heaven even, could be perfect. I don't know if he expects the flank. Oh, he's clearing all the way. This is perfect. He could hear the footsteps
here. No, he's
here.
planting. Oh, no, he baited the plant. This is Complex time to shine. He might just try to go for the kill. Plant money's good, but killing's better. You gotta pad up those stats. Complex holding a stalwart angle, waiting for the Sage. No double thinking themselves.
Oh no.
Right on the other side, finds the shot! Finally, they get a point on the board!
And they have the eco res too. That's great. That's so good for cancel culture. Great play there from Caruso in the clutch to, have the discipline to not get baited out instantly. To hold tight, to realize that if he rotates, I just have to commit myself to the retake. I can try and get a res in. So perfect. So that's what we like to see from Caruso. But that's just 1 round. That's a drop in the well for the side of cancel culture. Before they can even think about being happy, they need momentum. They need to keep something up. And look at the economy for Zero Marksman. They are so rich. Every dollar they can hope for in the bag, even if they lose this round, they still have a buy for 1, maybe even 2 more rounds.
Oh, but that Recon Dart's going to spot out Symbiotic, and looks like that's going to be opting for a push instead rather than contesting with 2 outside of B main, or B long, excuse me. Caruso, though, is not going to move anywhere. Holding still like a statue, waiting for Complex to move on forward. So definitely an unorthodox angle. Could be great to find against this raise. Seemingly having no idea. Looks above, finds the shot, still gets some damage, but heals up. Enjoy, going in for the flash now. Looking through the cyber cage, not finding anybody just yet, but they hear the shots going through, trying to find the pre-fires, unable to do so. Logan's gonna find one instead, but they're all melting away. Shock Darts, the utility kills happen so much from ZMM's side. Are they going to be going over to B? No, they're waiting for flanks. Like so deep inside of sight already. Potato pushing up forwards to 9.
Here he goes.
A little bit more. And they're just saying skedaddle. Goodbye. Now going that way. And most of cancel culture looks very confused. Where did they go? There were so many audio cues they may not have heard the TP from the Viper.
Now they know. That's NST dealt with as well. Max almost dies. It could be that situation for Potato. It's the Viper left alive. The first snake bite used. No utility in hand. No shot in the round. Lycos. Now he's hitting his shots. Now cancel culture's getting going. And what it is, Max, is that they're not playing scared anymore. They're able to take the fight. They're at the point where they're like, all right, guys, we just need to get rounds going. We have to start feeling it. We have to get going. And that's what they're doing. They're fighting. They're winning those crucial gunfights. And that's slowly dismantling the lead that Zero Marksman has had.
It's only been 2 rounds though, Mimi. There's still a gigantic lead between the 2 teams. Zero Marksman, they have to catch on to this now. We're seeing a lot more aggression coming out from Cancel's Culture side. But if ZMM can look into this and maybe play a little bit slower than they have been, they might be able to lock toe-to-toe up against these aggressive players and maybe find those opening picks.
There's a chance in it for them. With the stakes high here, $100 on the line, a comeback on the books. Their way into that. Cancel Culture, they're still playing back here. It's a default up for Zero Marksman, but look at this. They're not playing back this time. They're getting aggro. They're feeling things. And here comes Hunter's Fury. Try and go back in. Lycos creating space elsewhere. NSC trying to help out. And that aggression punished out. It's back into the 4-on-4. Unshaken in close to blind up. Omen can't see a thing, but still gets one. Spray through the smoke. He doubles down. How's that a possibility, Max? How has he done that? But he needs to. He needs that for cancel culture.
I don't know, Mimi. They're doing such a good job at that. 2 left alive now for Zero Marksman's side. Very aggressive rounds coming by. Very stalwart ones at that. Look how separated everyone on the attack is right now. Symbiotic trying to teleport on by, trying to fake it out. But looks like the Raze is going to back on board. Look at where the rotates are happening. One on B long. Logan may have eyes on that Sova. If they play it wrong, missing the shots though. It's not going to connect. B combo underway. Maybe could be 2 more. Or what? Maybe 1 or 2. But Logan has no idea. Shock darts though. Trying to find to confirm. Not going to connect. Karus still hiding inside of Hookah. Be complex though. Waiting on by, practicing, going through the undercover smokes. Maybe trying to find one, tries to blast back their way in. That could have been their doom. No, they find the clear sight. 1 left alive though. NST finds themselves in a bad spot. A 1v2, a 2v1. Doesn't matter which side to run. NST finds one instead, but the confirm from Jazzy B is going to keep the streak going.
2 rounds left in the half here, Max. 2 rounds to work with. Close the gap to 5-7. That's the dream. That's the half they need. Zero Marksman, they can start to feel this slipping a little bit by their wayside. The amount of money that they had built up allows them to continue to buy into this, to keep going. And what's changed is that now they can't seem to punish the aggression they once had. It's no longer cancel culture on the back foot. They're feeling it. They're getting going. They're sending things in. And what Zero Marksman needs to do is cancel that out. Put a wrench in the plan. Put a place, shut down that aggression. And sometimes it's a little more subdued, but that's because there's an op in play. Unlike Ghost, a mixed bag of success in the past. Here's another chance for him.
Showstopper! Not gonna connect though. Complex making the win. The Lambs has so much control, dodging the Hunter's Fury, but no, it's not gonna be enough. It seems for the other members of the team. A double kill goes down. So many members melting away of Zero Marksman's side. They had such a good plan at the beginning, and now it's all wiped away. Pit goes down. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the Viper to use all that utility just to die. 1 left alive. It's NST again. They were like this only a minute ago. Trying to jump out the shots. A 1v3 from behind. Karus knows what's up. Able to find the shot. And that's going to be 4 now in a row.
Pour on the trot. The momentum huge. Building for cancel culture. If they find 1 more, keep it into the half. Build into that pistol. There's a shot. There's a really good chance for them still. And Zero Marksman, this is their last chance, Max. If they lose this round, it's that 5-7 scoreline. They still have a buy-in. They still have that money built up. What they don't have is ultimates. I think that's one of the things that worked well for them in the early game because they kind of had their ults staggered. They always had one available. They always had something to help them out if they came down to the dire straits. But now there's no extra plan. There's no one to jumpstart them if they fall flat, and it's early aggression up, but that's punished this time by Complex. The shutdown in, stopping the vibe, stopping the fields, and he'll do it again. 2 frags from the Raze, and now this B site could be popped open, but they don't even care. They don't need to exec here. They're pressuring towards A. Where will they finish though? The spikes towards B, untrapped in the TP.
Oh, but look at Jazzy P looking to open on up using the camera. Odin in hand, white down a lawnmower to grass. It kills. A 3v3 underway. NST trying to go in for the flank. A very odd one at the top of Hookah. Trying to find it. Takes out the Blast Packer. And there you go. Full control. Almost taking over the spike yet again. Karus on the other side of the corner. This is rough. It's going to be spotted out. They saw the shots. They heard the shots. Finding one. No, they can't confirm it. NST does instead. Trade this galore. Now it's down to Sova versus Sova. Logan's able to find another and Shaken falls. It's going to make his way to A. No Viper util to work with that wall. Never going to be used. It's going to be a chasing game. Try to find the Sova drone. No idea that they're planting on B. Or on A, excuse me. It's going to be on triple. Now the Sova needs to make a difficult choice. They have to rotate all the way around from CT spawn. It's going to be so much time given where they're at. Mimi, there's a Hunter's Fury 2 on Zero Marksman's side. They should be able to win this round, all things considered.
2 shock darts on the board for the Sova of Zero Marksman. NST hanging close. Both sides have the same utility, just no ult in the picture, and Logan has to take his time to clear out, but I love that he's going quickly. Yeah, he knows that there's a Hunter's Fury, so he's gonna go quickly. Will the Hunter's Fury come out? It will.
No.
That's baited up to the game, given away, but it's used so early. Logan's pushing, could receive the tag, no. Will NST expect this? This fight is everything, and NST wins it. That's 8-4 half there, as Zero Marksman quell the momentum, recover into things just at the end of the half.
when it mattered most, it turned from a very smooth kind of skin to a gushing wound for them, and they were able to patch it up with a band-aid at the very end. Now we have to see whether or not they can use that band-aid going forwards, or if they need something a little bit more permanent to gain that lead. They still have double the points over cancel culture.
They do. That's what's going well for them. But cancel culture, last time, what got it closer than it probably could have been on Ascent was winning the pistol round. They're good at these defensive half pistol rounds. They've done well with them on the past. But now they have to do it on the attack. They have to come into things here a little aggressive. Get something early on, and this is different than what we saw from the Zero Marksman. They're up towards the B site. This was neglected in the past, but Complex initially forced away the Ray's utility, so now the site take on the books as the TPs come through.
Oh, look at this. The Lyco's already going to fall down. Complex is able to find the opening pick. So many duels are being traded now, laying down their lives for this opening push on the pistols. Enjoy, though, able to find one holding down top of Hookah. We two left alive. Cancel Culture's side, trying to hold down the fort as long as they can. They have the spike in their possession yet again. They're going to try to go for the TP. And they have no other choice. Look at this already. These defenders know what's up. They're making the mad dash going through short, and no one would ever expect this. In fact, it's a bit of a pinch in of itself. We saw the Omen do the same exact thing. They have to know if there were no defenders going that way, there's only so many choices. Spike goes down on triple. Perfect angle not to see. Molly, of course, in retaliation, blocking angles, but no one knows about lamps. They find one, maybe make it two. No, the trades go by. Symbiotic's going to fall. Potato, though, using triple to their advantage. Sova drone's going to be in the way. They've been spotted for a little while, stalling out some more time. Second smoke goes down. Gonna be blocking just about everything. It's a huge pinch. They did this just in time. The Sova needs to make a move. They have no idea if it's a fake or not. Little do they know it is. It's gonna allow the Sova push up, and there you go. Insta death into the defuse. That's perfect, Mimi. And ZMM keep it going.
Oh, that wall worked so well, and I mean, they saw, the producer just said it in our ear, it's just Viper things, because they could see the wall on the floor, so I'm getting confused as to why they planted there. I'm guessing to sow the seed of confusion, to make them think maybe they're heaven, maybe they're back sight. There was never time for the setup, so in the end, they have to charge through. Logan has to take the fight through the Viper wall.
Oh, yeah.
That's a debilitating round to lose, because remember, if you weren't paying attention to the changes, that does 50 damage off the rip. He was on one shot. It took nothing. It was just a sneeze from Potato to kill him. So I love the Viper play thus far. I love the creative comp from Zero Marksman, because it's not just different. It's not just a gimmick. It's working well to find frags, and it might just be working enough to win him $100 as they sit 5 up now in the Santa Eco.
Oh, very true. But look at this beautiful play. It's going to be a bit of a Cold War turning hot real quick, though. The oven's going to 10. Unshaken's able to find out Symbiotic, and the smokes and everything goes down at once. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, there's only 2 left on Cancel Culture's side. A meltdown completely. Again, another rotate, having to go to A and maybe go for the plant itself. But ZMM, they're all grouped up outside of B, making sure they can go for the teleporter. Maybe it's shoving everybody inside of Hookah. There's not many options left. They might be able to find a stinger on the ground, but it's just a crumb of what could be, with a Spectre in hand, getting a double from the Viper. You know, Productions did say it was what Viper does. I think that's a certified Viper moment.
That's just Viper things yet again. Great stuff out from Potato and from ZMM in general. You know, it's an anti-eco. It's the expected result, but still, despite it being expected, despite them conceding it, it's still a tough loss. It's a tough pill to swallow for Cancel Culture. It's down 6 rounds. They're still just on to the Sheriffs. This is the great buy. That little bit of investment that netted them nothing has punished them. And if 11 is found here for Cancel Culture, that's pretty insurmountable hill to work against. But the saving grace is there's only one player towards B. It's the Viper in the pit, but Lycos wants to push through into it. I don't know how advisable this is, because there's a judge on the other side. Potato ready, and the Molly does it. Will he expect one to his close right? I don't know.
No,
Lycos
no
just
way.
outside the smoke. This is so awkward. The pit will never go down. He has to charge in, take the dive into the depth, the pool of smoke. Look at Viper's leaving. The warden of this location won't even be there to protect it. Now there's support in to push through, but Lyco's still in position.
Oh, if they can go
here, Max.
They can go for a mini flag. Maybe this could be huge. Sheriff in hand, still this cowboy going into the saloon, needs to make a move. A double molly kill from Potato, no less.
Oh, no.
From behind, Unshaken looking just in time. Wow. I've never seen Never seen a double molly kill from a Viper.
Yeah.
I've never seen her ult using hookah like that.
I've seen it in the post plant. I've never seen it just in a round where they just have to push through. Great play from Zero Marksman. Flawless too. It's another anti-eco. and now I don't even know what the road forward here is for Cancel Culture. They have the ult in the bag. They have the superior weaponry. I don't even know if I want to call it superior because Potato, he still has his trusty Judge the Buddy on his side. I mean, I guess if you're Cancel Culture, what's the play here, Max? If you're in the lobby, what are you thinking? What do you try? Because you can't lose another round, really.
Let us hunt.
It's tough, Mimi. But we have to see what Cancel Culture can do. Keep in mind, Karus used to be on Zero Marksman. He's got something to prove right now to beat them in the Grand Championships, but with a mowdown like this from Unshaken, nailing him down from the team. A new pickup after Karus had left. That is a hard pill to swallow. 3v3 now. Trying to push up again. This is just raw gunfights. There's no strategy. This is just brutality. And Jazzy P trying to take out 1v1 by themselves inside showers, unable to connect the shots. Only going to leave Lycos left alive with just a classic and Judge in hand.
They wanted to go for a default here. Try and split up, play the map control, but Zero Marksman just won every gunfight. If you're in default and you want map control, you also need the frags. You need the fights to gain that space. Now Lycos finds a good timing. He could have a flank up. The Viper here in heaven, not a great gun in hand, but he spots out Potato with the knife. Oh, please do it.
Oh?
Potato, don't drop.
Oh my. Come
Potato, don't
on.
drop. This
Bring
could be
out
it.
the
A
knife.
knife right into the back, goes up into the face. Instead, it's the classic. A right click into the head, spots out another. These duels isolated. He has the one-on-one.
There's no way.
And he's winning them, but 30 seconds max. A mad dash. He has to get this spike, has to do it quickly. And it's just one left alive, Unshaken, ready to present, spots it out the peak. Good, but Lycos just better. A classic is all he needs to double down and find the 1v3.
I'm speechless.
How do you lose that? How do you win that? Is even a better question.
It's one of those impossible situations. I really thought Unshaken had that. He had all the intel. He had the positioning of the spike. He just took a little too much time trying to position themselves around a corner.
I don't know why they were still on A site. They had spike down B long. Everyone just left. They were hunting. Maybe, I mean, they're getting overzealous. This hubris could punish them. If they keep losing rounds like that, I mean, there's still a chance for a third map. It's not over yet. But still, there's still much to prove for Cancel Culture. They need to string together rounds. The Silva in showers is looking to take a fight.
Oh, but speaking of fights, though, look at that. A nail across the entire site. Lycos and Karus able to clutch up, and sure, it's going to be a bit of a break with the 2 kills from the defense. But Cancel Culture, they have a body up right now. This has been the first time in a while on the second half they've been able to do so. Of course, as I say that, that's no longer the case. But 2 ults on the side, 2 very destructive ones to play with going into the final minute of the round. But we haven't seen that spike go down yet, but B is pretty clear.
Where Lycos is, Max.
Oh no, can they find it? No!
Oh my god,
it's
no
the
way
revenge
they
for
kept
last
that.
time. Okay, Logan, last one alive, able to clutch it up a little bit more on 1v1, a double Sova battle. Battle of the Russians. NSD pushing up here has no choice. It's a funnel of doom, but luckily the other Sova's pushed up. He's got to play this very carefully, but Logan's already gone well a ways away. Well, he's going really
He has
far.
shot cart lineups, he must.
He does.
No, he's rotating around hookah.
Oh.
You never expect this.
I wasn't expecting it
Look at the
either.
time, too.
And look how barren it is. It's such an empty open field.
And
he has to
no
look around.
idea.
He's not seeing hookah. Shotguard's gonna give tell though. He's not on it. This could give it all away. Is he gonna stall it enough? Possibly. Maybe. Can they keep it in the game? And they do.
What a clutch there from Logan. I absolutely loved his call there. Quick decision making to go aggressive, to punish the Viper once the second he saw that Hunter Sphere. He went. He was ready. And also the play to just back away, to play so passive. He knows when he needs to go, when he needs to chill. So that individual performance, great. Cancel Culture now. They find themselves 2 in a row up on this attacker half, but the ult's in play. There's a lot up for ZMM, and they still have an okay buy. 1 player down to the Sheriff. That's Unshaken. He's good on it, but...
Ooh, a Marshall. Could bring out the Marshall, go B long, but hey, just so happens the majority of the team's going to go that way. I'd love to see what Unshaken could do here with that Marshall in hand. He's going to back off though. Oh, but an opening pick and a big one if that's going to go up against Complex. Giving a Joy on the side, though, doesn't matter when everyone gets melted down. A revive could stifle things a little bit. Potato overextends a little bit more, pushing themselves back. The Sky ult now in retaliation for the last 3 alive. Are they going to go for TP? They have almost no other choice. But guess what? NST's waiting on the other side for that peak. No idea if it was coming. And now, effectively, Cancel Culture's trapped. A 2v4. Karus with the spike. Right on the other side of that tube, though, is going to be another one. Trying to find those pre-fire angles. Going to bring out a slow. Might try to trap someone in their web. Karus might have to go for the TP, but if they can stall enough time, Unshaken has the angle going into Hookah. Symbiotic has no idea, but he moves just in time. They heard the iPad possibly. Oh, but no, they get it just in time. Last one alive now. Karus hiding in the smokes. Has to go for the TP. Are they going to save Mimi? NST.
He has the spike. He could go.
NST. Oh, but he misses with the shots. This is so big. This could be the chance to make their way through, but everyone's rotating now. It bought them enough time. Now they have to save.
No,
No?
I mean, he wants to. It's the only choice. He doesn't want to, but it's the only choice. No time left. No shot. He dies too. Match point. Oh, Marksman. They're up in a great position here, Max.
Match point.
That's such a tough call on whether to hold on to your gun there. Because look what it's done to the economy. You don't want to concede match point, but this is a tough run of things for Cancel Culture. And now the solution to this round, what does it have to be? I'd love to see them maybe play a little bit more chill. Play a default. Try and play the time game. Wait for Zero Marksman to get aggressive because they love to do that. Because right now, I mean, Max, every round it's been 3 players on each team dies off the rip, and then it's an awkward 2v2 dancing around the map, and that dance of death has been consistently won, but look where Complex is, that he's just in so quickly, not a care in the world, and there's no resurrection available, as Potato finds another. This is the beginning of the end, or it just might be. Still, trade good, 3-on-3, it's a chance for Cancel Culture, and that's even better. Karus finds one, and Lycos has a position in the defender side spawn. Still, no spike, someone has to go recover.
2 left alive for ZMM side. If Cancel Culture can play this right, they can stay in the game at least for another round. NST pushing up. Not going to find anyone immediately. Potato, though, might have some more luck at the top of CT side. Lyco's holding a potential angle on elbow. Not sure about the flank, though. We have to wait and see. They are holding it. Ready in hand with the Vandal. Could find this Viper. Trying to go for the pre-fire shots. Again, to connect against them instead. NST gives them more time to push forwards. No spike to see. Trying to find the Sage. Karus is going to get it instead, and there you go. Going to go for the plan. It's a 1v3. I think they just have a Sheriff. Going to get shot, though. Lycos has to back off. Could be the chance to bring it back. They had that trusty Judge, but we saw what happened last time. Potato made it work, but threw the pre-fire shots again. Oh, no. They might not have as much luck.
That's it. Nade from downtown finishes
Hey, wait a minute.
The last player that... Hey, wait a minute. Sorry,
You're
Tanner.
not Tanner
I didn't mean to
Metro.
steal that from you. But if we talk about this, now it's just 5 rounds away, Max. And Zero Marksman, I mean, they're getting aggressive. Yeah, I'll give it to them. But it's that hubris we talked about. A little too much. I'd love to see them be a little more composed. Just know we have every advantage. Let's just close it out, boys. We don't have to completely style on them. We don't have to completely dominate them. But while you have a second, I want to talk about the role switch. Notice how Unshaken's not on duels, Enjoy's not on duels. Instead, it's Complex. And I think Unshaken and Enjoy, they're playing really well in these supportive roles. This team of Zero Marksman is so adaptable.
And they all have a lot of kills on the board, too. The lowest is like 14.
Yeah.
That's insane. I wish my ranked games were like that. Lycos, though, pushing up. Smokes down in front of Hookah. And it's a bit of a stall out from here. Do you push that? No.
No way.
No way, Jose. Oh, but what about A-Main? Potato's ready and equipped for this, but can't find the shots.
Where is everyone hiding?
This could be the very last round.
It could be, but the man advantage not there. And SC has a position, though. If they go for the plant, no, the Sage Wall's there. That's the protection they need. Spam good. It was just a bait, though. Rotation's over. Free sight, Max.
Oh, and look at everyone caravanning their way back to CT side. Complex holding or potentially moving up into the angle directly in the Lycos' side. Zero Marksman, they need to find these next few rounds. They haven't been able to find these bodies. Flawless so far. Jazzy P again with the flank. Potentially one body. Paranoia does go through. Inadvertently might be attacking that Cypher. Able to trade around. Find the shots, but it's going to be a trade instead. NST now, last one alive, going through Hookah. Could be able to find the one on the Omen. Able to find out exactly where he's at. Reconned out exactly 2. It's all but over. He stalled out again. Do you push the Brimstone smoke? Do you push the Omen smoke at the end of the round? Mimi, it's such a tough call.
He just leaves. He saves. It's over. They have to concede another round. It's up to 8 to now. If you're on Zero Marksman, you might be getting a little bit nervous because you've struggled to close now. A streak of rounds in a row. Cancel Culture, what works well for them is that they have the bait game on point. They're very good at drawing rotations. There always seems to be a lurk up from the race, always in an unpredictable spot. And you know, you might call these rounds weird in terms of all the flanks going on, all the counter positioning, all the off angles being played, but it's working well. Now, they have 2 in a row. They have to find 3, have to keep going. And they have a pretty good shot because it is a lighter buy up for Zero Marksman. And for Cancel Culture, now finding this consistency can be hard. They'll be able to have some ults up, though, for the next rifle round, supposing they can hold on tight.
Holding on tight's gonna be the hard part here. We've seen what both teams can do as Sheriffs on Ascent.
Yeah.
I feel like we haven't seen that as much here.
No.
Oh, Potato. This is already a round they're not designed to win. Look at this. They're rushing on through the whole horde of zombies. It seems like us, though. Going on through, finding one, gets control of lamps. And it's not going to be too long until that spike probably goes into the ground, but it's all up to Caruso right now to hold it down. NST able to find the shots, capturing the spike in hand, able to trap it up against Jazzy B as well. This could be a sudden success story, but Showers control back into the favor of the attackers.
Oh,
Lycos. There's only one left. Where are they at? Nobody seems to know, except it's Complex up above the 9th ace. It's Logan that finds it.
9 rounds now, Max. Great anti-ego up from the boys of Cancel Culture. They find themselves in a little bit of a better spot. And what if they've been doing this working so well? They've been kind of finding the aggression, pulling out these rotations, and just actually very well. And if you're Zero Marksman, what's the solution to that? I think it's just conceding yourself to be a bit more subdued. Chill out a bit, guys. You can close this out. You have 3 more opportunities. For overtime is a thought on our mind, but it's still always a tough one, always a hard one for Cancel Culture. Ults available on both sides. There's a bit of a heavier alien this time. 3 towards this site, but the spike and the majority of the players on Cancel Culture are on this prot towards B.
A bit of a default play in hand. Unshaken was pushed up, but he's going to push himself back. Symbiotic, having control of Hookah. There are going to be paint grenades going on now, but it's not going to connect too much damage. Look at how many ults Cancel Culture have. There's going to be 2 very devastating ones from Zero's side. They have the Sky ult and they have the Sova ult to work with for post or pre-plants. They haven't used either yet, though. And Mimi, I'm wondering if they're going to rotate to A.
Might be a play. Here comes the Seekers, though. What information will that garner? Some, at least. They know that there's 3 towards this B side, so that might just call it the rotates. But, I mean, it really doesn't show them that much. It shows them they're sitting in this one. They already knew that. There's no new information. Cancel Culture is playing for the aggression, so Zero Marksman isn't really giving it over. Stalwart. A close fight. Whoever breaks this first one, it could be the end.
30 seconds left now, Mimi.
30 seconds left.
Not a thank you, announcer. But with that being said, though, Logan having to make the push onto Octagon's side. We do see this showstopper coming on by. No one immediately to go off on, though. Is it going to be a waste? They have to make a move, right? Well, Unshaken's going to push back. It's not going to connect anywhere. We've seen a lot of failed ults this round, but Unshaken's the closest one to maybe find a success story with the Vandal. Dark cover, blocking them. Not for long, though. Flash goes underway. Another one going through with ults connecting on site. Look at that, a meltdown underway. One left alive. It's going to be only Caruso. Can they find against the team that he originally had left? Caruso finds the revive, goes down. Double from Enjoy. That is going to be Zero Marksman taking the Pit of Valor this week.
Oh, what a showing up from them. They're the veterans. They've been here before. And they'll come back again, and this time they have a show. What a performance up from them, Max, because I feel like there was never really a chance. Yeah, it started to slip away at both times, but the first half in both of these games was totally in their favor. They had it in control. Yeah, some rounds slipped away, but it didn't. The scorelines got a little closer, but it didn't even feel that close. It felt like CMM had such a great handle on this, such a great read. And I talked a little bit about this during the game, but the adaptability, that was a completely different completely different roles on Ascent. They changed up the game, but they still rocked it. And I think having that as a team, that's where the experience shows. But if you're the side of Cancel Culture for one of your first showings as a new team, despite having some of these more experienced players, I think that's pretty good. They didn't have a whole ton of preset strats the same way ZMM did, but I think their adaptations were great. their ability to kind of stay stoic, stay strong, and make us think that a comeback was a chance was great. And maybe, next week when they have a little more practice, they could come back, maybe take it.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe next week, maybe on Grand Finals, we can see a grudge match between themselves and Zero Marksman once again. I almost want to guarantee it. But you know what else I cannot guarantee? I'm starving. But luckily, though, if you go to drinkcontrol.com, you can also get GLG10, the code to get 10% off on your next order of Drink Control. And that is a guarantee that it'll fill you up as a meal supplement. It is so good.
Delicious.
Absolutely delicious.
Yeah. Great stuff from them to, help GLG out to put on these great shows. But, part of the reason that also the show was so good, that there was such a great competition out, was because there was a little more in the prize pot. That $100, that goes away as Zero Marksman. But the reason we were able to do that was because of Nascent United. They gave away some t-shirts, they put some money in, so much help from them. So make sure you check them out. They're a great team. They help to develop players, bring people up, and just a great mission and great help for the community as a whole.
Absolutely. And with that being said, my name's been Kang. This has been Mimi, and we are out for the night. I hope you enjoyed your night, and we'll see you guys next week on the Pit of Valor.
Exciting Call of Duty here for you tonight.
Your mic's muted, but
So I knew once I turned up, it was over.
Where's our names? Hello?
Yeah, I don't.
He has a chance.
Welcome back to another week of the Pit of Valor.
And welcome to the Valium.
Welcome, everybody. Here we are.
And welcome everybody to the
Play through mid.
Here's the shot. On the way, we'll get this round.
Why not an ace? Absolutely! Trapped completely by the sea. They put themselves in a chamber. Connect. Oh, next. Good. That's a collapse.
Pick up all the frags.
Kill! Quad!
The next best of 3 is coming up, and here's our sock.
Bon appetit.
Definitely.
No.
Thank you and good night.
And we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
And stay safe.
Peace.
Every week at GL Gaming Lounges. If you're not there, what else are you doing?